The People of the Mist ******* The People of the Mist by H. Rider Haggard, first published 1894. Dedication. I dedicate this effort of primeval and troglodyte imagination, this record of barefaced and flagrant adventure, to my godsons, in the hope that therein they may find some store of healthy amusement. Ditchingham, 1894. Contents. Author's note: I. The sins of the father are visited on the children too. The sins of the father are visited on the children 3. After 7 years 4. The last vigil. V. Otter gives counsel 6. The tale of SOA 7. Leonard swears on the blood of ACA 8. The start 9. The Yellow Devil's Nest. X. Leonard makes a plan 11. That hero Otter 12. A choice lot 13. A midnight marriage 14. Vengeance 15. Disillusion 16. Misunderstandings 17. The death of Marvum 18. SOA shows her teeth 19. The end of the journey XX. The coming of ACA XXI. The folly of Otter XXII. The temple of JAL 23. How Warner conquered Namxiv. Olfen tells of the rubies XXV. The sacrifice after the new order XXVI. The last of the settlement men XXAE. Ather and daughter XXVIII. Warner prevaricates XXVI. The trial of the gods XXX. Francisco's expiation XXXI. The white dawn XXY. How Otter fought the water dweller XXXII. Trapped XXV. Nam's last argument XXXV. Be noble or be base XXXV. How Otter came back XXXAE. I am repaid, Queen XXXVIII. The triumph of Nam XXXVI. The passing of the bridge XL. Otter's farewell envoy. The end of the adventure. Author's note: on several previous occasions it has happened to this writer of romance to be justified of his romances by facts of startling similarity, subsequently brought to light and to his knowledge. In this tale occurs an instance of the sort, a double-barreled instance indeed, that to him seems sufficiently curious to be worthy of telling. The people of the mist of his adventure story worship a sacred crocodile to which they make sacrifice, but in the original draft of the book this crocodile was a snake, monstrum horrendum, in form, in gens. A friend of the writer, an African explorer of great experience who read that draft, suggested that the snake was altogether too unprecedented and impossible. Accordingly, also at his suggestion, a crocodile was substituted. Scarcely was this change effected, however, when Mr. R.T. Corindon, the slayer of almost the last white rhinoceros, published in the African Review of 17 February 1894, an account of a huge and terrific serpent said to exist in the Ditchwi district of Mashonaland, that in many particulars resembled the snake of the story, whose prototype, by the way, really lives and is adored as a divinity by certain natives in the remote province of Chiapas in Mexico. Still, the tale being in type, the alteration was suffered to stand. But now, if the Zoutpansberg Review may be believed, the author can take credit for his crocodile also, since that paper states that in the course of the recent campaign against Malabok, a chief living in the north of the Transvaal, his fetish or god was captured, and that god, a crocodile fashioned in wood, to which offerings were made. Further, this journal says that among these people, as with the ancient Egyptians, the worship of the crocodile is a recognized cult. Also it congratulates the present writer on his intimate acquaintance with the more secret manifestations of African folklore and beast worship. He must disclaim the compliment in this instance as, when engaged in inventing the people of the mist, he was totally ignorant that any of the Bantu tribes reverenced either snake or crocodile divinities. But the coincidence is strange, and once more shows, if further examples of the fact are needed, how impotent are the efforts of imagination to vie with hidden truths, even with the hidden truths of this small and trodden world. The 20th of September, 1894. The people of the mist. Chapter I. The sins of the father are visited on the children. The January afternoon was passing into night. The air was cold and still, so still that not a single twig of the naked beech trees stirred. On the grass of the meadows lay a thin white rime, half frost, half snow. The firs stood out blackly against a steel-hued sky, and over the tallest of them hung a single star. Past these bordering firs there ran a road, on which, in this evening of the opening of our story, a young man stood irresolute, glancing now to the right and now to the left. To his right were two stately gates of iron fantastically wrought, supported by stone pillars on whose summits stood griffins of black marble embracing coats of arms, and banners inscribed with the device per agio ad astra. Beyond these gates ran a broad carriage drive, lined on either side by a double row of such oaks as England alone can produce under the most favourable circumstances of soil, aided by the nurturing hand of man and 3 or 4 centuries of time. At the head of this avenue, perhaps half a mile from the roadway, although it looked nearer because of the eminence upon which it was placed, stood a mansion of the class that in auctioneers' advertisements is usually described as noble. Its general appearance was Elizabethan, for in those days some forgotten Outram had practically rebuilt it, but a large part of its fabric was far more ancient than the Tudors, dating back, so said tradition, to the time of King John. As we are not auctioneers, however, it will be unnecessary to specify its many beauties. Indeed, at this date, some of the tribe had recently employed their gift of language on these attractions with copious fullness and accuracy of detail, since Outram Hall, for the first time during 6 centuries, was, or had been, for sale. Suffice it to say that, like the oaks of its avenue, Outram was such a house as can only be found in England, no mere mass of bricks and mortar, but a thing that seemed to have acquired a life and individuality of its own. Or, if this saying be too far-fetched and poetical, at the least this venerable home bore some stamp and trace of the lives and individualities of many generations of mankind, linked together in thought and feeling by the common bond of blood. The young man who stood in the roadway looked long and earnestly towards the mass of buildings that frowned upon him from the crest of the hill, and as he looked an expression came into his face which fell little, if at all, short of that of agony, the agony which the young can feel at the shock of an utter and irredeemable loss. The face that wore such evidence of trouble was a handsome one enough, though just now all the charm of youth seemed to have faded from it. It was dark and strong, nor was it difficult to guess that in afterlife it might become stern. The form also was shapely and athletic, though not very tall, giving promise of more than common strength, and the bearing that of a gentleman who had not brought himself up to the belief that ancient blood can cover modern deficiencies of mind and manner. Such was the outward appearance of Leonard Outram as he was then, in his 23rd year. While Leonard watched and hesitated on the roadway, unable, apparently, to make up his mind to pass those iron gates, and yet desirous of doing so, carts and carriages began to appear hurrying down the avenue towards him. "I suppose that the sale is over," he muttered to himself. "Well, like death, it is a good thing to have done with." Then he turned to go, but hearing the crunch of wheels close at hand, stepped back into the shadow of the gateway pillar, fearing lest he should be recognized on the open road. A carriage came up, and, just as it reached the gates, something being amiss with the harness, a footman descended from the box to set it right. From where he stood Leonard could see its occupants, the wife and daughter of a neighboring squire, and overhear their conversation. He knew them well, indeed. The younger lady had been one of his favorite partners at the county balls. How cheap the things went, Ida. Fancy buying that old oak sideboard for £10, and with all those Outram quarterings on it too. It is as good as an historical document, and I am sure that it must be worth at least 50. I shall sell ours and put it into the dining room. I have coveted that sideboard for years." The daughter sighed and answered with some asperity, "I am so sorry for the Outrams that I should not care about the sideboard if you had got it for 2d. What an awful smash! Just think of the old place being bought by a Jew. Tom and Leonard are utterly ruined, they say, not a sixpence left. I declare I nearly cried when I saw that man selling Leonard's guns." "Very sad indeed," answered the mother absently, "but if he is a Jew, what does it matter? He has a title, and they say that he is enormously rich. I expect there will be plenty going on at Outram soon. By the way, my dear Ida, I do wish you would cure yourself of the habit of calling young men by their Christian names. Not that it matters about these two, for we shall never see any more of them." "I am sure I hope that we shall," said Ida defiantly, "and when we do I shall call them by their Christian names as much as ever. You never objected to it before the smash, and I love both of them, so there. Why did you bring me to that horrid sale? You know I did not want to go. I shall be wretched for a week." And the carriage swept on out of hearing. Leonard emerged from the shadow of the gateway and crossed the road swiftly. On the further side of it he paused, and looking after the retreating carriage said aloud, "God bless you for your kind heart, Ida Hatherley. Good luck go with you. And now for the other business." 100 yards or so down the road, was a second gate of much less imposing appearance than those which led to the Outram Hall. Leonard passed through it and presently found himself at the door of a square red brick house, built with no other pretensions than to those of comfort. This was the rectory, now tenanted by the Reverend and Honourable James Beach, to whom the living had been presented many years before by Leonard's father, Mr. Beech's old college friend. Leonard rang the bell, and as its distant clamour fell upon his ears a new fear struck him. What sort of reception would he meet with in this house? He wondered. Hitherto his welcome had always been so cordial that until this moment he had never doubted of it, but now circumstances were changed. He was no longer in the position of second son to Sir Thomas Outram of Outram Hall. He was a beggar, an outcast, a wanderer, the son of a fraudulent bankrupt and suicide. The careless words of the woman in the carriage had let a flood of light into his mind, and by it he saw many things which he had never seen before. Now he remembered a little motto that he had often heard, but the full force of which he did not appreciate until today. "Friends follow fortune" was the wording of this motto. He remembered also another saying that had frequently been read to him in church and elsewhere, and the origin of which precluded all doubt as to its truth: "Unto every one that hath shall be given, but from him that hath not shall be taken away even that which he hath." Now, as it chanced, Leonard, beggared as he was, had still something left which could be taken away from him, and that something the richest fortune which Providence can give to any man in his youth, the love of a woman whom he also loved. The Reverend and Honourable James Beach was blessed with a daughter, Jane by name, who had the reputation, not undeserved, of being the most beautiful and sweetest-natured girl that the countryside could show. Now, being dark and fair respectively and having lived in close association since childhood, Leonard and Jane, as might be expected from the working of the laws of natural economy, had gravitated towards each other with increasing speed ever since they had come to understand the possibilities of the institution of marriage. In the end thus mutual gravitation led to a shock and confusion of individualities which was not without its charm, or, to put the matter more plainly, Leonard proposed to Jane and had been accepted with many blushes and some tears and kisses. It was a common little romance enough, but, like everything else with which youth and love are concerned, it had its elements of beauty. Such affairs gain much from being the first in the series. Who is there among us that does not adore his first love and his first poem? And yet when we see them 20 years after. Presently the rectory door was opened and Leonard entered. At this moment it occurred to him that he did not quite know why he had come. To be altogether accurate, he knew why he had come well enough. It was to see Jane, and arrive at an understanding with her father. Perhaps it may be well to explain that his engagement to that young lady was of the suppressed order. Her parents had no wish to suppress it, indeed, for though Leonard was a younger son, it was well known that he was destined to inherit his mother's fortune of £50,000 more or less. Besides, Providence had decreed a delicate constitution to his elder and only brother Thomas. But Sir Thomas Outram, their father, was reputed to be an ambitious man who looked to see his sons marry well, and this marriage would scarcely have been to Leonard's advantage from the family lawyer point of view. Therefore, when the matter came to the ears of Jane's parents, they determined to forego the outward expression of their pride and delight in the captive whom they owed to the bow and spear of their daughter's loveliness, at any rate for a while, say until Leonard had taken his degree. Often and often in the after years did they have occasion to bless themselves for their caution. But not the less on this account was Leonard's position as the affianced lover of their daughter recognized among them. Indeed, the matter was no secret from anybody, except perhaps from Sir Thomas himself. For his part, Leonard took no pains to conceal it even from him, but the father and son met rarely, and the estrangement between them was so complete that the younger man saw no advantage in speaking of a matter thus near to his heart until there appeared to be a practical object in so doing. The Reverend James Beach was a stout person of bland and prepossessing appearance. Never had he looked stouter, more prepossessing, or blander than on this particular evening when Leonard was ushered into his presence. He was standing before the fire in his drawing-room holding a huge and ancient silver loving cup in both hands, and in such a position as to give the observer the idea that he had just drained its entire contents. In reality, it may be explained, he was employed in searching for a hole mark on the bottom of the goblet, discoursing the while to his wife and children, for Jane had a brother, upon its value and beauty. The gleam of the silver caught Leonard's eye as he entered the room, and he recognized the cup as one of the heirlooms of his own family. Leonard's sudden and unlooked-for advent brought various emotions into active play. There were 4 people gathered round that comfortable fire: the rector, his wife, his son, and last, but not least, Jane herself. Mr. Beach dropped the cup sufficiently to allow himself to stare at his visitor along its length, for all the world as though he were covering him with a silver blunderbuss. His wife, an active little woman, turned round as if she moved upon wires, exclaiming, "Good gracious, who'd have thought it?" while the son, a robust young man of about Leonard's own age and his college companion, said, "Hello, old fellow, well, I never expected to see you here today." A remark which, however natural it may have been, scarcely tended to set his friend at ease. Jane herself, a tall and beautiful girl with bright auburn hair, who was seated on a footstool nursing her knees before the fire, and paying very little heed to her father's lecture upon ancient plate, did none of these things. On the contrary, she sprang up with the utmost animation, her lips apart and her lovely face red with blushes, or the heat of the fire, and came towards him exclaiming, "Oh, Leonard, dear Leonard." Mr. Beach turned the silver blunderbuss upon his daughter and fired a single, but most effective shot. "Jane," he said in a voice in which fatherly admonition and friendly warning were happily blended. Jane stopped in full career as though in obedience to some lesson which momentarily she had forgotten. Then Mr. Beach, setting down the flagon, advanced upon Leonard with an ample pitying smile and outstretched hand. "How are you, my dear boy, how are you?" he said. We did not expect to see me here under the circumstances, put in Leonard bitterly. Nor would you have done so, but Tom and I understood that it was only to be a 3 days' sail. Quite right, Leonard. As first advertised, the sale was for 3 days, but the auctioneer found that he could not get through in the time. The accumulations of such an ancient house as Outram Hall are necessarily vast, and he waved his hand with a large gesture. Yes, said Leonard. Went on Mr. Beach, after a pause which was beginning to grow awkward. Doubtless you will find it a matter for congratulation that on the whole things sold well. It is not always the case, not by any means, for such collections as those of Outram, however interesting and valuable they may have been to the family itself, do not often fetch their worth at a country auction. Yes, they sold decidedly well, thanks chiefly to the large purchases of the new owner of the estate. This tankard, for instance, which I have bought, as a slight memento of your family, cost me 10 shillings an ounce. Indeed, answered Leonard coldly, I always understood that it was worth 50. Then came another pause, during which all who were present, except Mr. Beach and himself, rose one by one and quitted the room. Jane was the last to go, and Leonard noticed, as she passed him, that there were tears in her eyes. Jane, said her father in a meaning voice when her hand was already on the door, you will be careful to be dressed in time for dinner, will you not, love? You remember that young Mr. Cohen is coming, and I should like somebody to be down to receive him. Jane's only answer to this remark was to pass through the door and slam it behind her. Clearly the prospect of the advent of this guest was not agreeable to her. Well, Leonard went on Mr. Beach when they were alone, in a tone that was meant to be sympathetic but which jarred horribly on his listeners' ears. This is a sad business, very sad. But why are you not sitting down? Because no one asked me to, said Leonard as he took a chair. Continued Mr. Beach, by the way, I believe that Mr. Cohen is a friend of yours, is he not? An acquaintance, not a friend, said Leonard. Indeed, I thought that you were at the same college. Yes, but I do not like him. Prejudice, my dear boy, prejudice. A minor sin indeed, but one against which you must struggle. But there, it is natural that you should not feel warmly about the man who will one day own Outram. As I said, this is all very sad, but it must be a great consolation to you to remember that when everything is settled there will be enough, so I am told, to pay your unhappy father's debts. And now, is there anything that I can do for you or your brother? Leonard reflected that whatever may have been his father's misdeeds, and they were many and black, it should scarcely have lain in the mouth of the Reverend James Beach, who owed nearly everything he had in the world to his kindness, to allude to them. But he could not defend his father's memory, it was beyond defense, and just now he must fight for his own hand. Yes, Mr. Beach, he said earnestly, you can help me very much. You know the cruel position in which my brother and I are placed through no fault of our own. Our old home is sold, our fortunes have gone utterly, and our honourable name is tarnished. At the present moment I have nothing left in the world except the sum of £200 which I had saved for a purpose of my own out of my allowance. I have no profession and cannot even take my degree, because I am unable to afford the expense of remaining at college. Black, I must say, very black, murmured Mr. Beach, rubbing his chin. But under these circumstances what can I do to help you? You must trust in Providence, my boy, it never fails the deserving. This answered Leonard, nervously. You can show your confidence in me by allowing my engagement to Jane to be proclaimed. Here Mr. Beach waved his hand once more as though to repel some invisible force. One moment, continued Leonard. I know that it seems a great deal to ask, but listen. Although everything looks so dark, I have reliance on myself. With the stimulus which my affection for your daughter will give me, and knowing that in order to win her I must first put myself in a position to support her as she should be supported, I am quite convinced that I shall be able to surmount all difficulties by my own efforts. Really, I cannot listen to such nonsense any longer, broke in Mr. Beach angrily. Leonard, this is nothing less than an impertinence. Of course any understanding that may have existed between you and Jane is quite at an end. Engagement. I heard of no engagement. I knew that there was some boy and girl folly between you indeed, but for my part I never gave the matter another thought. You seem to forget, sir, said Leonard, keeping his temper with difficulty, that not 6 months ago you and I had a long conversation on this very subject, and decided that nothing should be said to my father of the matter until I had taken my degree. I repeat that it is an impertinence, answered Mr. Beach, but with a careful avoidance of the direct issue. What? You, who have nothing in the world except a name which your father has, well, tarnished, to use your own word. You ask me for my dear daughter's hand. You are so selfish that you wish not only to ruin her chances in life, but also to drag her into the depths of your poverty. Leonard, I should never have thought it of you. Then at last Leonard broke out. You do not speak the truth. I did not ask you for your daughter's hand. I asked you for the promise of it when I should have shown myself worthy of her. But now there is an end of that. I will go as you bid me, but before I go I will tell you the truth. You wish to use Jane's beauty to catch this Jew with. Of her happiness you think nothing, provided only you can secure his money. She is not a strong character, and it is quite possible that you will succeed in your plot, but I tell you it will not prosper. You, who owe everything to our family, now when trouble has overtaken us, turn upon me and rob me of the only good that was left to me. By putting an end to a connection of which everybody knew, you stamp me still deeper into the mire. So be it, but of this I am sure, that such conduct will meet with a due reward, and that a time will come when you will bitterly regret the way in which you have dealt with your daughter and treated me in my misfortunes. Goodbye. And Leonard turned and left the room and the rectory. Chapter 2. The swearing of the oath. Arthur Beach, Jane's brother, was standing in the hall waiting to speak to Leonard, but he passed without a word, closing the hall door behind him. Outside snow was falling, though not fast enough to obscure the light of the moon which shone through the belt of firs. Leonard walked on down the drive till he neared the gate, when suddenly he heard the muffled sound of feet pursuing him through the snow. He turned with an exclamation, believing that the footsteps were those of Arthur Beach, for at the moment he was in no mood for further conversation with any male member of that family. As it chanced, however, he found himself face to face not with Arthur, but with Jane herself, who perhaps had never looked more beautiful than she did at this moment in the snow and the moonlight. Indeed, whenever Leonard thought of her in after years, and that was often, there arose in his mind a vision of a tall and lovely girl, her auburn hair slightly powdered over with the falling flakes, her breast heaving with emotion, and her wide grey eyes gazing piteously upon him. "Oh, Leonard," she said nervously, "why do you go without saying goodbye to me?" He looked at her a while before he answered, for something in his heart told him that this was the last sight which he should win of his love for many a year, and therefore his eyes dwelt upon her as we gaze upon one whom the grave is about to hide from us forever. At last he spoke, and his words were practical enough. "You should not have come out in those thin shoes through the snow, Jane. You will catch cold." "I wish I could," she answered defiantly. "I wish that I could catch such a cold as would kill me, then I should be out of my troubles. Let us go into the summer house, they will never think of looking for me there." "How will you get there?" asked Leonard. "It is 100 yards away, and the snow always drifts in that path." "Oh, never mind the snow," she said. But Leonard did mind it, and presently he hit upon a solution of the difficulty. Having first glanced up the drive to see that nobody was coming, he bent forward and without explanation or excuse put his arms around Jane, and lifting her as though she were a child, he bore her down the path which led to the summer house. She was heavy, but, sooth to say, he could have wished the journey longer. Presently they were there, and very gently he laid her on her feet again, kissing her upon the lips as he did so. Then he took off his overcoat and wrapped it round her shoulders. All this while Jane had not spoken. Indeed, the poor girl felt so happy and so safe in her lover's arms that it seemed to her as though she never wished to speak, or to do anything for herself again. It was Leonard who broke the silence. "You ask me why I left without saying goodbye to you, Jane. It was because your father has dismissed me from the house and forbidden me to have any more to do with you." "Oh, why?" asked the girl, lifting her hands despairingly. "Can't you guess?" he answered with a bitter laugh. "Yes, Leonard," she whispered, taking his hand in sympathy. "Perhaps I had better put it plainly," said Leonard again. "It may prevent misunderstandings. Your father has dismissed me because my father embezzled all my money. The sins of the father are visited upon the children, you see. Also he has done this with more than usual distinctness and alacrity, because he wishes you to marry young Mr. Cohen, the bullion broker and the future owner of Outram. Jane shivered. I know, she said, and oh, Leonard, I hate him. Then perhaps it will be as well not to marry him, he answered. I would rather die first, she said with conviction. Unfortunately, one can't always die when it happens to be convenient, Jane. Oh, Leonard, don't be horrid, she said, beginning to cry. Where are you going, and what shall I do? To the bad probably, he answered. At least it all depends upon you. Look here, Jane, if you will stick to me I will stick to you. The luck is against me now, but I have it in me to see that through. I love you and I would work myself to death for you, but at the best it must be a question of time, probably of years. Oh, Leonard, indeed I will if I can. I am sure that you do not love me more than I love you, but I can never make you understand how odious they all are to me about you, especially Papa. Confound him, said Leonard beneath his breath, and if Jane heard, at that moment her filial affections were not sufficiently strong to induce her to remonstrate. Well, Jane, he went on, the matter lies thus, either you must put up with their treatment or you must give me the go-by. Listen, in 6 months you will be 21, and in this country all her relations put together can't force a woman to marry a man if she does not wish to, or prevent her from marrying one whom she does wish to marry. Now you know my address at my club in town. Letters sent there will always reach me, and it is scarcely possible for your father or anybody else to prevent you from writing and posting a letter. If you want my help or to communicate in any way, I shall expect to hear from you, and if need be, I will take you away and marry you the moment you come of age. If, on the other hand, I do not hear from you, I shall know that it is because you do not choose to write, or because that which you have to write would be too painful for me to read. Do you understand, Jane? Oh, yes, Leonard, but you put things so hardly. Things have been put hardly enough to me, love, and I must be plain, this is my last chance of speaking to you. At this moment an ominous sound echoed through the night. It was none other than the distant voice of Mr. Beach, calling from his front doorstep, Jane. Are you out there, Jane? Oh, heavens, she said, there is my father calling me. I came out by the back door, but mother must have been up to my room and found me gone. She watches me all day now. What shall I do? Go back and tell them that you have been saying goodbye to me. It is not a crime, they cannot kill you for it. Indeed they can, or just as bad, replied Jane. Then suddenly she threw her arms about her lover's neck and burying her beautiful face upon his breast, she began to sob bitterly, murmuring, "Oh my darling, what shall I do without you?" Over the brief and distressing scene which followed it may be well to drop a veil. Leonard's bitterness of mind forsook him now, and he kissed her and comforted her as he might best, even going so far as to mingle his tears with hers, tears of which he had no cause to be ashamed. At length she tore herself loose, for the shouts were growing louder and more insistent. "I forgot," she sobbed, "here is a farewell present for you. Keep it in memory of me, Leonard, and thrusting her hand into the bosom of her dress she drew from it a little packet which she gave to him. Then once more they kissed and clung together, and in another moment she had vanished back into the snow and darkness, passing out of Leonard's sight and out of his life, though from his mind she could never pass. A farewell present. Keep it in memory of me. The words yet echoed in his ears, and to Leonard they seemed fateful, a prophecy of utter loss. Sighing heavily, he opened the packet and examined its contents by the feeble moonlight. They were not large, a prayer book bound in morocco, her own, with her name on the flyleaf and a short inscription beneath, and in the pocket of its cover a lock of auburn hair tied round with silk. An unlucky gift, said Leonard to himself, then putting on his coat, which was yet warm from Jane's shoulders, he also turned and vanished into the snow and the night, shaping his path towards the village inn. He reached it in due course, and passed into the little parlour that adjoined the bar. It was a comfortable room enough, notwithstanding its adornments of badly stuffed birds and fishes, and chiefly remarkable for its wide old-fashioned fireplace with wrought-iron dogs. There was no lamp in the room when Leonard entered, but the light of the burning wood was bright, and by it he could see his brother seated in a high-backed chair gazing into the fire, his hand resting on his knee. Thomas Outram was Leonard's elder by 2 years and cast in a more fragile mould. His face was the face of a dreamer, the brown eyes were large and reflective, and the mouth sensitive as a child's. He was a scholar and a philosopher, a man of much desultory reading, with refined tastes and a really intimate knowledge of Greek gems. "Is that you, Leonard?" he said, looking up absently. "Where have you been?" "To the rectory," answered his brother. "What have you been doing there? Do you want to know?" "Yes, of course." "Did you see Jane?" Then Leonard told him all the story. "What do you think she will do?" asked Tom when his brother had finished. "Given the situation and the woman, it is rather a curious problem." "It may be," answered Leonard, "but as I am not an equation in algebra yearning to be worked out, I don't quite see the fun of it. But if you ask me what I think she will do, I should say that she will follow the example of everybody else and desert me." "You seem to have a poor idea of women, old fellow." "I know little of them myself and don't want to know more. But I have always understood that it is the peculiar glory of their sex to come out strong on these exceptional occasions. Women in our hours of ease, etc. Well, we shall see. But it is my opinion that women think a great deal more of their own hours of ease than of those of anybody else. Thank heaven, here comes our dinner." Thus spoke Leonard, somewhat cynically and perhaps not in the best of taste. But, his rejoicing over its appearance notwithstanding, he did not do much justice to the dinner when it arrived. Indeed, it would be charitable to make allowances for this young man at that period of his life. He had sustained a most terrible reverse, and do what he might he could never quite escape from the shadow of his father's disgrace, or put out of his mind the stain with which his father had dimmed the honor of his family. And now a new misfortune hung over him. He had just been driven with contumely from a house where hitherto he was the most welcome of guests. He had parted, moreover, from the woman whom he loved dearly, and under circumstances which made it doubtful if their separation would not be final. Leonard possessed the gift of insight into character, and more common sense than can often be expected from a young man in love. He knew well that the chief characteristic of Jane's nature was a tendency to yield to the circumstances of the hour, and though he hoped against hope, he could find no reason to suppose that she would exhibit greater determination in the matter of their engagement than her general lack of strength might lead him to anticipate. Besides, and here his common sense came in, would it be wise that she should do so? After all, what had he to offer her? And were not his hopes of future advancement nothing better than a dream? Roughly as he had put it, perhaps Mr. Beach was right when he told him that he, Leonard, was both selfish and impertinent, since was it not a selfish impertinence in him to ask any woman to link her fortune with his in the present state of his affairs? Let us therefore make excuses for his words and outward behavior, for at heart Leonard had much to trouble him. When the cloth had been cleared away and they were alone again, Tom spoke to his brother, who was moodily filling his pipe. "What shall we do tonight, Leonard?" he said. "Go to bed, I suppose," he answered. "See here, Leonard," said his brother again, "what do you say to having a last look at the old place?" "If you wish, Tom, but it will be painful." "A little pain more or less can scarcely hurt us, old fellow," said Tom, laying his thin hand on his brother's shoulder. Then they started. A quarter of an hour's walking brought them to the hall. The snow had ceased falling now and the night was beautifully clear, but before it ceased it had done a welcome office in hiding from view all the litter and wreckage of the auction, which make the scene of a recent sale one of the most desolate sights in the world. Never had the old house looked grander or more eloquent of the past than it did on that night to the two brothers who were dispossessed of their heritage. They wandered round it in silence, gazing affectionately at each well-known tree and window, till at length they came to the gunroom entrance. More from habit than for any other reason Leonard turned the handle of the door. To his surprise it was open. After the confusion of the sale no one had remembered to lock it. "Let us go in," he said. They entered and wandered from room to room till they reached the greater hall, a vast and oak-roofed chamber built after the fashion of the nave of a church, and lighted by a large window of ecclesiastical design. This window was filled with the armorial bearings of many generations of the Outram family, wrought in stained glass and placed in couples, for next to each coat of arms were the arms of its bearer's dame. It was not quite full, however, for in it remained two blank shields, which had been destined to receive the escutcheons of Thomas Outram and his wife. "They will never be filled now," Leonard said. Tom, pointing to these. "Curious, isn't it, not to say sad?" "Oh, I don't know," answered his brother. "I suppose that the Cohens boast some sort of arms, or if not they can buy them." "I should think that they would have the good taste to begin a new window for themselves," said Tom. Then he was silent for a while, and they watched the moonlight streaming through the painted window, the memorial of so much forgotten grandeur, and illumining the portraits of many a dead outram that gazed upon them from the panelled walls. Per ardua ad astra, said Tom, absently reading the family motto, which alternated pretty regularly with a second device that some members of it had adopted, for heart, home, and honor. Per ardua ad astra, through struggle to the stars, and for heart, home, and honor, repeated Tom. Well, I think that our family never needed such consolations more, if indeed there are any to be found in mots. Our heart is broken, our hearth is desolate, and our honor is a byword, but there remain the struggle and the stars. As he spoke, his face took the fire of a new enthusiasm. Leonard, he went on, why should not we retrieve the past? Let us take that motto, the more ancient one, for an omen, and let us fulfill it. I believe it is a good omen, I believe that one of us will fulfill it. We can try, answered Leonard. If we fail in the struggle, at least the stars remain for us as for all humankind. Leonard, said his brother almost in a whisper, will you swear an oath with me? It seems childish, but I think that under some circumstances there is wisdom even in childishness. What oath? Asked Leonard. This, that we will leave England and seek fortune in some foreign land, sufficient fortune to enable us to repurchase our lost home, that we will never return here until we have won this fortune, and that death alone shall put a stop to our quest. Leonard hesitated a moment, then answered, if Jane fails me, I will swear it. Tom glanced round as though in search of some familiar object, and presently his eye fell upon what he sought. A great proportion of the furniture of the old house, including the family portraits, had been purchased by the incoming owner. Among the articles which remained was a very valuable and ancient Bible, one of the first ever printed indeed, that stood upon an oaken stand in the center of the hall, to which it was securely chained. Tom led the way to this Bible, followed by his brother. Then they placed their hands upon it, and standing there in the shadow, the elder of them spoke aloud in a voice that left no doubt of the earnestness of his purpose, or of his belief in their mission. We swear, he said, upon this book and before the God who made us, that we will leave this home that was ours, and never look upon it again till we can call it ours once more. We swear that we will follow this, the purpose of our lives, till death destroys us and it, and may shame and utter ruin overtake us if, while we have strength and reason, we turn our backs upon this oath. So help us God. So help us God, repeated Leonard. Thus in the home of their ancestors, in the presence of their Maker, and of the pictured dead who had gone before them, did Thomas and Leonard Outram devote their lives to this great purpose. Perhaps, as one of them had said, the thing was childish, but if so, at the least it was solemn and touching. Their cause seemed hopeless indeed, but if faith can move mountains, much more can honest endeavor attain its ends. In that hour they felt this. Yes, they believed that the end would be attained by one of them, though they guessed little what struggles lay between them and the star they hoped to gain, or how strangely they should be borne thither. On the morrow they went to London and waited there a while, but no word came from Jane Beach, and for good or ill the chains of the oath that he had taken riveted themselves around Leonard Outram's neck. Within 3 months of this night the brothers were nearing the shores of Africa, the land of the children of the mist. Chapter 3. After 7 years. What is the time, Leonard? 11 o'clock, Tom. 11, already. I shall go at dawn, Leonard. You remember Johnston died at dawn, and so did Askew. For heaven's sake, don't speak like that, Tom. If you think you are going to die, you will die. The sick man laughed a ghost of a laugh. It was half a death rattle. It is no use talking, Leonard. I feel my life flaring and sinking like a dying fire. My mind is quite clear now, but I shall die at dawn for all that. The fever has burnt me up. Have I been raving, Leonard? A little, old fellow, answered Leonard. What about? Home mostly, Tom. Home. We have none, Leonard, it is sold. How long have we been away now? 7 years. 7 years. Yes. Do you remember how we said goodbye to the old place on that winter night after the auction? And do you remember what we resolved? Yes. Repeat it. We swore that we would seek wealth enough to buy Outram back till we won it or died, and that we would never return to England till it was won. Then we sailed for Africa. For 7 years we have sought and done no more than earn a livelihood, much less a couple of £100,000 or so. Leonard. Yes, Tom. You are sole heir to our oath now, and to the old name with it, or you will be in a few hours. I have fulfilled my vow. I have sought till I died. You will take up the quest till you succeed or die. The struggle has been mine, may you live to win the star. You will persevere, will you not, Leonard? Yes, Tom, I will. Give me your hand on it, old fellow. Leonard Outram knelt down beside his dying brother, and they clasped each other's hands. Now let me sleep a while. I am tired. Do not be afraid, I shall wake before the end. Hardly had the words passed his lips when his eyes closed and he sank into stupor or sleep. His brother Leonard sat down upon a rude seat, improvised out of an empty gin case. Without the tempest shrieked and howled, the great wind shook the Kaffir hut of grass and wattle, piercing it in 100 places till the light of the lantern wavered within its glass, and the sick man's hair was lifted from his clammy brow. From time to time fierce squalls of rain fell like sheets of spray, and the water, penetrating the roof of grass, streamed to the earthen floor. Leonard crept on his hands and knees to the doorway of the hut, or rather to the low arched opening which served as a doorway, and, removing the board that secured it, looked out at the night. Their hut stood upon the ridge of a great mountain, below was a sea of bush, and around it rose the fantastic shapes of other mountains. Black clouds drove across the dying moon, but occasionally she peeped out and showed the scene in all its vast solemnity and appalling solitude. Presently Leonard closed the opening of the doorway, and going back to his brother's side he gazed upon him earnestly. Many years of toil and privation had not robbed Thomas Outram's face of its singular beauty, or found power to mar its refinement. But death was written on it. Leonard sighed, then, struck by a sudden thought, sought for and found a scrap of looking-glass. Holding it close to the light of the lantern, he examined the reflection of his own features. The glass mirrored a handsome bearded man, dark, keen-eyed like one who is always on the watch for danger, curly-haired and broad-shouldered, not very tall, but having massive limbs and a form which showed strength in every movement. Though he was still young, there was little of youth left about the man. Clearly toil and struggle had done an evil work with him, aging his mind and hardening it as they had hardened the strength and vigor of his body. The face was a good one, but most men would have preferred to see friendship shining in those piercing black eyes rather than the light of enmity. Leonard was a bad enemy, and his long striving with the world sometimes led him to expect foes where they did not exist. Even now this thought was in his mind. "He is dying," he said to himself, as he laid down the glass with the care of a man who cannot afford to hazard a belonging however trivial, "and yet his face is not so changed as mine is. My God! He is dying. My brother, the only man, the only living creature I love in the world, except one perhaps, if indeed I love her still. Everything is against us, I should say against me now, for I cannot count him. Our father was our first enemy, he brought us into the world, neglected us, squandered our patrimony, dishonored our name, and shot himself. And since then what has it been but one continual fight against men and nature? Even the rocks in which I dig for gold are foes, victorious foes," and he glanced at his hands, scarred and made unshapely by labor. "And the fever, that is a foe. Death is the only friend, but he won't shake hands with me. He takes my brother whom I love as he has taken the others, but me he leaves." Thus mused Leonard, sitting sullenly on the red box, his elbow on his knee, his rough hands held beneath his chin, pushing forward the thick black beard till it threw a huge shadow, angular and unnatural, onto the wall of the hut, while without the tempest now raved, now lulled, and now raved again. An hour, too, passed and still he sat not moving, watching the face of the fever-stricken man that from time to time flushed and was troubled, then grew pale and still. It seemed to him as though by some strange harmony of nature the death-smitten blood was striving to keep pace with the beat of the storm, knowing that presently life and storm would pass together into the same domain of silence. At length Tom Outram opened his eyes and looked at him, but Leonard knew that he did not see him as he was. The dying eyes studied him indeed and were intelligent, but he could feel that they read something on his face that was not known to himself, nor could be visible to any other man, read it as though it were a writing. So strange was this scrutiny, so meaningless and yet so full of a meaning which he could not grasp, that Leonard shrank beneath it. He spoke to his brother, but no answer came, only the great hollow eyes read on in that book which was printed upon his face, that book, sealed to him, but to the dying man an open writing. The sight of the act of death is always terrible. It is terrible to watch the latest wax and ebb of life, and with the intelligence to comprehend that these flickerings, this coming and this going, these sinkings and these last recoveries are the trial flights of the animating and eternal principle, call it soul or what you will, before it trusts itself afar. Still more terrible is it under circumstances of physical and mental desolation such as those present to Leonard Outram in that hour. But he had looked on death before, on death in many dreadful shapes, and yet he had never been so much afraid. What was it that his brother, or the spirit of his brother, read in his face? What learning had he gathered in that sleep of his, the last before the last? He could not tell. Now he longed to know, now he was glad not to know, and now he strove to overcome his fears. My nerves are shattered, he said to himself. He is dying. How shall I bear to see him die? A gust of wind shook the hut, rending the thatch apart, and through the rent a little jet of rain fell upon his brother's forehead and ran down his pallid cheeks like tears. Then the strange understanding look passed from the wide eyes, and once more they became human, and the lips were opened. Water, they murmured. Leonard gave him to drink, with one hand holding the pannikin into his brother's mouth and with the other supporting the dying head. Twice he gulped at it, then with a brusque motion of his wasted arm he knocked the cup aside, spilling the water on the earthen floor. Leonard, he said, you will succeed. Succeed in what, Tom? You will get the money and Outram, and found the family afresh, but you will not do it alone. A woman will help you. Then his mind wandered a little and he muttered, how is Jane? Have you heard from Jane, or some such words? At the mention of this name Leonard's face softened, then once more grew hard and anxious. I have not heard of Jane for years, old fellow, he said. Probably she is dead or married. But I do not understand. Don't waste time, Leonard, Tom answered, rousing himself from his lethargy. Listen to me. I am going fast. You know dying men see far, sometimes. I dreamed it, or I read it in your face. I tell you, you will die at Outram. Stay here a while after I am dead. Stay a while, Leonard. He sank back exhausted, and at that moment a gust of wind, fiercer than any which had gone before, leapt down the mountain gorges, howling with all the voices of the storm. It caught the frail hut and shook it. A cobra hidden in the thick thatch awoke from its lethargy and fell with a soft thud to the floor not a foot from the face of the dying man, then erected itself and hissed aloud with flickering tongue and head swollen by rage. Leonard started back and seized a crowbar which stood near, but before he could strike, the reptile sank down and, drawing its shining shape across his brother's forehead, once more vanished into the thatch. His eyes did not so much as close, though Leonard saw a momentary reflection of the bright scales in the dilated pupils and shivered at this added terror, shivered as though his own flesh had shrunk beneath the touch of those deadly coils. It was horrible that the snake should creep across his brother's face. It was still more horrible that his brother, yet living, should not understand the horror. It caused him to remember our invisible companion, that ancient enemy of mankind of whom the reptile is an accepted type. It made him think of that long sleep which the touch of such as this has no power to stir. Ah! Now he was going. It was impossible to mistake that change, the last quick quiver of the blood, followed by an ashen pallor, and the sob of the breath slowly lessening into silence. So the day had died last night, with a little purpling of the sky, a little sobbing of the wind, then ashen nothingness and silence. But the silence was broken. The night had grown alive indeed, and with a fearful life. Hark! How the storm yelled! Those blasts told of torment, that rain beat like tears. What if his brother, he did not dare to follow the thought home. Hark! How the storm yelled! The very hut wrenched at its strong supports as though the hands of 100 savage foes were dragging it. It lifted, by heaven it was gone, gone, crashing down the rocks on the last hurricane blast of the tempest, and there above them lowered the sullen blue of the passing night flecked with scudding clouds, and there in front of them, to the east and between the mountains, flared the splendors of the dawn. Something had struck Leonard heavily, so heavily that the blood ran down his face. He did not heed it, he scarcely felt it, he only clasped his brother in his arms and, for the first time for many years, he kissed him on the brow, staining it with the blood from his wound. The dying man looked up. He saw the glory in the east. Now it ran along the mountain sides, now it burned upon their summits, to each summit a pillar of flame, a peculiar splendor of its own diversely shaped, and now the shapes of fire leaped from earth to heaven, peopling the sky with light. The dull clouds caught the light, but they could not hold it all. Back it fell to earth again, and the forests lifted up their arms to greet it, and it shone upon the face of the waters. Thomas Outram saw, and staggering to his knees he stretched out his arms towards the rising sun, muttering with his lips. Then he sank upon Leonard's breast, and presently all his story was told. Chapter 4. The last vigil. For a while Leonard sat by the body of his brother. The daylight grew and gathered about him, the round ball of the sun appeared above the mountains. The storm was gone. Were it not for some broken fragments of the vanished hut, it would have been difficult to know even that it had been. Insects began to chirrup. Lizards ran from the crevices of the rocks. Yonder the rain-washed bud of a mountain lily opened before his eyes. Still Leonard sat on, his face stony with grief, till at length a shadow fell upon him from above. He looked up. It was cast by a vulture's wings, as they hurried to the place of death. Grasping his loaded rifle, Leonard sprang to his feet. Nearer and nearer came the bird, wheeling above him in lessening circles. It forgot the presence of the living in its desire for the dead. Leonard lifted the rifle, aimed and fired. The report rang out clearly on the silent air, and was echoed from krantz and kloof and mountain side, and from above answered the thud of the bullet. For a moment the smitten bird swayed upon its wide pinions, then they seemed to crumple beneath its weight, and it fell heavily and lay flapping and striking at the stones with its strong beak. "I also can kill," said Leonard to himself as he watched it die. "Kill till you are killed, that is the law of life." Then he turned to the body of his brother and made it ready for burial as best he might, closing the eyes, tying up the chin with a band of twisted grass, and folding the thin toil-worn hands upon the quiet heart. When all was finished he paused from his dreadful task, and a thought struck him. "Where are those Kaffirs?" he said aloud. The sound of his voice seemed to dull the edge of solitude. "The lazy hounds! They ought to have been up an hour ago." "Hi! Otter, otter!" The mountains echoed, "Otter, otter!" There was no other reply. Again he shouted without result. "I don't like to leave it," he said, "but I must go and see," and, having covered the body with a red blanket to scare away the vultures, he started at a run round some projecting rocks that bordered the little plateau on which the hut had stood. Beyond them the plateau continued, and some 50 paces from the rocks was a hollow in the mountain side, where a softer vein of stone had been eaten away by centuries of weather. It was here that the Kaffirs slept, 4 of them, and in front of this cave or grotto it was their custom to make a fire for cooking. But on that morning no fire was burning, and no Kaffirs were to be seen. "Still asleep," was Leonard's comment as he strode swiftly towards the cave. In another moment he was in it, shouting "Otter, otter!" and saluting with a vigorous kick a prostrate form, of which he could just see the outline. The form did not move, which was strange, for such a kick should have suffered to wake even the laziest Basuto from his soundest sleep. Leonard stopped to examine it, and the next moment started back violently, exclaiming, "Great heavens, it is Cheat, and he is dead!" At this moment a thick voice spoke from the corner of the cave in Dutch, the voice of Otter. "I am here, Bars, but I am tied. The bars must loosen me, I cannot stir." Leonard advanced, striking a match as he came. Presently it burned up, and he saw the man Otter lying on his back, his legs and arms bound firmly with rimpis of hide, his face and body a mass of contusions. Drawing his hunting knife, Leonard cut the rimpis and brought the man from out the cave, carrying rather than leading him. Otter was a knob-nosed Kaffir, that is of the bastard Zulu race. The brothers had found him wandering about the country in a state of semi-starvation, and he had served them faithfully for some years. They had christened him Otter, his native patronymic being quite unpronounceable, because of his extraordinary skill in swimming, which almost equaled that of the animal after which he was named. In face the man was hideous, though his ugliness was not unpleasant, being due chiefly to a great development of his tribal feature, the nose, and in body he was misshapen to the verge of monstrosity. In fact Otter was a dwarf, measuring little more than 4 feet in height. But what he lacked in height he made up in breadth. It almost seemed as though, intended by nature to be a man of many inches, he had been compressed to his present dimensions by art. His vast chest and limbs, indicating strength nearly superhuman, his long iron arms and massive head, all gave color to this idea. Otter had one redeeming feature, however, his eyes, that when visible, which at this moment was not the case, were large, steady, and, like his skin, of a brilliant black. "What has happened?" said Leonard, also speaking in Dutch. "This, Bas. Last night those 3 Basuto villains, your servants, made up their minds to desert. They told me nothing, and they were so cunning that, though I watched even their thoughts, I never guessed. They knew better than to tell me, for I would have beaten them, yes, all. So they waited till I was sound asleep, then came behind me, the 3 of them, and tied me fast that I should not hinder them and that they might take away Bas Tom's gun which you lent me, and other things. Soon I found out their plans, and though I laughed in their faces, oh, my heart was black with rage. When the Basuto dogs had tied me they mocked me, calling me foul names and saying that I might stop and starve with the white fools, my masters, who always dug for yellow iron and found so little, being fools. Then they got together everything of value, yes, down to the kettle, and made ready to go, and each of them came and slapped me on the face, and one burned me here upon the nose with a hot brand. All this I bore as a man must bear trouble which comes from the skies, but when Cheat took up Bas Tom's gun and the others came with a reim to tie me to the rock, I could bear it no more. So I shouted aloud and drove at Cheat, who held the gun. Ah! They had forgotten that if my arms are strong, my head is stronger. Butting like a bull I caught him fair in the middle, and his back was against the side of the cave. He made one noise, no more, he will never make another noise, for my head smashed him up inside and the rock hurt me through him. Then the other 2 hit me with kerries, great blows, and my arms being tied I could not defend myself, though I knew that they would soon kill me, so I groaned and dropped down, pretending to be dead, just like a stink cat. At last, thinking that they had finished me, the Basutos ran away in a great hurry, for they feared lest you might hear the shouting and should come after them with rifles. They were so much afraid that they left the gun and most of the other things. After that I fainted. It was silly, but those kerries of theirs are of rhinoceros horn. I should not have minded so much had they been of wood, but the horn bites deep. That is all the story. It will please Bas Tom to know that I saved his gun. When he hears it he will forget his sickness and say well done, Otter. Ha! Otter, your head is hard. Make your heart hard also, said Leonard with a sad smile. Bas Tom is dead. He died at daybreak in my arms. The fever killed him as it killed the other Incousis, chiefs. Otter heard, and, letting his bruised head fall upon his mighty chest, remained for a while in silence. At length he lifted it, and Leonard saw 2 tears wandering down the battered countenance. Wow, he said, is it so? Oh! My father, are you dead, you who were brave like a lion and gentle as a girl? Yes, you are dead, my ears have heard it, and were it not for your brother, the Bas Leonard, I think that I would kill myself and follow you. Wow, my father, Are you indeed dead, who smiled upon me yesterday? Come, said Leonard, I dare not leave him long. And he went, Otter following him with a reeling gait, for he was weak from his injuries. Presently they reached the spot, and Otter saw that the hut was gone. Certainly, he said, our bad spirits were abroad last night. Well, next time it will be the turn of the good ones. Then he drew near to the corpse and saluted it with uplifted hand and voice. Chief and father, he said in Zulu, for Otter had wandered long and knew many tongues, but he loved the Zulu best of all. While you lived upon earth, you were a good man and brave, though somewhat quick of temper and quarrelsome like a woman. Now you have wearied of this world and flown away like an eagle towards the sun, and there where you live in the light of the sun you will be braver and better yet, and become more patient and not quarrel any more with those who are less clever than you. Chief and father, I salute you. May he whom you named the Otter serve you and the Inkosi your brother once more in the house of the great, if one so ugly and misshapen can enter there. As for the Basuto dog whom I slew and who would have stolen your gun, I see now that I killed him in a fortunate hour, that he might be the slave beneath your feet in the house of the great. Ah! Had I known, I would have sent a better man, for there as here cheat will still be cheat. Hail, my father! Hail and farewell! Let your spirit watch over us and be gentle towards us, who love you yet. And Otter turned away without further ado, and having washed his wounds, he set himself to the task of preparing such coarse food as they had in store. When it was ready Leonard ate of it, and after he had finished eating, together they bore the body to the little cave for shelter. It was Leonard's purpose to bury his brother at sundown. He might not delay longer, but till then he would watch by him, keeping the last of many vigils. So all that remained of the Basuto cheat having been dragged forth and thrust unceremoniously into an ant-bear hole by Otter, who while he disposed of the body did not spare to taunt the spirit of his late treacherous foe, the corpse of Thomas Outram was laid in its place, and Leonard sat himself by its side in the gloom of the cave. About midday Otter, who had been sleeping off his sorrows, physical and mental, came into the cavern. They were short of meat, he said, and with the leave of the bars he would take the gun of the dead bars and try to shoot a buck. Leonard bade him go, but to be back by sundown, as he should require his help. Where shall we dig a hole, Bars? Asked the dwarf. One is dug, answered Leonard, he who is dead dug it himself as the others did. We will bury him in the last pit he made looking for gold, to the right of where the hut stood. It is deep and ready. Yes, Bars, a good place, though perhaps Bars Tom would not have worked at it so strongly had he known. Well, who knows to what end he labours? But perchance it is a little near the donga. Twice that hole has been flooded while Bars Tom was digging in it. Then he would jump out, but now, I have settled it, said Leonard shortly. Go, and be back half an hour before sundown at latest. Stop. Bring some of those rock lilies if you can. The Bars was fond of them. The dwarf saluted and went. Ah, he said to himself as he waddled down the hill where he hoped to find game. "Ah, you do not fear men dead or living, overmuch, yet, Otter, it is true that you are better here in the sun, though the sun is hot, than yonder in the cave. Say, Otter, why does Bars Tom look so awful now that he is dead, he who was so gentle while yet he lived?" Cheat did not look awful, only uglier. "But then you killed Cheat, and the heavens killed Bars Tom and set their own seal upon him. And what will Bars Leonard do now that his brother is dead and the Basutos have run away? Go on digging for the yellow iron which is so hard to find, and of which, when it is found, no man can even make a spear. Nay, what is that to you, Otter? What the bars does you do, and here be the spoor of an impala buck." Otter was right. The day was fearfully hot. It was summer in East Africa, or rather autumn, the season of fever, thunder and rain, a time that none who valued their lives would care to spend in those latitudes searching for gold with poor food and but little shelter. But men who seek their fortunes are not chary of hazarding their own lives or those of others. They become fatalists, not avowedly perhaps, but unconsciously. Those who are destined to die must die, they think, the others will live. And, after all, it does not greatly matter which they do, for, as they know well, the world will never miss them. When Leonard Outram, his brother, and 2 companions in adventure heard from the natives that at a particular spot on the mountains, nominally in the Portuguese territory near the lowest branch of the Zambesi, gold could be dug out like iron ore, and when, at the price of 2 Tower muskets and a half-bred greyhound, they received a concession from the actual chief of that territory to dig up and possess the gold without let or hindrance from any person whatsoever, they did not postpone their undertaking because the country was fever-stricken and the unhealthy season drew on. In the first place, their resources were not great at the moment, and in the second, they feared lest some other enterprising person with 3 Tower muskets and 2 greyhounds should persuade the chief to rescind their concession in his favor. So they journeyed laboriously to the place of hidden wealth, and with the help of such native labor as they could gather began their search. At first they were moderately successful, indeed. Wherever they dug they found color and once or twice stumbled upon pockets of nuggets. Their hopes ran high, but presently one of the 4, Askew by name, sickened and died of fever. They buried him and persevered with varying luck. Then a second member of their party, Johnston, was taken ill. He lingered for a month and died also. After this Leonard was for abandoning the enterprise, but, as fate would have it, on the day following Johnston's death they found gold in very promising quantities, and his brother, whose desire to win the wealth necessary was only increased by many disappointments, would not listen to such advice. So they rebuilt the hut on a higher and healthier spot and stayed. But on one unfortunate day Thomas Outram went out shooting, and losing his path in the bush was forced to spend a night in the fever fog. A week afterwards he complained of sickness and pains in the back and head. 3 weeks later he died as we have seen. All these events and many others antecedent passed through Leonard's mind as he wore out the long hours seated by the side of his dead brother. Never before had he felt so lonely, so utterly desolate, so bankrupt of all love and hope. It was a fact that at this moment he had no friend in the wide world, unless he could call the knob-nosed native otter a friend. He had been many years away from England. His few distant relations there troubled themselves no more about him or his brother, outcasts, wanderers in strange lands, and his school and college companions in all probability had forgotten his existence. There was one indeed, Jane Beach. But since that night of parting, 7 years ago, he had heard nothing of her. Twice he had written, but no answer came to his letters. Then he gave up writing, for Leonard was a proud man. Moreover, he guessed that she did not reply because she could not. As he had said to his brother, Jane might be dead by now, or more probably married to Mr. Cohen. And yet once they had loved each other, and to this hour he still loved her, or thought that he did. At least, through all the weary years of exile, labor, and unceasing search after the unattainable, her image and memory had been with him, a distant dream of sweetness, peace, and beauty, and they were with him yet, though nothing of her remained to him except the parting gift of her prayer book and the lock of hair within it. The wilderness is not a place where men can forget their earliest love. No, he was alone. Absolutely and utterly alone, a wanderer in wild lands, a sojourner with rough-unlettered men and savages. And now, what should he do? This place was played out. There was alluvial gold indeed, but Leonard knew today that it was not in the earth, but in the veins of quartz which permeated the mountains. That the real wealth must be sought for, and how could he extract it from the quartz without machinery or capital? Besides, his Kaffir servants had deserted him, worn out with hard work and fever, and there were no others to be had at this season. Well, it was only one more disappointment. He must go back to Natal and take his chance. At the worst he could always earn his living as a transport rider, and at the best he wearied of this search for wealth which was to build up their family afresh. Then of a sudden Leonard remembered what he had promised, to go on seeking till he died. Very good, he would keep the promise, till he died. And he remembered also that curious prophecy to which Thomas had given utterance on the previous night, that prophecy of wealth which should come to him. Of course it was nothing but the distraught fancy of a dying man. For many years his brother had brooded over this possibility of gaining riches, not for their own sake indeed, but that it might be the means of restoring the ancient family, which their father had brought to shame and ruin. It was not wonderful in a man of his excitable temperament that at the hour of his death he should have grasped at some vision of attainment of the object of his life, though by the hand of another. And yet how strangely he had looked at him! With what conviction he had spoken! But all this was beside the point. He, Leonard, had sworn an oath many years ago, and only last night he had promised to continue to observe that oath. Therefore, come good or ill, he must pursue it to the end. Thus he mused till he grew weary as he sat hour after hour by the side of that rigid thing, which had been his playmate, his brother, and his friend. From time to time he rose and walked about the cave. As the afternoon waned the air grew hotter and stiller, while a great cloud gathered on the horizon. "There will be thunder at sundown," said Leonard aloud. "I wish that Otter would come back, so that we might get the funeral over, otherwise we shall have to wait till tomorrow." At length, about half an hour before nightfall, the dwarf appeared at the mouth of the cave, looking more like a gnome than a man against the lurid background of the angry sky. A buck was tied across his enormous shoulders, and in his hand he held a large bunch of the fragrant mountain lilies. Then the two of them buried Thomas Outram, there in his lonely grave which he himself had dug by the gully, and the roll of the thunder was his requiem. It seemed a fitting termination to his stormy and laborious life. Chapter V. Otter gives counsel. When the burial was finished and Thomas Outram slept his last sleep beneath 6 feet of earth and stones, his brother took out the prayer book that Jane Beach had given him, which in truth formed all his library, and read the funeral service over the grave, ending it by the glare of the lightning flashes. Then he and Otter went back to the cave and ate, speaking no word. After they had done their meal, Leonard called to the dwarf, who took his food at a little distance. "Otter," he said, setting the lantern between them, "you are a faithful man and clever in your way. I would tell you a story and ask you something. At the least," he added to himself in English, "in such a matter your judgment is as good as mine." "Speak on, Bars," said the dwarf, "my ears are open," and he squatted down on the further side of the lantern like some great toad, watching his master's face with his black eyes. "Otter, the Bars who is dead and I journeyed to this country about 7 years ago. Before we came here we had been rich men, chiefs in our own place, but we lost our kraals and cattle and lands. They were sold, others took them and we became poor. Yes, we who were fat grew lean as trek oxen at the end of winter. Then we said to each other, here we have no longer any home, the shame of poverty has come upon us. We are broken vessels, empty men of no account, also we are chiefs by blood, and here we cannot let ourselves out to labor like the common people, lest both the common people and the nobles should make a mock of us. Our great stone kraal that has been ours for many generations is taken from us, others dwell in it, strange women order it, and their children shall move about the land. We will go away. The blood is the blood," broke in Otter. "The wealth is nothing, that comes and goes, but the blood is always the blood. Why did you not gather an impi, my father, and put these strangers to the spear and take your kraal again? In our land this may not be, Otter, for their wealth is more than race. So we should have been brought to still greater shame. Riches alone could give us back our home, and we had none left. Therefore we swore an oath together, the dead Bars and I, that we would journey to this far country and seek to win wealth that we might buy back our lands and kraal and rule over them as in past years, and our children after us. A good oath, said Otter, but here we should have sworn it otherwise, and there would have been a ringing of steel about that kraal, not the chink of yellow iron. We came, Otter, and for 7 years we have labored harder than the lowest of our servants. We have traveled to and fro, mixing with many peoples, learning many tongues, and what have we found? The bars yonder, a grave in the wilderness, the food that the wilderness gives, no more. A poor wage so far, said Otter. Ah, the ways of my people are more simple and better. A red spear is brighter than the red gold, yes, and it is more honest. The wealth is unwon, Otter, and I have sworn to win the wealth or die. But last night I swore it again to him who lies dead. It is well, Buzz, an oath is an oath and true men must keep it. But riches cannot be gathered here, for the gold, most of it, is hid in those rocks that are far too heavy to carry, and who may charm gold out of the rock? Not all the wizards in Zululand. At the least you and I cannot do it alone, even should the fever spare us. We must trek, Buzz, and look elsewhere. Listen, Otter, the tale is yet to tell. The Buzz who is dead dreamed before he died. He dreamed that I should win the gold, that I should win it by the help of a woman, and he bade me wait here a while after he was dead. Say now, Otter, you who come of a people learned in dreams and are the child of a dream doctor, was this a true dream or a sick man's fancy? Nay, Buzz, who can tell for sure? The dwarf answered, then pondered a while, and set himself to trace lines in the dust of the floor with his finger. Yet I say, he went on, that the words of the dead uttered on the edge of death shall come true. He promised that you should win the wealth, you will win it by this way or that, and the great kraal across the water shall be yours again, and the children of strangers shall wander there no more. Let us obey the words of the dead and bide here a while as he commanded. 7 days had passed, and on the night of the 7th Leonard Outram and Otter sat together once more in the little cave on Grave Mountain, for so they named this fatal spot. They did not speak, though each of them was speaking after his own fashion, and both had cause for thought. They had been hunting all day, but killed nothing except a guineafowl, most of which they had just eaten. It was the only food left to them. Game seemed to have abandoned the district, at least they could find none. Since his brother's death, Leonard had given up all attempt to dig for gold. It was useless. Time hung heavy on his hands, for a man cannot search all day for buck which are not. Gloom had settled on his mind also. He felt his brother's loss more acutely now than on the day he buried him. Moreover, for the first time he suffered from symptoms of the deadly fever which had carried off his 3 companions. Alas! He knew too well the meaning of this lassitude and nausea, and of the racking pain which from time to time shot through his head and limbs. That was how his brother's last sickness had begun. Would his own days end in the same fashion? He did not greatly care. He was reckless as to his fate, for the hard necessities of life had left him little time or inclination to rack himself with spiritual doubts. And yet it was awful to think of. He rehearsed the whole scene in his mind again and yet again until it became a reality to him. He saw his own last struggle for life and Otter watching it. He saw the dwarf bearing him in his great arms to a lonely grave, there to cover him with earth, and then, with a sigh, to flee the haunted spot forever. Why did he stop to die of fever? Because his brother had bidden him to do so with his dying breath, because of a superstition, a folly, which would move any civilized man to scorn. Ah! There was the rub. He was no longer a civilized man. He had lived so long with nature and savages that he had come to be as nature makes the savage. His educated reason told him that this was folly, but his instinct, that faculty which had begun to take the place of educated reason with him, spoke in another voice. He had gone back in the scale of life, he had grown primitive, his mind was as the mind of a Norseman or of an Aztec. It did not seem wonderful to him that his brother should have prophesied upon his dying bed, it did not strike him as strange even that he should believe in the prophecy and act upon it. And yet he knew that in all probability this obedience would result in his own death. Those who have lived much with nature will in some degree be familiar with such sensations, for man and nature are ever at variance, and each would shape the other to its ends. In the issue nature wins. Man boasts continually of his conquests over her, her instincts, her terrors, and her hopes. But let him escape from out his cities and the fellowship of his kind, let him be alone with her for a while, and where is his supremacy? He sinks back onto her breast again and is lost there as in time to be all his labors shall be lost. The grass of the field and the sand of the desert are more powerful than Babylon. They were before her, they are after her, and so it is with everything physical and moral in their degrees, for here rules a nurse whom we human children must obey at last, however much we may defy her. Thus brooded Leonard as he sat, his hands in his pockets and an empty pipe between his teeth. Their tobacco was done, and yet he drew at the pipe, perhaps from habit. And all the while Otter watched him. "Bars," he said at length, "you are sick, Bars." "No," he answered, "that is, perhaps a little." "Yes, Bars, a little." "You have said nothing, but I know, I who watch. The fever has touched you with his finger, by and by he will grip you with his whole hand, and then, Bars, and then, Otter, good night." "Yes, Bars, for you good night, and for me, what?" "Bars, you think too much and you have nothing to do. That is why you grow sick. Better that we should go and dig again." "What for, Otter?" "And bare holes make good graves." "Evil talk, Bars. Rather let us go away and wait no more than that you should talk such talk, which is the beginning of death." Then there was silence for a while. "The truth is, Otter," said Leonard presently, "we are both fools. It is useless for us to stay here with nothing to eat, nothing to drink, nothing to smoke, and only the fever to look forward to, expecting we know not what. But what does it matter? Fools and wise men all come to one end. Lord! How my head aches and how hot it is. I wish that we had some quinine left. I am going out." And he rose impatiently and left the cave. Otter followed him. He knew where he would go, to his brother's grave. Presently they were there, standing on the hither edge of a ravine. A cloud had hidden the face of the moon, and they could see nothing, so they stood a while idly waiting for it to pass. As they rested thus, suddenly a moaning sound came to their ears, or rather a sound which, beginning with a moan, ended in a long low wail. "What is that?" asked Leonard, looking towards the shadows on the further side of the ravine, whence the cry seemed to proceed. "I do not know," answered Otter, "unless it be a ghost, or the voice of one who mourns her dead." "We are the only mourners here," said Leonard, and as he spoke once more the low and piercing wail thrilled upon the air. Just then the cloud passed, the moonlight shone out brilliantly, and they saw who it was that cried aloud in this desolate place. For there, not 20 paces from them, on the other side of the ravine, crouched upon a stone and rocking herself to and fro as though in an agony of despair and grief, sat a tall and withered woman. With an exclamation of surprise Leonard started towards her, followed by the dwarf. So absorbed was the woman in her sorrow that she neither saw nor heard them. Even when they stood close to her she did not perceive them, for her face was hidden in her bony hands. Leonard looked at her curiously. She was past middle age, but he could see that once she had been handsome, and, for a native, very light in color. Her hair was grizzled and crisp rather than woolly, and her hands and feet were slender and finely shaped. At the moment he could discern no more of the woman's personal appearance, for the face was covered, as has been said, and her body wrapped in a tattered blanket. "Mother," he said, speaking in the Saisuchu dialect, "what ails you that you weep here alone?" The stranger let drop her hands and sprang up with a cry of fear. As it chanced, her gaze fell first upon the dwarf Otter, who was standing in front of her, and at the sight of him the cry died upon her lips, and her sunken cheeks, clear-cut features, and sullen black eyes became as those of one who is petrified with terror. So strange was her aspect indeed that the dwarf and his master neither spoke nor moved. They stood hushed and expectant. It was the woman who broke this silence, speaking in a low voice of awe and adoration and, as she spoke, sinking to her knees. "And dost thou come to claim me at the last?" she said, addressing Otter, "O thou whose name is Darkness, to whom I was given in marriage, and from whom I fled when I was young. Do I see thee in the flesh, Lord of the Night, King of blood and terror, and is this thy priest? Or do I but dream? Nay, I dream not. Slay on, thou priest, and let my sin be purged." "Here it seems," said Otter, "that we have to do with one who is mad." "Nay, Jal," the woman answered, "I am not mad, though madness has been nigh to me of late." "Neither am I named Jal or Darkness," answered the dwarf with irritation. "Cease to speak folly, and tell the White Lord whence you come, for I weary of this talk. If you are not Jal, Black One, the thing is strange, for as Jal is so you are. But perchance it does not please you, having put on the flesh, to avow yourself before me. At the least be it as you will. If you are not Jal, then I am safe from your vengeance, and if you are Jal I pray you forget the sins of my youth and spare me." Who is Jal? Asked Leonard curiously. Nay, I know not, answered the woman, with a sudden change of manner. Hunger and weariness have turned my brain, and I spoke wandering words. Forget them and give me food, white man, she added in a piteous tone. Give me food, for I starve. There is scant fare here, answered Leonard, but you are welcome to it. Follow me, mother, and he led the way across the donga to the cave, the woman limping after him painfully. Their otter gave her meat, and she ate as one eats who has gone hungry for long, greedily and yet with effort. When she had finished, she looked at Leonard with her keen dark eyes and said, Say, white lord, are you also a slave trader? No, he answered grimly, I am a slave. Who is your master then, this black one here? Nay, he is but the slave of a slave. I have no master, mother, I have a mistress, and she is named Fortune. The worst of mistresses, said the old woman, or the best, for she laughs ever behind her frown and mingles stripes with kisses. The stripes I know well, but not the kisses, answered Leonard gloomily, then added in another tone, What is your errand, mother? How are you named, and what do you seek wandering alone in the mountains? I am named so, and I seek succor for one whom I love and who is in sore distress. Will my lord listen to my tale? Speak on, said Leonard. Then the woman crouched down before him and told this story. Chapter 6. The Tale of Soa. My lord, I, am the servant of a white man, a trader who lives on the banks of the Zambesi some 4 days' march from hence, having a house there which he built many years ago. How is the white man named? Asked Leonard. The black people call him Marvum, but his white name is Rod. He is a good master and no common man, but he has this fault, that at times he is drunken. 20 years ago or more Marvum, my lord, married a white woman, a Portuguese whose father dwelt at Delago Bay, and who was beautiful, beautiful. Then he settled on the banks of the Zambesi and became a trader, building the house where he is now, or rather where its ruins are. Here his wife died in childbirth, yes, she died in my arms, and it was I who reared her daughter Wana, tending her from the cradle to this day. Now, after the death of his wife, Marvum became more drunken. Still, when he is not in liquor he is very clever and a good trader, and several times he has collected ivory and feathers and gold worth much money, and also has bred cattle by hundreds. Then he would say that he must leave the wilderness and go to another country across the water, I know not where, that country whence the Englishmen come. Twice he has started to go, and I with him and his daughter Wana, my mistress, who is named the Shepherdess of Heaven by the black people, because they think that she has the gift of foretelling rain. But once Marvum stopped in a town, at Durban in Natal, and getting drunk he gambled away all his money in a month, and once he lost it in a river, the boat being overset by a river horse and the ivory and gold sinking out of sight. Still, the last time that he started he left his daughter, the shepherdess, at Durban, and there she stayed for 3 years learning those things that the white women know, for she is very clever, as clever as she is beautiful and good. Now, for nearly 2 years she has been back at the settlement, for she came to Delago Bay in a ship, and I with her, and Marvum met us. But 1 month gone my mistress the shepherdess spoke to her father Marvum, telling him that she wearied of their lonely life in the wilderness and wished to sail across the waters to the land which is called home. He listened to her, for Marvum loves his daughter, and said that it should be so. But he said this also, that first he would go on a trading journey up the river to buy a store of ivory of which he knew. Now she was against this, saying, "Let us start at once, we have tempted chance too long, and once again we are rich. Let us go to Natal and pass over the seas." Still he would not listen, for he is a headstrong man. So on the morrow he started to search for the store of ivory, and the Lady Wana his daughter wept, for though she is fearless, it was not fitting that she should be left thus alone. Also she hated to be apart from her father, for it is when she is not there to watch that he becomes drunken. Marvum left, and 12 days went by while I and my mistress the shepherdess sat at the settlement waiting till he returned. Now it is the custom of my mistress, when she is dressed, to read each morning from a certain holy book in which are written the laws of that great whom she worships. On the 13th morning, therefore, she sat beneath the veranda of the house, reading in the book according to her custom, and I went about my work making food ready. Suddenly I heard a tumult, and looking over the wall which is round the garden and to the left of the house, I saw a great number of men, some of them white, some Arab, and some half-breeds, one mounted and the others on foot, and behind them a long caravan of slaves with the slave sticks set upon their necks. As they came these men fired guns at the people of the settlement, who ran this way and that. Some of the people fell, and more were made captive, but others of them got away, for they were at work in the fields and had seen the slave traders coming. Now, as I gazed affrighted, I saw my mistress, the shepherdess, flying towards the wall behind which I stood, the book she was reading being still in her hand. But as she reached it, the man mounted on the mule overtook her, and she turned about and faced him, setting her back against the wall. Then I crouched down and hid myself among some banana trees, and watched what passed through a crack in the wall. The man on the mule was old and fat, his hair was white and his face yellow and wrinkled. I knew him at once, for often I have heard of him before, who has been the terror of this country for many years. He is named the Yellow Devil by the black people, but his Portuguese name is Pereira, and he has his place in a secret spot down by one of the mouths of the Zambesi. Here he collects the slaves, and here the traders come twice a year with their dhows to carry them to market. Now this man looked at my mistress as she stood terrified with her back against the wall, then he laughed and cried aloud in Portuguese, "Here we have a pretty prize. This must be that Wana of whose beauty I have heard. Where is your father, my dove? Gone trading up the river, has he not? Ah! I knew it, or perhaps I should not have ventured here. But it was wrong of him to leave one so pretty all alone. Well, Well, he is about his business, and I must be about mine, for I am a merchant also, my dove, a merchant who trades in blackbirds. One with silver feathers does not often come my way, and I must make the most of her. There is many a young man in our part who will bid briskly for such eyes as yours. Never fear, my dove, we will soon find you a husband. Thus the yellow devil spoke, White Man, while the shepherdess my mistress crouched against the wall and stared at him with frightened eyes, and the slave traders his servants laughed aloud at his evil words. Presently she seemed to understand, and I saw her slowly lift her hand towards her head. Then I knew her purpose. Now, there is a certain deadly poison, White Man, of which I have the secret, and that secret I taught long ago to my mistress. It is so deadly that a piece of it no larger than the smallest ant can kill a man. Yes, the instant after it touches his tongue he will be dead. Living alone as she does in the wilds, it is the custom of my mistress to carry a portion of this poison hidden in her hair, since a time might come when she must use it to save herself from worse than death. Now it seemed to her that this hour was upon her, and I knew that she was about to take the poison. Then in my fear I whispered to her through the crack in the wall, speaking in an ancient tongue which I have taught her, the tongue of my own people, White Man, and saying, Hold your hand, shepherdess, while you live you may escape, but from death there is no escape. It will be time to use the poison when the worst is with you. She heard and understood, for I saw her bow her head slightly, and her hand fell to her side. Then Pereira spoke again, and now, if you are ready he said, we will be moving, for it is 8 days' journey to my little nest on the coast, and who can tell when the dows will come to fetch my blackbirds. Have you anything to say before you go, my dove? Now my mistress spoke for the first time, answering, I am in your power, but I do not fear you, for if need be I can escape you. But I tell you this, that your wickedness shall bring your own death upon you. And she glanced round at the bodies of those whom the slave traders had murdered, at the captives upon whom they were setting chains and forks of wood, and the columns of smoke that were rising from her home, for the roof of the settlement had been fired. For a moment the Portuguese looked frightened, then he laughed aloud and said with an oath, crossing himself after the fashion of his people as a protection against the curse, What, you prophesy, do you, my dove, and you can escape me at your will, can you? Well, we shall see. Bring the other mule for this lady, you fellows. The mule was brought, and Juana, my mistress, was set upon it. Then the slave traders shot down such of the captives as they thought to be of no value. The drivers flogged the slaves with their 3-thonged sjambuks of hippopotamus hide, and the caravan moved on down the banks of the river. When all had gone I crept from my hiding place and sought out those men of the settlement who had escaped the slaughter, praying them to find arms and follow on the yellow devil's spoor, waiting for an opportunity to rescue the shepherdess whom they loved. But they would not do this, for the heart was out of them. They were cowed by fear, and most of the headmen had been taken captive. No, they would do nothing except weep over their dead and the burnt cross. You cowards, I said, if you will not come, then I must go alone. At the least let some of you pass up the river and search for Marvum, to tell him what has chanced here in his house. The men said that they would do this, and taking a blanket and a little food, I followed upon the track of the slave drivers. For 4 days I followed, sometimes coming in sight of them, till at length the meat was done and my strength left me. On the morning of the 5th day I could go no farther, so I crept to the top of a kopje and watched their long line winding across the plain. In its center were 2 mules, and on one of these mules sat a woman. Then I knew that no harm had befallen my mistress as yet, for she still lived. Now from the kopje I saw a little kraal far away to the right, and to this kraal I came that same afternoon with my last strength. I told its people that I had escaped from the slave drivers, and they treated me kindly. Here it was also I learned that some white men from Natal were digging for gold in these mountains, and next day I traveled on in search of them, thinking perchance they would help me, for I know well that the English hate the slave drivers. And here, my lord, I am come at last with much toil, and now I pray you deliver my mistress the shepherdess from the hands of the yellow devil. Oh, my lord, I seem poor and wretched, but I tell you that if you can deliver her you shall win a great reward. Yes, I will reveal to you that which I have kept hidden all my life, even from Marvum my master. I will reveal to you the secret treasures of my people, the children of the mist. Now when Leonard, who all the while had been listening attentively and in silence to So's tale, heard her last words, he raised his head and stared at her, thinking that her sorrows had made her mad. There was no look of madness upon the woman's fierce face, however, but only one of the most earnest and indeed passionate entreaty. So, letting this matter go by for the while, he spoke to her. Are you then crazed, mother? He said. You see that I am alone here with one servant, for my 3 companions, of whom the people in the kraal told you, are dead through fever, and I myself am smitten with it. And yet you ask me, alone as I am, to travel to this slave trader's camp that is you know not where, and there, single-handed, to rescue your mistress, if indeed you have a mistress, and your tale is true. Are you then mad, mother? No, Lord, I am not mad, and that which I tell you is true, every word of it. I know that I ask a great thing, but I know also that you Englishmen can do great things when you are well paid. Strive to help me and you shall have your reward. Should you fail, and live, I can still give you a reward, not much perhaps, but more than you have ever earned. Never mind the reward now, mother, broke in Leonard testily, for the veiled sarcasm of So's speech had stung him, unless, indeed, you can cure me of the fever, he added with a laugh. I can do that, she answered quietly. Tomorrow morning I will cure you. So much the better, he said, with an incredulous smile. And now of your wisdom tell me, how am I to look for your mistress, to say nothing of rescuing her, when I do not know whither she has been taken? Probably this nest of which the Portuguese talked is a secret place. How long has she been carried off? This will be the 12th day, Lord. As for the nest, it is secret, that I have discovered. It is to your wisdom that I look to find it." Leonard mused a while, then a thought struck him. Turning to the dwarf, who had been sitting by listening to all that was said in stolid silence, his great head resting upon his knees, he spoke to him in Dutch. "Otter, were you not once taken as a slave?" "Yes, Bas, once, 10 years ago." "How was it?" "Thus, Bas. I was hunting on the Zambesi with the soldiers of a tribe there. It was after my own people had driven me out because they said that I was too ugly to become their chief, as I was born to be. Then the Yellow Devil, that same man of whom the woman speaks, fell upon us with Arabs, and took us to his place, there to await the slave dows. He was a stout man, horrible to see, and elderly. The day the dows came in I escaped by swimming, and all the others who remained alive were taken off in ships to Zanzibar." "Could you find your way to that place again, Otter?" "Yes, Bas. It is a hard spot to find, for the path runs through morasses. Moreover, the place is secret and protected by water. All of us slaves were blindfolded during the last day's march. But I worked up my bandage with my nose. My big nose served me well that day, and watched the path from beneath it, and Otter never forgets a road over which his feet have traveled. Also I followed that path back." "Could you find the spot from here?" "Yes, Bas. I should go along these mountains, 10 days' journey or more, till we struck the southernmost mouth of the Zambesi below Luabo. Then I should follow the river down a day's journey. Afterwards 2 or more days through the swamps and we come to the place. But it is a strong place, Bas, and there are many men armed with guns in it. Moreover, there is a big cannon, a by and by." Again Leonard thought a moment, then he turned to So and asked, "Do you understand Dutch?" "No." "Well, I have found out something of this nest from my servant. Pereira said that it was 8 days' journey from your master's settlement, so your mistress has been there some 3 or 4 days if she ever reached it. Now, from what I know of the habits of slave traders on this coast, the dhows will not begin to take in their cargoes for another month, because of the monsoon. Therefore, if I am correct, there is plenty of time. Mind you, Mother, I am not saying that I will have anything to do with this business, I must think it over first." "Yes, you will, white man," she answered, "when you know the reward, but of that I will tell you tomorrow, after I have cured you of your fever. And now I pray, Black One, show me a place where I may sleep, for I am very weary." Chapter 7. Leonard swears on the blood of Aca. On the morrow Leonard woke early from a troubled sleep, for his fever would scarcely let him rest. But, early as it was, the woman So had been up before him, and on coming out of the cave the first thing that he saw was her tall shape bending over a little fire, whereon a gourd was boiling, the contents of which she stirred from time to time. "Good morning to you, white man," she said. "Here is that which shall cure you of your sickness as I promised to do," and she lifted the gourd from the fire. Leonard took it and sniffed at the liquor, which smelled abominably. It is more likely to poison me, mother, he said. No, no, she answered with a smile. Drink half of it now and half at midday, and the fever shall trouble you no more. So soon as the stuff was cool enough, Leonard obeyed, though with a doubting heart. Well, mother, he said, setting the gourd down with a gasp, if nastiness is any proof of virtue, your medicine should be good. It is good, she answered gravely. Many have been dragged from the edge of death by it. And here it may be stated, whether it was owing to So's medicine or to other causes, that Leonard began to mend from that hour. By nightfall he felt a different man, and before 3 days were over he was as strong as he had ever been in his life. But into the ingredients of the draught he never found the courage to inquire, and perhaps it was as well. Shortly after he had taken his dose, Leonard observed Otter walking up the hill, bearing a huge lump of meat upon his shoulders. "The old woman has brought us luck," said the dwarf as he loosed himself from his burden. "Once more the bush is full of game. Scarcely had I reached it when I killed a young kudu, fat, fat, and there are many of them about." Then they prepared breakfast, and ate it, and when the meal was done once more they talked. "Mother," began Leonard, "last night you asked me to undertake a great venture, and promised a reward in payment. Now, as you said, we Englishmen will do much for gold, and I am a poor man who seeks wealth. You demand of me that I should risk my life. Now tell me of its price." The woman so looked at him a while, and answered, "White man, have you ever heard of the people of the mist?" "No," he said, "that is, except in London. I mean that I know nothing of such a people." "What of them?" "This, am one of that people. I was the daughter of their head priest, and I fled from them many years ago, because I was doomed to be offered up as a sacrifice to the god Jal, he who is shaped like the black one yonder," and she pointed to Otter. "This is rather interesting," said Leonard. "Go on." "White man, that people is a great people. They live in a region of mist, upon high lands beneath the shadow of the tops of snow mountains. They are larger than other men in size, and very cruel, but their women are fair. Now of the beginning of my people I know nothing, for it is lost in the past. But they worship an ancient stone statue fashioned like a dwarf, and to him they offer the blood of men. Beneath the feet of the statue is a pool of water, and beyond the pool is a cave. In that cave, white man, he dwells whom they adore in effigy above, he, Jal, whose name is Terror." "Do you mean that a dwarf lives in the cave?" asked Leonard. "No, white man, not a dwarf, but a holy crocodile which they name the snake, the biggest crocodile in the whole world, and the oldest, for he has dwelt there from the beginning. It is this snake that devours the bodies of those who are offered to the Black One." "As I remarked before," said Leonard, "all this is very romantic and interesting, but I cannot see that there is much profit to be made out of it. White man, the lives of men are not the only things which the priests of the children of the mist offer to their god. They offer also such toys as this, white man," and suddenly she unclosed her hand and exhibited to Leonard's astonished gaze a ruby, or what appeared to be a ruby, of such size and so lovely a color, that his eyes were dazzled when he looked at it. The gem, though roughly polished, was uncut, but its dimensions were those of a small black bird's egg. It was of the purest pigeon blood color, without a flaw, and worn almost round, apparently by the action of water. Now, as it chanced, Leonard knew something of gems, although unhappily he was less acquainted with the peculiarities of the ruby than with those of most other stones. Thus, although this magnificent specimen might be a true stone, as indeed appeared to be the case, it was quite possible that it was only a spinel, or a garnet, and alas! He had no means of setting his doubts at rest. "Do your people find many of these pebbles, so?" he asked, "and if so, where do they find them?" "Yes, white man, they find many, though few of such a size as this. They dig them out of a dry riverbed in some spot that is known to the priests only, and with them other beautiful stones of a blue color." "Sapphires probably," said Leonard to himself, "they generally go together." "Every year they dig them," she went on, "and the biggest of those that are found in their digging they bind upon the brow of her who is to be offered as a wife to the god Jal. Afterwards, before she dies, they take the gem from her brow and store it in a secret place, and there in that secret place are hidden all those that have been worn by the victims of countless years. Moreover, the eyes of Jal are made of such stones, and there are others. This is the legend of my people, white man, that Jal, god of death and evil, slew his mother, Aca, in the far past. There where the stones are found he slew her, and the red gems are her blood, and the blue gems are her tears which she shed praying to him for mercy. Therefore the blood of Aca is offered to Jal, and so it shall be offered till Aca comes again to drive his worship from the land." "A nice bit of mythology, I am sure," said Leonard. "Our old friends the darkness and the dawn in an African shape, I suppose. But listen to me, mother. This stone, if it is genuine, is worth many ounces of gold, but there are other stones so like it that none who are not learned can tell the difference, and if it be one of these it is of little value. Still it may happen that this, and the others of which you speak, are true rubies. At any rate I should be willing to take my chance of that. But now, tell me, what is your plan?" "This is a very pretty story, and the rubies may be there, but how am I to get them?" "I have a plan, white man," she answered. "If you will help me, I offer to give you that stone, which I have borne hidden about me for many years, telling its story to none, no, not even to Marvum. I offer to give it to you now if you will promise to attempt the rescue of my mistress, for I know by your eyes that if once you promise you will not desert the quest," and she paused, looking at him keenly. "Very well," said Leonard, "but considering the risks the price does not seem quite good enough. As I told you, this stone may be worth nothing. You must make a better bid, mother." "Truly, white man, I have judged you well," answered So with a sneer. "Also you are wise, little work for little wage. Listen now, this is the pay I proffer you. If you succeed, and the shepherdess is saved alive from the grip of the yellow devil, I promise this on her behalf and on my own, that I will guide you to the land of the people of the mist, and show you a way to win for yourself all those other countless stones that are hidden there." "Good," said Leonard, "but why do you promise on behalf of your mistress and yourself? What has she got to do with it?" "Without her nothing can be done, white man. This people is great and strong, and we have no force with which to conquer them in war. Here craft must be your spear. You must speak more clearly, so I cannot waste time in guessing riddles. How will you conquer this people by craft, and what has Miss Rod, whom you name the shepherdess, to do with the matter?" "That you shall learn by and by, after you have rescued her, white man. Till then my lips are shut. I tell you that I have a plan, and this must be enough, for more I will not say. If you are not content, let me go to seek help elsewhere." Leonard thought a moment, and seeing that she was determined not to be more explicit, said, "Very well, then. And now how am I to know that your mistress will fall in with this scheme?" "I answer for her said so, she will never go back upon my word. Look you, white man, it is not for a little thing that I would have told you this tale. If you journey to the land of the people of the mist, I must go with you, and there, should I be discovered, my death waits me. I tell you the tale, or some of it, and I offer you the bribe because I see that you need money, and I am sure that without the chance of winning money you will not hazard your life in this desperate search. But I love my mistress so well that I am ready to hazard mine, I would give 6 lives, if I had them, to save her from the shame of the slave. Now, white man, we have talked enough, is it a bargain?" "What do you say, Otter?" asked Leonard, thoughtfully pulling at his beard. "You have heard all this wonderful tale and you are clever." "Yes, Bars," said the dwarf, speaking for the first time, "I have heard the tale, and as for being clever, perhaps I am and perhaps I am not. My people said that I was clever, and that is one of the reasons why they would not have me for a chief. If I had been clever only, they could have borne it, they said, or if I had been ugly only, but being both ugly and clever I was no chief for them. They feared lest I should rule them too well and make all the people to be born ugly also. Ah! They were fools, they did not understand that it wants someone cleverer than I to make people so ugly." "Never mind all that," said Leonard, who understood however that the dwarf was talking thus in order to give himself time to think before he answered. "Show me your mind, Otter." "Bars, what can I say? I know nothing of the value of that red stone. I do not know whether this woman, of whom my heart tells me no good, speaks truth or lies about a distant people who live in a fog and worship a god shaped as I am. None have ever worshipped me, yet there may be a land where I should be deemed worthy of worship, and if so I should like to travel in that land. But as to the rescue of this shepherdess from the nest of the yellow devil, I do not know how it can be brought about. Say, mother, how many of the men of Marvum were taken prisoners with your mistress?" 50 of them perchance answered so. "Well now," went on the dwarf, "if we could lose those men and if they are brave we might do something. But there are many ifs about it, Bars. Still, if you think the pay is good enough, we can try. It will be better than sitting here, and it does not matter what happens. Every man to his fate, Buzz, and fate to every man. A good motto, said Leonard. So, I take your offer, though I am a fool for my pains. And now, with your leave, we will put the matter into writing so that there may be no mistake about it afterwards. Get a little blood from the buck's flesh, Otter, and mix gunpowder with it. That will do for ink if we add some hot water. While the dwarf was compounding this ominous mixture, Leonard sought of paper. He could find none. The last had been lost when the hut was blown away on the night of his brother's death. Then he bethought him of the prayer book which Jane Beach had given him. He would not use the fly-leaf, because her name was on it, so he must write across the title page. And thus he wrote in small, neat letters with his mixture of blood and gunpowder straight through the order of common prayer, agreement between Leonard Outram and Soa, the native woman. Either said Leonard Outram agrees to use his best efforts to rescue Wana, the daughter of Mr. Rod, now reduced to a state of slavery and believed to be in the power of one Pereira, a slave dealer. 2. In consideration of the services of the said Leonard Outram, the said so delivers to him a certain stone believed to be a ruby, of which the said Leonard Outram hereby acknowledges the receipt. 3. Should the rescue be effected, the said so hereby agrees, on behalf of herself and the said Wana Rod, to conduct the said Leonard Outram to a certain spot in central southeastern Africa, inhabited by a tribe known as the People of the Mist, there to reveal to him and to help him to gain possession of the store of rubies used in the religious ceremonies of the said tribe. Further, the said so agrees, on behalf of the said Wana Rod, that she, the said Wana, will accompany her upon the journey, and will play among the said People of the Mist any part that may be required of her as necessary to the success of this undertaking. For it is mutually agreed that these enterprises be prosecuted until the said Leonard Outram is satisfied that they are fruitless. Signed in the Manica Mountains, Eastern Africa, on the 9th day of May 18. When he had finished this document, perhaps one of the most remarkable that were ever written since Pizarro drew up his famous agreement for the division of the prospective spoils of Peru, Leonard read it aloud and laughed heartily to himself. It was the first time that he had laughed for some months. Then he translated it to his companions, not without complacency, for it had a truly legal sound, and your layman loves to affect the lawyer. "What do you think of that, Otter?" he asked when he had finished. "It is fine, Buzz, very fine," answered the dwarf. "Wonderful are the ways of the white man. But, Buzz, how can the old woman promise things on behalf of another?" Leonard pulled his beard reflectively. The dwarf had put his finger upon the weak spot in the document. But he was saved the necessity of answering by so herself, who said quietly, "Have no fear, white man, that which I promise in her name, my mistress will certainly perform, if so be that you can save her. Give me the pen that I may make my mark upon the paper. But first do you swear upon the red stone that you will perform what you undertake in this writing." So Leonard laughed, swore, and signed, and so made her mark. Then Otter affixed his, as witness to the deed, and the thing was finished. Laughing again at the comicality of the transaction, which indeed he had carried out more by way of joke than for any other reason, Leonard put the prayer book in his pocket and the great ruby into a division of his belt. The old woman watched the stone vanish with an expression of triumph on her face. Then she cried exultingly, "Ah, white man, you have taken my pay, and now you are my servant to the end. He who swears upon the blood of Aca swears an oath indeed, and woe be to him if he should break it." "Quite so," answered Leonard. "I have taken your pay and I mean to earn it, so we need not enter into the matter of the blood of Aca. It seems to me more probable that our own blood will be in question before all is said and done. And now we had better make ready to start." Chapter 8. The start food was their first consideration, and to provide it Leonard bade Otter cut the lump of raw meat into strips and set them upon the rocks to dry in the broiling sun. Then they sorted their goods and selected such of them as they could carry. Alas! They were but few. A blanket apiece, a spare pair of boots apiece, some calomel and sundries from the medicine chest, a shotgun and the 2 best rifles and ammunition, a compass, a water bottle, 3 knives, a comb, and a small iron cooking pot made up the total, a considerable weight for 2 men and a woman to drag across mountains, untravelled plains, and swamps. This baggage was divided into 3 loads, of which So's was the lightest, and that of Otter weighed as much as the other 2 put together. It was nothing, he said, he could carry the 3 if need were, and so great was the dwarf's strength that Leonard knew this to be no idle boast. At length all was prepared, and the articles that remained were buried in the cave together with the mining tools. It was not likely that they would ever return to seek them, more probably they will lie there till, thousands of years hence, they are dug up and become priceless relics of the Anglo-African age. Still they hid them on the chance. Leonard had melted the fruits of their mining into little ingots. In all there were about 100 ounces of almost pure gold, the price of 3 men's lives. Half of these ingots he placed with the ruby in the belt about his middle, and half he gave to Otter, who hid them in his bundle. Leonard's first idea was to leave the bullion, because it entailed the carrying of extra weight, but he remembered in time that gold is always useful, and nowhere more so than among Portuguese and Arab slave drivers. By evening everything was ready, and when the edge of the moon showed above the horizon, Leonard rose, and lifting his load, fastened it upon his shoulders with the loops of hide which had been prepared, Otter and So following his example. It was their plan to travel by night so long as the state of the moon served them, for thus they would escape the terrible heat and lessen the danger of being observed. "Follow me in a few minutes," said Leonard to Otter. "You will find me by the donga." The dwarf nodded. A quarter of an hour later he started also with So and found his master standing bareheaded by his brother's grave, taking a mute farewell of that which lay beneath before he left it forever to its long sleep in the untrodden wilderness. It was a melancholy parting, but there have been many such in the African fever belt. With one last look Leonard turned and joined his companions. Then, having taken counsel with them and with the compass, he set his face to the mountain and his heart to the new adventures, hopes, and fears that were beyond it. The past was done with, it lay buried in yonder grave, but by the mercy of God he was still a man, living beneath the sunlight, and the future stretched away before him. What would it bring? He cared little. Experience had taught him the futility of anxieties as to the future. Perchance a grave like those which he had left, perchance wealth, love, and honor. Whatever the event he would strive to meet it with patience, dignity, and resignation. It was not his part to ask questions or to reason why. It was his part to struggle on and take such good as it pleased Providence to send him. Thus thought Leonard, and this is the right spirit for an adventurer to cultivate. It is the right spirit in which to meet the good and ill of life, that greatest of adventures which every one of us must dare. He who meets them thus and holds his heart pure and his hands clean will lay himself down to sleep without a sigh or a regret when mountain, swamp, river, and forest all are traveled, and the unknown innumerable treasure, buried from the olden time far out of reach of man's sight and knowledge, at last is opened to his gaze. So Leonard started, and his hopes were high notwithstanding the desperate nature of their undertaking. For here it must be confessed that the undesirable element of superstition still held fast upon his mind, and now with some slight cause. Had not his brother spoken of wealth that he should win by the aid of a woman? And had not a woman come to him, bearing in her hand a jewel which, if real, was in itself worth a moderate fortune, promising also, with the help of another woman, to lead him to a land where many such might be found? Yes, these things were so, and it may be pardoned to Leonard if, setting aside the theory of coincidence, he began to believe that the end would be as the beginning had been, that the great adventure would be achieved and the wealth be won. We shall not need to follow the footsteps of Leonard Outram and his companions day by day. For a week they travelled on, journeying mostly by night as they had proposed. They climbed mountains, they struggled through swamps and forests, they swam rivers. Indeed, one of these was in flood, and they never could have crossed it had it not been for Otter's powers of natation. 6 times did the dwarf face the torrent, bearing their goods and guns held above the water with one hand. On the 7th journey he was still more heavily weighted, for, with some assistance from Leonard, he must carry the woman who could swim but little. But he did it, and without any great fatigue. It was not until Otter was seen stemming a heavy current that his vast strength could be measured. Here, indeed, his stunted stature was a positive advantage, for it offered the less surface for the water to act upon. So they travelled forward, sometimes hungry, sometimes full of meat, and even of what were better, of milk and corn. For the country was not entirely deserted, occasionally they came to scattered kraals, and were able to obtain provisions from their peaceful inhabitants in return for some such trifle as an empty cartridge of brass. At first Leonard was afraid lest so should tire, but notwithstanding her years and the hardships and sufferings which she had undergone, she showed wonderful endurance, endurance so wonderful that he came to the conclusion that it was her spirit which supported the frailty of her body, and the ever-present desire to rescue one whom she loved as a surly dog sometimes loves its master. However this might be, she pushed forward with the rest, rarely speaking except to urge them onwards. On the 8th night of their journey they halted upon the crest of a high mountain. The moon had set, and it was impossible to go further. Moreover, they were weary with long marching. Wrapping themselves up in their blankets, for here the air was piercingly cold, they lay down beneath the shelter of some bushes to sleep till dawn. It was Otter who woke them. "Look, Bars," he said to Leonard, "we have marched straight. There below us is the big river, and there far to the right is the sea." They looked. Some miles from them, across the great plain of bush that merged gradually into swamp, lay that branch of the Zambesi which they would reach. They could not see it, indeed, for its face was hid by a dense cloak of soft white mist that covered it like a cloud. But there it was, one at last, and there away to the eastward shone the white glitter of the sea, flecked with faint lines of broken billows whence the sun rose in glory. "See, Bars," said Otter, when they had satisfied themselves with the beautiful sight, "yonder, some 5 hours' march from here, the mountains curve down to the edge of the river. Thither we must go, for it is on the further side of those hills that the great swamp lies where the Yellow Devil has his place. I know the spot well, I have passed it twice." They rested till noonday, but that night, before the moon rose, they stood on the curve of the mountain, close down to the water's edge. At length she came up, and showed them a wonderful scene of desolation. Beyond the curve of hills the mountains trend out again to the south, gradually growing lower till at last they melted into the skyline. In the vast semicircle thus formed ran the river, spotted with green islands, while between it and the high ground, over a space which varied from 1 mile at the narrowest to 20 miles in width at the broadest of the curve, was spread a huge and dismal swamp, marked by patches of stagnant water, clothed with reeds which grew to the height of small trees, and exhaling a stench as of the rottenness of ages. The loneliness of the place was dreadful, its waste and desolation were appalling. And yet it lived with a life of its own. Wild fowl flew in wedges from the sea to feed in its recesses, alligators and hippopotami splashed in the waters, bitterns boomed among the rushes, and from every pool and quagmire came the croaking of 1,000 frogs. "Yonder runs the slave road, or yonder it once ran," said Otter, pointing to the foot of a hill. "Let us go and see," answered Leonard, "we can follow it for a while and camp." They climbed down the hill. At its foot Otter cast backwards and forwards among the bushes like a hound. Then he held up his hand and whistled. "I thought so," he said, as the others drew near, "the path is still the same. Look, Bars." As he spoke he broke down the branches of a creeping bush with his strong foot. Among them lay the mouldering skeleton of a woman, and by her side that of a child. "Not long dead," said Otter phlegmatically, "perhaps 2 weeks." Ah! The yellow devil leaves a spore that all may follow. So bent over the bones and examined them. One of Marvum's people, she said, I know the fashion of the anklets. Then they marched on for 2 hours or more, till at length they came to a spot where the trail ran to the edge of the water and stopped. What now, Otter? Said Leonard. Here the slaves are put on boats, Bars the dwarf answered. The boats should be hidden yonder, and he pointed to some thick reeds. There too they weed the corn, killing out the weakly ones, that they may not be burdened with them. Let us go and look. They went, Otter leading the way. Presently he halted. The boats are gone, he said, all except one canoe, but the weeds lie in a heap as of old. He was right. Piled in a little open space lay the bodies of some 30 men, women, and children recently dead. In other spaces close by were similar heaps, but these were of bleached bones on which the moonlight shone brightly, mementos of former sacrifices. Quite close to the first pile of dead was a mooring place where at least a dozen flat-bottomed boats had been secured, for their impress could yet be seen in the sand. Now they were gone, with the exception of the canoe, which was kept there, evidently to facilitate the loading and launching of the large boats. Nobody made any comment. The sight was beyond comment, but a fierce desire rose in Leonard's heart to come face to face with this yellow devil who fattened on the blood and agony of helpless human beings, and to avenge them if he might. The light is going, we must camp here till the morning, he said after a while. And there they camped in this Golgotha, this place of bones, every one of which cried to heaven for vengeance. The night wind swept over them, whispering in the giant reeds, fashioning the mists into fantastic shapes that threw strange shadows on the inky surface of the water as it crept slowly to the sea. From time to time the frogs broke into a sudden chorus of croaking, then grew silent again. The heron cried from afar as some alligator or river horse disturbed its rest, and from high in air came the sound of the wings of wildfowl that travelled to the ocean. But to Leonard's fancy all these various voices of nature were as one voice that spoke from the piles of skeletons gleaming faintly in the uncertain starlight and cried, "Oh God, how long shall iniquity have power on the earth? Oh God, how long shall thy hand be stayed?" The darkness passed, the sun shone out merrily, and the travellers arose, brushed the night dew from their hair, and ate a scanty meal, for they must husband such food as they had with them. Then, as though by common consent, they went to the canoe, bailed her out, and started, Leonard and Otter using the paddles. Now it was that the dwarf's marvelous memory for locality came into play. Without him they could not have gone a mile, for their course ran through numberless lagoons and canals, cut by nature and the current in the dense banks of reeds. There was nothing to enable them to distinguish one of these canals from another. In truth, they all formed a portion of this mouth of the river. There were no landmarks to guide them. Everywhere spread a sea of swamp diversified by rush-clothed islands, which to the inexperienced eye presented few points of difference. This was the road that Otter led them on unfalteringly. 10 years had passed since he had travelled it, but he never even hesitated. Time upon time they came to new openings in the reeds leading this way and that. Then for a moment the dwarf would consider, and, lifting his hand, point out which waterway they should choose, and they followed it. Thus they went on for the most part of that day, till towards evening they reached a place where the particular canal that they were following suddenly divided itself into two, one branch running north and one in a southerly direction. "Which way, Otter?" asked Leonard. "Nay, Bars, I know not. The water has changed, there was no land here, the cut went straight on." This was a serious matter, for one false step in such a labyrinth meant that they would be lost utterly. For long they debated which stream to take, and at last decided to try that on the left hand, which Otter thought ran more nearly in the true direction. They had already started in pursuance of his advice when So, who had remained silent hitherto, suggested that they should first go a little way down the right-hand stream on the chance of finding a clue. Leonard demurred, but as the woman seemed bent upon it, he yielded, and turning the boat they paddled her some 300 yards in this new direction. As there was nothing to be seen, however, Otter began to put her about again. "Stay, white man," said So, who had been searching the surface of the water with her quick eyes, "what is that thing yonder?" And she pointed to a clump of reeds about 40 yards away, among which some small white object was just discernible. "Feathers, I think," Leonard answered, "but we will go and see." In another moment they were there. "It is paper," Bars said Otter in a low voice, "paper stuck on a reed." "Lift it carefully," answered Leonard in the same tone, for his anxiety was keen. How came it that they found paper fixed to a reed in such a place as this? Otter obeyed, laying the sodden sheet on the thwart of the canoe before Leonard, who with So examined it closely. "This is a leaf from that holy book in which my mistress reads," said the woman with conviction. "I know the shape of it well. She has torn the paper out and affixed it on the reed as a sign to any who might come after her." "It looks like it," said Leonard. "That was a good thought of yours to turn up here, old lady." Then he bent down and read such verses as were still legible on the page. They ran thus: "For he hath looked down from the height of his sanctuary, from heaven did the Lord behold the earth, to hear the groaning of the prisoner, to loose those that are appointed to death. The children of thy servants shall continue, and their seed shall be established before thee." Said Leonard to himself, "the quotation seems very appropriate. If one had faith in omens now, a man might say that this was a good one." And in his heart he believed it to be so. Another hour's journey brought them to the point of the island along which they had been traveling. "Ah," said Otter, "now I know the path again. This is the right stream, that to the left must be a new one. Had we taken it we should have lost our way, and perhaps have found it no more for days, or not at all." "Say, Otter," said Leonard, "you escaped from this slave camp. How did you do it, in a boat?" "No, Bars. The Bars knows that I am strong. My spirit who gave me ugliness gave me strength also to make up for it, and it is well, for had I been beautiful as you are, Bars, and not very strong. I should have been a slave now, or dead. With my chained hands I choked him who was set to watch me, and took his knife. Then by my strength I broke the irons. See, bars, here are the scars of them to this day. When I broke them they cut into my flesh, but they were old irons that had been on many slaves, so I mastered them. Then as others came to kill me I threw myself into the water and dived, and they never saw me more. Afterwards I swam all the way, resting from time to time on the islands and from time to time running along the shore where the reeds were not too thick, till at length I escaped into the open country. I traveled 4 days to reach it, and most of that time I was in the water. And what did you feed on? Roots and the eggs of birds. And did not the alligators try to eat you? Yes, one, Buzz, but I am quick in the water. I got upon the water snake's back, My spirit was with me then, and I drove the knife through his eye into his brain. Then I smeared myself over with his blood, and after that they did not touch me, for they knew the smell and thought that I was their brother. Say, Otter, are you not afraid of going back to this place? Somewhat, Buzz, for there is that hell of which you white people talk. But where the bars goes there I can go also. Otter will not linger while you run. Also, Buzz, I am not brave, no, yet I would look upon that yellow devil again, yes, if I myself must die to do it, and kill him with these hands. And the dwarf dropped the paddle screaming, "Kill him, kill him, kill him," so loudly that the birds rose in a fright from the marshes. "Be quiet," said Leonard angrily, "do you want to bring the Arabs on us?" But to himself he thought that he should be sorry for Pereira, alias the Yellow Devil, if once Otter found a chance to fly at his throat. Chapter 9. The Yellow Devil's nest. Sundown came, and, as on the previous night, the 3 travelers camped upon an island waiting for the moon to rise. They had caught 2 flapper ducks in some weeds, and there was a talk of lighting a fire to cook them by. Finally Leonard negatived this idea. "It is dangerous," he said, "for fires can be seen from afar." So they made a wretched meal off a little dried meat and some raw duck's eggs. It was fortunate that his caution prevailed, since, as the twilight was dying into dark, they heard the stroke of paddles and made out the shapes of canoes passing them. There were several canoes, each of which towed something behind it, and the men in them shouted to one another from time to time, now in Portuguese and now in Arabic. lie still," whispered Otter, "these are the slave men taking back the big boats." Leonard and so followed his advice to the letter, and the slavers, paddling furiously upstream, passed within 30 feet of where they crouched in the rushes. "Give way, comrades," called one man to the captain of the next canoe, "the landing place is near, and there is rum for those who earn it." "I hope that they will not stop here," said Leonard beneath his breath. "Hist," answered Otter, "I hear them landing." He was right. The party had disembarked about 200 yards away. Presently they heard them collecting reeds for burning, and in 10 minutes more 2 bright tongues of flame showed that they had lit their fires. We had better get out of this, said Leonard. If they discover us, they will not discover us, Buzz. If we lie still, answered Otter, let us wait a while. I have another plan. Listen, Buzz. And he whispered in his ear. So they waited. From the fires below them came the sound of men eating and drinking, especially drinking. An hour passed, and Leonard rose, followed by Otter, who said, I will come too, Buzz, I can move like a cat. Where are you going, white man? Asked So. I am going to spy upon those men. I understand Portuguese, and wish to hear what they say. Otter, take your knife and revolver, but no gun. Good, said the woman, but be careful. They are very clever. Yes, yes, put in Otter, but the Buzz is clever also, and I am clever. Do not fear for us, mother. Then they started, creeping cautiously through the reeds. When they were within 20 yards of the fires, Leonard missed his footing and fell into a pool of water with a splash. Some of the slave dealers heard the noise and sprang to their feet. Instantly Otter grunted in exact imitation of a hippopotamus calf. A sea cow, said a man in Portuguese. She won't hurt us. The fire will frighten her. Leonard and Otter waited a while, then crept to a clump of reeds whence they could hear every word that was spoken. The men round the fire numbered 22. 1. Their leader appeared to be a purebred Portuguese, some of the others were bastards and the rest Arabs. They were drinking rum and water out of tin pannikins, a great deal of rum and very little water. Many of them seemed half drunk already, at any rate their tongues were loosened. May a curse fall upon our father, the devil, said one, a half-breed. Why did he take it into his head to send us back with the boats just now? We shall miss the fun. What fun? Answered the leader of the party. They won't cage the birds for another 3 or 4 days. The dhows are not ready, and there is talk of an English cruiser, may she sink to hell, hanging about outside the river mouth. No, not that, said the man who had spoken first. There is not much sport in driving a lot of stinking niggers onto a dhow. I mean the auction of the white girl, the English trader's daughter, whom we caught up the river yonder. There's a beauty for some lucky dog, I never saw such a one. What eyes she has, and what a spirit! Why, most of the little dears would have cried themselves blind by now. You needn't think about her, sneered his leader, she will go too dear for the likes of you. Besides, it is foolish to spend so much on one girl, white or black. When is the auction? It was to have been the night before the dhows sail, but now the devil says it shall be tomorrow night. I will tell you why. He is afraid of her. He thinks that she will bring misfortune to him, and wants to be rid of her. Ah! He is a wag, is the old man, he loves a joke, he does. All men are brothers, he said yesterday, white or black, therefore all women are sisters. So he is going to sell her like a nigger girl. What is good enough for them is good enough for her. Ha! Ha! Pass the rum, brother, pass the rum. Perhaps he will put it off and we may be back in time, after all, said the captain. Anyhow, here is a health to her, the love. By the way, did some of you think to ask the password before we left this morning? I forgot to do so, myself. Yes, said a bastard, the old word, the devil. There is none better, comrades, none better, hiccoughed the leader. Then for an hour or more their talk went on, partly about Warner, partly about other things. As they grew more drunk the conversation became more and more revolting, till Leonard could scarcely listen to it and lie still. At length it died away, and one by one the men sank into a sound and sodden sleep. They did not set a sentry, for here on the island they had no fear of foes. Then Otter rose upon his hands and knees, and his face looked fierce in the faint light. Bars, he whispered, shall we? And he drew his hand across his throat. Leonard thought a while. His rage was deep, and yet he shrank from the slaughter of sleeping men, however wicked. Besides, could it be done without noise? Some of them would wake, fear would sober them, and they were many. No, he whispered back. Follow me, we will cut loose the boats. Good, good, said Otter. Then, stealthily as snakes, they crept some 30 yards to where the boats were tied to a low tree, 3 canoes and 5 large flat-bottomed punts, containing the arms and provisions of the slave dealers. Drawing their knives they cut these loose. A gentle push set them moving, then the current caught them, and slowly they floated away into the night. This done they crawled back again. Their path took them within 5 paces of where that half-breed ruffian lay who had begun the talk to which they had listened. Leonard looked at him and turned to creep away. Already Otter was 5 paces ahead, when suddenly the edge of the moon showed for the first time and its light fell full upon the slaver's face. The sleeping man awoke, sat up, and saw them. Now Leonard dared not hesitate, or they were lost. Like a tiger he sprang at the man's throat and had grasped it in his hand before he could even cry aloud. Then came a struggle short and sharp, and a knife flashed. Before Otter could get back to his side it was done, so swiftly and so silently that none of the band had wakened, though 1 or 2 of them stirred and muttered in their heavy sleep. Leonard sprang up unhurt, and together they ran, rather than walked, back to the spot where they had left So. She was watching for them, and pointing to Leonard's coat, asked how many. 1, answered Otter. I would it had been all, so muttered fiercely, but you are only 2. Quick, said Leonard, into the canoe with you. They will be after us presently. In another minute they had pushed off and were clear of the island, which was not more than 1/4 of a mile long. They paddled across the river, which at this spot ran rapidly and had a width of some 800 yards, so as to hide in the shadow of the opposite bank. When they reached it Otter rested on his paddles and gave vent to a suppressed chuckle, which was his nearest approach to laughter. Why do you laugh, Black One? asked So. Look yonder, he answered, and he pointed to some specks on the surface of the river which were fast vanishing in the distance. Yonder go the boats of the slave dealers, and in them are their arms and food. We cut them loose, the bars and I. There on the island sleep 22 men, all save one, there they sleep, and when they wake what will they find? They will find themselves on a little isle in the middle of great waters, into which, even if they could, they will not dare to swim because of the alligators. They can get no food on the island, for they have no guns and ducks do not stop to be caught, but outside the alligators will wait in hundreds to catch them. By and by they will grow hungry, they will shout and yell, but none will hear them, then they will become mad, and, falling on each other, they will eat each other and die miserably one by one. Some will take to the water, those will drown or be caught by the alligators, and so it shall go on till they are all dead, every one of them, dead, 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 and again Otter chuckled. Leonard did not reprove him, with the talk of these wretches yet echoing in his ears he could feel little pity for the horrible fate which would certainly overtake them. Hark! A faint sound stole across the quiet waters, a sound which grew into a clamor of fear and rage. The slavers had awakened, they had found the dead man in their midst mysteriously slain by an invisible foe. And now the clamor gathered to a yell, for they had learned that their boats were gone and that they were trapped. From their shelter on the other side of the river, as they dropped leisurely down the stream, Leonard and Otter could catch distant glimpses of the frantic men rushing to and fro in the bright moonlight and seeking for their boats. But the boats had departed to return no more. By degrees the clamor lessened behind them, till at last it died away, swallowed in the silence of the night. Then Leonard told what he had heard by the slavers' fire. "How far is the road, Black One?" she asked when he had finished. "By sundown tomorrow we shall be at the Yellow Devil's gates," answered Otter. 2 hours later they overtook the boats which they had cut adrift. Most of them were tied together, and they floated peacefully in a group. "We had better scuttle them," said Leonard. "No, Bars," answered Otter, "if we escape we may want them again. Yonder is the place where we must land," and he pointed to a distant tongue of marsh. "Let us go with the boats there and make them fast. Perhaps we may find food in them, and we need food." The advice was good, and they followed it. Keeping alongside of the punts and directing them, when necessary, with a push of the paddles, they reached the point just as the dawn was breaking. Here in a sheltered bay they found a mooring place to which they fastened all the boats with ropes that hung ready. Then they searched the lockers and to their joy discovered food in plenty, including cooked meat, spirits, biscuits, bread, and some oranges and bananas. Only those who have been forced to do without farinaceous food for days or weeks will know what this abundance meant to them. Leonard thought that he had never eaten a more delicious meal, or drunk anything so good as the rum and water with which they washed it down. They found other things also, rifles, cutlasses and ammunition, and, better than all, a chest of clothes which had evidently belonged to the officer or officers of the party. One suit was a kind of uniform plentifully adorned with gold lace, having tall boots and a broad felt hat with a white ostrich feather in it to match. Also there were some long Arab gowns and turbans, the gala clothes of the slave dealers, which they took with them in order to appear smart on their return. But the most valuable find of all was a leather bag in the breeches of the uniform, containing the sum of the honest gains of the leader of the party, which he had preferred to keep in his own company even on his travels. On examination this bag was found to hold something over 100 English sovereigns and a dozen or 15 pieces of Portuguese gold. Now, Bars, said Otter, this is my word, that we put on these clothes. What for? Asked Leonard. For this reason, that should we be seen by the slave traders they will think us of their brethren. The advantages of this step were so obvious that they immediately adopted it. Thus disguised, with a silk sash round his middle and a pistol stuck in it, Leonard might well have been mistaken for the most ferocious of slave traders. Otter too looked sufficiently strange, robed as an Arab and wearing a turban. Being a dwarf, the difficulty was that all the dresses proved too long for him. Finally it was found necessary to cut one down by the primitive process of laying it on a block of wood and chopping through it with a saber. When this change of garments had been effected, and their own clothes with the spare arms were hidden away in the rushes on the somewhat remote chance that they might be useful hereafter, they prepared for a start on foot across the marshes. By an afterthought Leonard fetched the bag of gold and put it in his pocket. He felt few scruples in availing himself of the money of the slave driver, not for his own use indeed, but because it might help their enterprise. Now their road ran along marshes and by secret paths that none save those who had travelled them could have found. But Otter had not forgotten. On they went through the broiling heat of the day, since linger they dared not. They met no living man on their path, though here and there they found the body of some wretched slave, whose corpse had been cast into the reeds by the roadside. But the road had been trodden, and recently, by many feet, among which were the tracks of 2 mules or donkeys. At last, about an hour before sunset, they came to the home of the Yellow Devil. The nest was placed thus. It stood upon an island having an area of 10 or 12 acres. Of this, however, only about 4½ acres were available for a living space. The rest was a morass hidden by a growth of very tall reeds, which morass, starting from a great lagoon on the northern and eastern sides, ran up to the low enclosure of the buildings that, on these faces, were considered to be sufficiently defended by the swamp and the wide waters beyond. On the southern and western aspects of the camp matters were different, for here the place was strongly fortified both by art and nature. Firstly, a canal ran round these 2 faces, not very wide or deep indeed, but impassable except in boats, owing to the soft mud at its bottom. On the further side of this canal an earthwork had been constructed, having its crest stoutly palisaded and its steep sides planted with a natural defence of aloes and prickle pears. So much for the exterior of the place. Its interior was divided into 3 principal enclosures. Of these 3 the easternmost was the site of the nest itself, a long low thatched building of wood, in front and to the west of which there was an open space or courtyard, with a hard floor. Herein were but two buildings, a shed supported on posts and open from the eaves to the ground, where sales of slaves were carried on, and further to the north, almost continuous with the line of the nest itself, but separate from it, a small erection, very strongly built of brick and stone, and having a roof made from the tin linings of ammunition and other cases. This was a magazine. All round this enclosure stood rows of straw huts of a native build, evidently occupied as a camp by the Arabs and half-breed slave traders of the baser sort. The second enclosure, which was to the west of the nest, comprised the slave camp. It may have covered an acre of ground, and the only buildings in it were 4 low sheds, similar in every respect to that where the slaves were sold, only much longer. Here the captives lay picketed in rows to iron bars which ran the length of the sheds, and were fixed into the ground at either end. This camp was separated from the nest enclosure by a deep canal, 30 feet in width and spanned at one point by a slender and primitive drawbridge that led across the canal to the gate of the camp. Also it was protected on the nest side by a low wall, and on the slave camp side by an earthwork, planted as usual with prickle epes. On this earthwork near the gate and little guard-house a 6-pounder cannon was mounted, the muzzle of which frowned down upon the slave camp, a visible warning to its occupants of the fate that awaited the froward. Indeed, all the defenses of this part of the island were devised as safeguards against a possible emeute of the slaves, and also to provide a second line of fortifications should the nest itself chance to be taken by an enemy. Beyond the slave camp, lay the garden that could only be approached through it. This also was fortified by water and earthworks, but not so strongly. Such is a brief description of what was in those days the strongest slave hold in Africa. Chapter X. Leonard makes a plan. The road which Leonard and his companions were following led them to the edge of the main and southernmost canal, debouching exactly opposite the water gate that gave access to the nest. But Otter did not venture to guide them to this point, for there they should be seen by the sentries, and, notwithstanding their masquerade dress, awkward questions might be asked which they could not answer. Therefore when they had arrived within 500 yards of the gate, he struck off to the left into the thick bush that clothed the hither side of the canal. Through this they crawled as best they might till finally they halted near the water's edge, almost opposite to the southwest angle of the slave camp, and under the shadow of a dense clump of willows. "See, Bars," said the dwarf in a low voice, "the journey is accomplished and I have brought you straight. Yonder is the house of the Yellow Devil, now it remains only to take it, or to rescue the maiden from it." Leonard looked at the place in dismay. How was it possible that they, 2 men and a woman, could capture this fortified camp, filled as it was with scores of the most wicked desperadoes in Africa? How was it possible even that they could obtain access to it? Viewed from far off, the thing had seemed small, to be done somehow. But now. And yet they must do something, or all their labor would be in vain, and the poor girl they came to rescue must be handed over to her shameful fate, or, if she chose it in preference and could compass the deed, to self-murder. "How on earth," said Leonard aloud, then added, Well, Otter, I can tell you one thing. I have come a long way on this business, and I am not going to turn my back to it now. I have never yet turned my back on a venture, and I will not begin with this, though I dare say that my death lies in it. It is all in the hand of tomorrow, answered Otter, but it is time that we made a plan, for the night draws on. Now, Buzz, here is a thick tree shaded by other trees. Shall we climb it and look down into the camp? Leonard nodded, and climbing the tree with ease, they peeped down through the leafiest of its boughs. All the camp lay beneath them like a map, and Otter, clinging monkey-wise to a branch, pointed out its details to Leonard. He had been a prisoner there, and the memories of prisoners are long. The place was peopled by numbers of men in strange costumes, and of different nationalities, dealers in black ivory of various degree. Perhaps there may have been more than 100 of them. Some were strolling about in knots, smoking and talking, some were gambling, others were going on their business. One group, captains, to judge from the richness of their attire, were standing round the almshouse and peeping through a grating in the wall, which they reached by sitting upon each other's shoulders. This amusement lasted them for some time, till at length a man, of whom at that distance they could see only that he was old and stout, came and drove them away, and they broke up laughing. "That is the Yellow Devil," said Otter, and those men were looking at the maid who is called the shepherdess. "She is locked up there until the hour comes for her to be sold. They will be the bidders." Leonard made no reply, he was studying the place. Presently a drum was beaten, and men appeared carrying large tin pails of smoking stuff. "Yonder is the food for the slaves," said Otter again. "See, they are going to feed them." The men with the pails, accompanied by some of the officers having sjambaks or hide whips in their hands, advanced across the open space till they came to the moat which separated the slave camp from the nest, whence they called to the sentry on the embankment to let down the drawbridge. He obeyed and they crossed. Each man with a bucket was followed by another who bore a wooden spoon, while a third behind them carried water in a large gourd. Having come to the first of the open sheds, they began their rounds, the man with the wooden spoon ladling out portions of the stiff porridge and throwing it down upon the ground before each slave in turn as food is thrown to a dog. Then the Arab with the gourd poured water into wooden bowls, that the captives might drink. Presently there was a halt, and the officers gathered together to discuss something. "A slave is sick," said Otter. The knot separated, but a big white man with a hippopotamus hide whip began to strike at a dark thing on the ground which did not seem to move. The man ceased beating and called aloud. Then two of the Arabs went to the little guard-house that was by the drawbridge and brought tools with which they loosed the fetters on the limbs of the poor creature, apparently a woman, thus freeing her from the long iron bar. This done, some of the officers sauntering after them, they dragged the body to the high enclosure of earth and up a short ladder having a wooden platform at the top of it, that overhung the deep canal below. "This is how the Yellow Devil buries his dead and cures his sick," said Otter. "I have seen enough," answered Leonard, and began to descend the tree hastily, an example which Otter followed with more composure. "Ah, Bars," he said when they reached the ground, "you are but a chicken. The hearts of those who have dwelt in slave camps are strong, and, after all, better the belly of a fish than the hold of a slave dhow. Well, who do these things? Is it not the white men, your brothers, and do they not say many prayers to the great man up in the sky while they do them?" "Be still," said Leonard, "and give me some brandy." He was in no mood to discuss the blessings of civilization as they have often been put into practice in Africa. And to think that this fate might soon be his own. Leonard drank the brandy and sat a while in silence, pushing up his beard with his hand and gazing into the gathering gloom with his hawk-like eyes. Thus he had sat beside his dying brother's bed. It was a pose that he adopted unconsciously when lost in thought. "Come," so he said at length, "we have travelled here to please you, now give us the benefit of your suggestions. How are we going to get your mistress out of that camp?" "Loose the slaves and let them kill their masters," so answered laconically. "I doubt there is not much pluck in slaves," said Leonard. "There should be 50 of Marvum's men there," she replied, "and they will fight well enough if they have arms." Then Leonard looked at Otter, seeking further ideas. "My snake puts it into my head," said the dwarf, "that fire is a good friend when men are few and foes are many, also that the reeds yonder are dry, and the sea wind rises and will blow hard before midnight. Moreover, all these houses are thatched, and in a wind fire jumps. But can a regiment have 2 generals? You are our captain, Bars, speak and we will do your bidding. Here one counsel is as good as another. Let fate speak through your mouth." "Very well," said Leonard. "This is my plan. It goes a little further than yours, that is all. We must gain entrance to the nest while it is still dark, before the moon rises. I know the watchword, devil, and disguised as we are, perhaps the sentry will let us pass unquestioned. If not, we must kill him, and silently." "Good," said Otter, "but how about the woman here?" "We will leave her hidden in the bush. She could be of no help in the camp and might hinder us." "No," White Man broke in, "so, where you go I go also. Moreover, my mistress is yonder and I would seek her." "As you like," answered Leonard, then went on, "We must get between the hut, there is only one, and the low wall that borders the canal separating the nest from the slave camp, and, if the drawbridge is up and no other means can be found, we must swim the dike, dispose of the sentry there also and gain the slave camp. Then we must try to free some of the slaves and send them round through the garden into the morass to fire the reeds, should the wind blow strong enough. Meanwhile I propose to walk boldly into the camp, salute per area, pass myself off as a slaver with a dhow at the mouth of the river, and say that I have come to buy slaves, and above all to bid for the white girl. Luckily we have a good deal of gold. That is my plan so far as it goes, the rest we must leave to chance. If I can buy the shepherdess I will. If not, I must try to get her off in some other way. So be it, Bars, and now let us eat, for we shall need all our strength tonight." Then we will go down to the landing place and take our chance. They ate of the food they had with them and drank sparingly of the slave dealer's brandy, saying little the while, for the shadow of what was to come lay upon them. Even the phlegmatic and fatalistic Otter was depressed, perhaps because of the associations of the place, which, for him, were painful, perhaps because of the magnitude of their undertaking. Never had he known such a tale, never had he seen such an adventure as this, that 2 men and an old woman should attack an armed camp. Indeed, although he was not acquainted with the saying, Otter's feelings would have been correctly summed up in the well-known phrase, C'est magnifique, mais ce n'est pas la guerre. As yet the night was intensely dark, and its gloom did not tend to improve their spirits. Also, as Otter had predicted, the wind was rising and soughed through the reeds and willows in melancholy notes. So the time passed till it was 9 o'clock. "We must move down to the landing place," said Leonard. "There will soon be some light, enough for us to work by." Then Otter took the lead and slowly, step by step, they crept back to the road and followed it down the shore of the canal opposite the water gate. Here was a place where boats and canoes were tied, both for convenience in crossing the canal to and from the camp and for the use of the slave dealers when they passed to the secret harbor 6 miles away, where the dhows embarked their cargoes. They waited a while. From the nest came the sound of revelry, and from the slave camp there rose other sounds, the voice of groaning broken by an occasional wail wrung out of the misery of some lost creature who lay there in torment. Gradually the sky brightened a little. "Perhaps we had better be making a start," said Leonard. "There is a canoe which will serve our turn." Before the words were out of his mouth they heard the splash of oars, and a boat crept past them and made fast to the water gate 20 yards away. "Who goes there?" came the challenge of the sentry in Portuguese. "Speak quick or I fire." "Don't be in such a hurry with your rifle, fool," answered a coarse voice. "The very best of friends goes here. An honest trader called Xavier who comes from his plantation on the coast to tell you all good news." "Pardon, senor," said the sentry, "but how was a man to see in the dark, big as you are?" "What is the news then?" "Are the dhows in sight?" "Come down and help us to tie up this cursed boat and I will tell you. You know where the post is, and we can't find it." The sentry obeyed with alacrity, and the man called Xavier went on, "Yes, the dhows are in sight, but I don't think that they will get in tonight because of this wind. So you may look for a busy day tomorrow loading up the blackbirds. One is in, by the way, a small one from Madagascar. The captain is a stranger, a big Frenchman named Pierre, or he may be an Englishman for anything I know. I hailed him and found that he is all right, but I didn't see him. However, I sent him a note to tell him that there was fun on here tonight, which was generous of me, as he may be a rival bidder." "Is he coming, senor?" "I ask because, if so, I must look out for him." "I don't know," he answered that he would if he could. "But how is the English girl?" "She is to be put up tonight, isn't she?" "Oh, yes, senor, there will be a great to-do at 12, when the moon is high. So soon as she has been bought, the priest Francisco is to marry her to the lucky man, there and then. The old fellow insists on it. He has grown superstitious about the girl and says that she shall be properly married. Xavier laughed aloud. Has he now? He is getting into his dotage. Well, what does it matter? We have a good law of divorce in these parts, friend. I am going in for that girl. If I give 100 ounces for her I will buy her, and I have brought the gold with me. 100 ounces for one girl. It is a large sum, senor, but you are rich. Not like us poor devils who get all the risk and little profit. By this time the men had finished tying up the boat and taking some baggage or provisions out of her. Leonard could not see which. Then Xavier and the sentry went up the steps together, followed by the two boatmen, and the gates were shut behind them. Well, whispered Leonard, we have learned something at any rate. Now, Otter, I am Pierre the French slave trader from Madagascar, and, understand, you are my servant. As for So, she is the guide, or interpreter, or anyone you like. We must pass the gates, but the real Pierre must never pass them. There must be no sentry to let him in. Do you think that you can manage it, Otter, or must I? It comes into my head, Buzz, that we may learn a lesson from this Xavier. I might forget something in the canoe, and the sentry might help me to find it after you have passed the gates. For the rest I am quick and strong and silent. Quick and strong and silent you must be. A noise, and all is lost. Then they crept to the canoe which they had selected and loosened her. They embarked and Otter took the paddle. First he let her float gently downstream and under cover of the shore for a distance of about 50 yards. Then he put about and the play began. Now, you fool, where are you paddling to? Said Leonard in a loud voice to Otter, speaking in the bastard Arabic which passes current for a language on this coast. You will have us into the bank, I tell you. Curse this wind and the darkness. Steady now, you ugly black dog, those must be the gates the letter told of, are they not, woman? Hold on with the boat hook, can't you? A wicket at the gate above rattled and the voice of the sentry challenged them. A friend, answered Leonard in Portuguese, one who is a stranger and would pay his respects to your leader, Dom Antonio Pereira, with a view to business. What is your name? Asked the guard suspiciously. Pierre is my name. Dog is the name of the dwarf my servant, and as for the old woman, you can call her anything you like. The password, said the sentry, none come in here without the word. The word, what did the Dom Xavier say it was in his letter? Fiend. No, I have it, devil is the word. Where do you hail from? From Madagascar, where the goods you have to supply are in some demand just now. Come, let us in, we don't want to sit here all night and miss the fun. The man began to unbar the door, and stopped, struck by a fresh doubt. You are not of our people, he said, you speak Portuguese like a cursed Englishman. No, I should hope not. I am a cursed Englishman, that is half, son of an English lord and a French Creole, born in the Mauritius at your service, and let me ask you to be a little more civil, for cross-bred dogs are fierce. Now at length the sentry opened one side of the gate, grumbling, and Leonard swaggered up the steps followed by the other two. Already they were through it, when suddenly he turned and struck Otter in the face. "Why, dog," he said angrily, "you have forgotten to bring up the keg of brandy, my little present for the Dom. Go and fetch it. Quick, now." "Pardon, chief," answered Otter, "but I am a small man and the keg is heavy for me alone, if you will deign to help me, for the old woman is too weak. Do you take me for a porter that I should roll kegs of cognac up steps? Here, my friend," he went on addressing the sentry, "if you wish to earn a little present and a drink, perhaps you will give this fellow a hand with the cask. There is a spigot in it, and you can try the quality afterwards." "Right, senor," said the man briskly, and led the way down the steps. A look of dreadful intelligence passed between the dwarf and his master. Then Otter followed, his hand upon the hilt of the Arab sabre which he wore, while Leonard and So waited above. They heard the man's heavily booted feet going down the steps followed by Otter's naked footfall. "Where is your keg?" "I don't see it," said the sentry presently. "Lean over, senor, lean over," answered Otter, "it is in the stern of the canoe." "Let me help you." There was a moment's pause, to the listeners it seemed hours. Then came the sound of a blow and a heavy splash. They hearkened on, but nothing more was to be heard except the beating of their hearts and the distant noise of revelry from the camp. 3 seconds passed and Otter stood beside them. In the dim light Leonard could see that his eyes stared wide and his nostrils twitched. Quick was the blow, strong was the blow, silent is the man forever, whispered Otter. So the bars commanded, so it is. Chapter 11. "That hero Otter help me to secure the gate," said Leonard presently. In another minute the great iron bar had been dropped into its place, and Leonard withdrew the key and put it in his pocket. "Why do you secure the door, bars?" whispered Otter. "To keep the real Pierre out, in case he should come this way. 2 Pierres would be one too many at this game. Now we must win or perish." Then they crept along the embankment till they gained the shelter of the hut or barrack shed which stood with its back to the dike that separated the nest from the slave camp. Happily none saw them, and there were no dogs in the place. Dogs make a noise at inconvenient times, therefore slave dealers do not love them. The end of the shed behind which they were crouching was situated some 8 or 10 paces from the drawbridge, that formed the only path of entry to the slave camp. "Bars," said Otter, "let me go forward and look. My eyes are the eyes of a cat, I can see in the dark. Perhaps the bridge is down." Without waiting for an answer, he crept forward on his hands and knees so quietly that they could scarcely hear a movement. Notwithstanding his white dress, there was little chance of his being seen, for the shadow of the shed was dense and a fringe of rushes grew along the edge of the dike. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, and Otter did not return. Leonard's anxiety grew very keen. "Let us go and see what happened, Mother," he whispered to So. They crept along to the end of the shed. Within a yard of it they discovered the arms and clothes of Otter. But Otter, where was he? "The Black One has deserted us," said So beneath her breath. "Never," answered Leonard. By now the clouds were breaking before the wind, which was rising steadily, and some stars shone out, giving a little light. The dike lay deep between its banks and was not more than 20 feet in width, so that the air did not ruffle it. Moreover, as any observer of nature will have noticed, the surface of still water is never quite dark, even on much blacker nights than this. Why had Otter taken off his clothes, Leonard wondered. Evidently that he might go into the water. And what could he want to go into the water for, unless it was that his heart failed him and, as So suggested, he had deserted? But this was impossible, for he knew well that the dwarf would die first. In his great perplexity Leonard stared at the dike. Now he could see that on its further side rose a flight of wooden steps, protected at the top by gates, and that a man was seated on the lowest step, with a rifle beside him, his feet hanging down to within a few inches of the surface of the dike. It must be the sentry. Next instant Leonard saw something else. Beneath the feet of the man a ripple grew on the face of the deep water, and something gleamed in the ripple like to the flash of steel. Then a small black object projected itself towards the feet of the sentry, who was half asleep and humming to himself drowsily. Suddenly he saw the man slide from his seat as though by magic. He said nothing, but making one ineffectual grasp at some rushes, he vanished into the deeps below. For a minute or more Leonard could distinguish a slight disturbance on the surface of the water, and that was all. Now he guessed what had happened. Otter had dived, and rising beneath the feet of the man, he seized him, and with a sudden movement dragged him down to death by drowning. Either this, or an alligator had taken him, and that flash was the flash of his fangs. As Leonard thought thus, a dark form rose gasping at the foot of the steps. It drew itself out of the water and slipped stealthily up them. It was Otter, and he held a knife in his hand. Now the dwarf vanished through the gates into the little guard-house at the top of the embankment. Another minute, and ropes began to creak. Then the tall drawbridge, standing upright like a scaffold against the sky, was seen to bend itself forward. Down it came very softly, and the slave camp was open to them. Again the black shape appeared, this time on the bridge. "Come along," whispered Leonard to his companion, "that hero Otter has drowned the sentry and won the bridge. Stop, pick up his clothes and arms." At that moment Otter himself arrived. "Quick," he said, "come over, Buzz, before they see that the bridge is down. Give me my clothes and the gun." "All right, here they are," answered Leonard, and in another minute they were over the bridge and standing on the parapet of the slave camp. "Into the guard-house, Buzz, the windlass is there, but no man." They entered. A lamp was burning in the place. Otter seized the handle of the windlass and began to wind. He was naked, and it was a wonderful sight to see the muscles starting out in knots on his huge but dwarfish frame as he strained at the weight of the bridge. Presently it was up, and, leaning on the handle of the wheel, Otter chuckled aloud. "Now we are safe for a time," he said, "and I will dress myself. Let the bars forgive me for appearing thus before him, I, who am so ugly. Tell us the tale, Otter." "It is short, Bars," the dwarf replied, as he put on his robe and turban. "When I left you I watched, I who can see in the dark, and in a little while I saw the guard come down the steps and sit by the edge of the water. He was sleepy, for he yawned and lit a roll of paper to smoke it. Presently it went out, and he had no more matches. He looked up to the house there, but was too lazy to fetch them. Then I guessed that he was alone, for else he would have called to his companion for fire. Now he grew sleepier, and I said to myself, 'Otter, Otter, how can you kill this man silently? You must not shoot, because of the noise, and if you throw a knife or a spear, you may miss, or wound him only.' And my snake spoke in my heart and answered, 'Otter, Otter, dive, seize his feet, and drag him down swiftly and stamp him into the mud, you who are half a fish and can swim as no other man can swim. Do it at once, Otter, before the light comes and men can see the drawbridge move.' Well, and so I did it, Bars. Well, I trod him deep into the mire, I trampled him as an ox tramples corn upon a threshing floor. Never will he come up again. After that I rose and ran into the guard-house, fearing lest there might be another whom I must silence also, for when I was a slave too always kept watch. But the place was empty, so I let the bridge down. Ah! I remembered how it worked. And that is the tale, Bars. A great tale, Otter, but it is not finished yet. Now let us to the slaves. Come, take the light and lead the way. Here we are safe, is it not so? Here, Bars, we are safe, for none can reach us except by storm, and yonder is the big gun which turns upon itself. Let us twist the gun round first, so that, if need be, we can fire into the camp." "I don't know much of cannon," said Leonard doubtfully. "But I know something," White Man said so, speaking for the first time. "Marvum, my master, has a small one up at the settlement, and often I have helped to fire it for practice and as a signal to boats on the river, and so have many of the men who were carried away, if we can find them yonder." "Good," said Leonard. A path ran along the top of the embankment to the platform on which the gun was mounted. It was a 6-pounder muzzle-loader. Leonard unhooked the rammer and ran it down the muzzle. "She is loaded," he said, "now let us swing her round." They did so easily enough, bringing the muzzle down upon the nest camp. Then they entered the little hut which stood alongside. Piled up in it, in case of emergency, were 6 rounds of grape shot and powder. "Lots of ammunition, if we should want to use it," said Leonard. "It never occurred to those gentlemen that a gun can shoot 2 ways. And now, Otter, lead us to the slaves, quick. This way, Buzz, but first we must find the tools, they are in the guard hut, I suppose. So they crept back to the hut, holding their heads as low as possible, for the light was increasing, although the moon was not yet up, and they feared lest they should be seen against the skyline. Here they found boxes containing nippers, chisels, and other instruments such as are used to undo the irons upon slaves. Also they found the keys of the padlocks that locked the iron bars to which the captives were tethered. Taking a lantern with them, but leaving another burning as before in the hut, lest its absence should excite suspicion, they passed through 2 strong gates and down the steps on the further side of the embankment. A few paces beyond stood the first slave shed, a rough erection supported on posts, but without sides. They entered the shed, Otter leading the way with the lantern. In the middle of it was a path, and on either side of this path ran the long bars to which the captives were fastened in a double row. Perhaps there might have been 250 of them in this shed. Here the sights and scenes were such as need not be described. Of the miserable captives some lay on the wet ground, men and women together, trying to forget their sorrows in sleep, but the most part of them were awake, and the sound of moans ran up and down their lines like the moaning of trees in the wind. When they saw the light the slaves ceased moaning, and crouched upon the ground like dogs that await the whip, for they thought that this was a visit from their captors. Some of them, indeed, stretched out their manacled hands imploring pity, but these were the exceptions. The most of them had abandoned hope and were sunk in dull despair. It was pitiful to see the glance of their terror-filled eyes and the answering quiver of their wheeled frames whenever an arm was lifted or a sudden movement made. So went down the line, rapidly examining the faces of the slaves. "Do you see any of Marvum's people?" asked Leonard anxiously. "Not here, white man, let us go to the next shed, unless you want to lose these." "No good in that, mother," said Otter, "they would only betray us." So they went to the next shed. In all there were 4, and here at the second man who was sleeping, his head bowed on his chained hands, so stopped suddenly like a pointer dog when he scents game. "Peter, Peter," she said. The man awoke. He was a fine fellow about 30 years of age, and glared round wildly. "Who called me by my old name?" he said hoarsely. "Nay, I dream. Peter is dead." "Peter," said the woman again, "awake, child of Marvum, it is I, so, who am come to save you." The man cried aloud and began to tremble, but the other slaves took no notice, thinking only that he had been smitten with a scourge. "Be silent," said So again, "or we are lost. Loose the bar, black one. This is a headman from the settlement, a brave man." Soon the bar was undone. Then Otter bade Peter hold out his wrists while he twisted off the fetters. Presently they were gone, and in the ecstasy of his recovered liberty the man leaped high into the air, then fell at Otter's feet as though he would embrace them. "Get up, you fool," said the dwarf roughly, "and if there are any more of the men of Marvum here, show them to us, quick, or you will soon be fast again." "There should be 40 or more," Peter answered, recovering himself, besides a few women and children. The rest of us are dead, except the shepherdess alone, and she is yonder. Then they went down the line, slipping the chains from the settlement captives. Soon they had unmanacled 10 or more men whom so selected, and others stood round them with their hands still chained. As they went about the work, so explained something of the position to Peter, who was fortunately a native of intelligence. He grasped the situation at once and earnestly seconded Leonard's efforts to preserve silence and to prevent confusion. "Come," said Leonard to So, "we have got enough to begin with. I must be off. You can lose the rest at your leisure. The moon is rising, it is 11:15, and we have not a moment to lose. Now, Otter, before we go, how can we send men to fire the reeds, through the garden?" "No, Bars, I have thought of a better way, the way by which I escaped myself, that is, if these men can swim." "They can all swim," said So, "they were bred on the banks of a river." "Good. Then they must swim down the dike where I killed the sentry, 4 of them. At the end are bars of wood, but in my day they were rotten. At the worst they can be climbed. Then they will find themselves in the morass among thick reeds. But they must not fire these till they have worked round to the place of the sunrise, whence the wind blows strongly. Then they must go from spot to spot and bend down the driest of the reeds, setting fire to them. Afterwards they can get to the back of the fire and wait till all is done one way or the other. If we win they will find us, if we are killed they can try to run away. But will the men go?" So stepped forward and chose 4 of their number, but Peter she did not choose, for he also knew something of the working of cannon. "Listen," she said. "You have heard the words of this black one. Now, obey. And if you depart from them by one jot, may," and she poured out so fearful a curse upon them that Leonard stared at her astonished. Added Otter, "and if I live through this I will cut your throats." "No need to threaten," said one of the men, "we will do our best for our own sakes, as well as for yours and that of the shepherdess. We understand the plan, but to light reeds we must have fire." "Here are matches," said Otter. "Wet matches will not light, and we must swim," answered the spokesman. "Fool, do you then swim with your head under water? Tie them in your hair." "Ah, he is clever," said the spokesman. "Now, if we live to reach them, when shall we fire the reeds?" "As soon as you are ready," answered Otter. "You will not come easily to the back of them. Farewell, my children, and if you dare to fail, pray that you may die rather than look upon my face again." "Oh, you! We have seen it once, is that not enough?" answered the spokesman, looking at Otter's huge nose with wonder not untouched by fear. 2 minutes later the 4 men were swimming swiftly down the dike, taking their chance of the alligators. "Drop the bridge," said Leonard, "we must start." Otter lowered it, at the same time explaining its mechanism, which was very simple, to So, Peter, and some of the other settlement men. "Now, mother, goodbye," said Leonard. "Loose all the men you can, and keep a keen lookout, so as to be ready to lower the bridge if you should see us or your mistress coming towards it. If we should not come by dawn, be ready also, for then we shall probably be dead, or prisoners, and you must act for yourself." "I hear you, Lord," answered So, "and I say that you are a brave man. Whether you win or lose, the red stone is well earned already." Another minute and they were gone. Having crossed the bridge, which was instantly hoisted again, Leonard and Otter avoided observation by creeping back towards the water gate as they had come, that is, behind the shelter of the shed. Emerging from this, they ran a few yards till they were opposite the gate, then walked leisurely across the open space, a distance of 50 paces or more, to the thatched hut where the sale of slaves was carried on. There was nobody in this hut, but looking between the posts upon which it was supported, they could see by the light of the moon, now growing momentarily clearer, that a great and uproarious concourse of people was gathered beyond in front of the veranda of the nest itself. "Come on," Otter whispered Leonard, "we must go among these gentry. Watch me closely, do what I do, keep your weapons ready, and if it comes to blows, get behind my back and fight like a fiend. Above all, don't be taken prisoner." Leonard spoke calmly, but his heart was in his mouth, and his sensations were such as must have been known to Daniel when he went into the lion's den, for, as in the case of the prophet, he felt that nothing short of a special providence could save them. They were round the shed now, and immediately in front of them was a mixed gathering of desperadoes, Portuguese, Arabs, bastards, and black men of various tribes, such as Leonard had never seen in all his experience. Villainy and greed were written on every countenance. It was a crew of human demons, and an extensive one. These wretches, most of whom had already drunk too freely and were drinking more, stood with their backs to them, looking towards the veranda of the nest. On the steps of this veranda, surrounded by a choice group of companions, all of them gaudily dressed, a man was standing whom Leonard would have had no difficulty in identifying as the Dom Pereira, even without Otter's warning whisper of "See, the Yellow Devil." This remarkable person demands some description as he stood in glory that night, at the apex and, though he knew it not, the conclusion of his long career of infamy. He was old, perhaps 70, his hair was white and venerable looking, and his person obese. His black eyes were small, cunning, cold, and bright, and they had the peculiarity of avoiding the face of any person with whom he chanced to be in conversation, at least when that person was looking his way. Their glance passed over him, under him, round him, anywhere but at him. As his sobriquet suggested, the coloring of Pereira's flesh was yellow, and the loose skin hung in huge wrinkles upon his cheeks. His mouth was large and coarse, and his fat hands twitched and grasped continually, as though with a desire of clutching money. For the rest he was gorgeously dressed, and, like his companions, somewhat in liquor. Such was the outward appearance of Pereira, the fountainhead of the slave trade on this part of the coast, who was believed in his day to be the very worst man in Africa, a preeminence to which few can hope to attain. Until his face had been seen, stamped as it was with the traces of long and unmentionable wickedness. Few honest men could guess to what depths humanity can sink. Some indeed have declared that to see him was to understand the evil one and all his works. Chapter 12. A choice lot at the moment of Leonard's and Otter's introduction to his society. The Yellow Devil was about to make a speech, and all eyes were fixed on him so intently that none saw or heard the pair approach. "Now, my friends, make a path, if you please," said Leonard in a loud voice and speaking in Portuguese. "I wish to pay my respects to your chief." A dozen men wheeled round at once. "Who are you?" they cried, seeing a stranger. "If you will be so kind as to let me pass, I shall be most happy to explain," Leonard answered, pushing his way through the throng. "Who is that?" cried Pereira in coarse, thick tones. "Bring him here." "There, you hear him. Let us through, friends," said Leonard, "let us through." Thus adjured, the throng opened a path, and Leonard and Otter passed down it, many suspicious eyes scanning them as they went. "A greeting to you, Senor," said Leonard when they had emerged in front of the veranda. "Curse your greeting. Who in Satan's name are you?" "A humble member of your honorable profession," said Leonard coolly, "come to pay his respects and do a little business." "Are you? You don't look it. You look like an Englishman." "And who is that abortion, pray?" and he pointed to Otter. "I believe that you are spies, and, by the saints, if you are, I am the man to deal with you." "This is a likely story," said Leonard laughing, "that one man and a black dog should venture into the headquarters of gentlemen like you, not being of the cloth. But I think there is a noble gentleman among you, I mean the Senor Xavier, who can vouch for me. Did he not send a note to Captain Pierre, whose dhow lies in the harbour yonder, hailing from Madagascar? Well, Captain Pierre has the honor of accepting his invitation and arrives here, not without difficulty. Now he begins to think that he would have done better to stick to his ship." "That is all right, Pereira," said Xavier, a huge Portuguese with a dash of Negro blood and a villainous countenance, the same man whom they had followed through the gate. "I sent a note to the Senor. I told you of it." "Then I wish you had left it alone," snarled Pereira for an answer. "I don't like your friend's looks. He might be the captain of an English man-of-war rigged up in our dress." At the words English man-of-war, a murmur of fear and anger went through the assembly. Some of those present had experience of these hated vessels and their bigoted crews, who loved not this honest commerce, and to all they were names of ill omen. Things looked serious, and Leonard saw that he must do something, and quickly. So he lost his temper, or pretended to do so. "Curse you all for a pack of suspicious curs," he said. "I tell you that my dhow lies yonder. I am half an Englishman and half a Creole, and as good a man as any of you. Now look here, Dom Pereira, if you, or any of your crew, dare to doubt my word, just step out, and I will ram this down your lying throat." And placing his hand on the hilt of his saber, he took a pace forward and scowled. The effect was instantaneous. Pereira turned a little pale beneath his yellow skin, for like most cruel men he was a great coward. "Put up your pig sticker," he said. "I see you are one of the right sort. I only wanted to try you. As you know, we must be careful in our business. Come and shake hands, brother, and be welcome. I trust you now, and old Antonio never does things by halves." "Perhaps you had better try him a little further," said a young man who was standing near Pereira, as Leonard prepared to accept the invitation. "Send for a slave and let us have the old test, there is none better." Pereira hesitated and Leonard's blood turned cold. "Look here, young man," he said more furiously than before, "I have cut the throats of more men than you have whipped, but if you want a test, I will give you one. Come down, my young cockerel, come down, there is plenty of light for comb snipping." The man turned white with rage, but stood a moment contemplating Leonard's athletic form and keen eyes. Apparently he found that in them which gave him pause, for instead of springing at him, he burst into a volume of threats and filthy abuse. How the matter would have ended it is difficult to say, but at this juncture Pereira thought it well to interfere, and vigorously. "Peace," he thundered in his great voice, his white hair bristling with rage. "I have welcomed this man, and he is welcome. Is my word to be set aside by a drunken young brawler like you? Shut your ugly mouth or, by the saints, I will have you clapped in irons." The slave driver obeyed. Perhaps he was not sorry for an excuse to escape the quarrel. At any rate, with a scowl at Leonard he dropped back and was silent. Harmony being thus restored, Pereira proceeded with the business of the evening. First, however, he called Leonard to him, shook him by the hand, and bade a slave girl bring him drink. Then he addressed the company thus: "My lambs, my dear companions, my true and trusted friends, this is a sad moment for me, your old leader, for I stand here to bid you goodbye. Tomorrow the nest will know the yellow devil no more, and you must find another captain. Alas! I grow old, I am no longer up to the work, and trade is not what it was, thanks to those infernal Englishmen and their cruisers, which prowl up and down our waters, seeking to rob honest men of the fruits of their enterprise. For nearly 50 years I have been connected with the business, and I think that the natives of these parts will remember me, not angrily, oh no, but as a benefactor. For have not some 20,000 of their young people passed through my hands, rescued by me from the curse of barbarism and sent to learn the blessings of civilization and the arts of peace in the homes of kind and indulgent masters? Sometimes, not often, but now and again, there has been bloodshed in the course of our little expeditions. I regret it. But what will you? These people are so obstinate that they cannot see how well it is for them to come under my wing. And if they try to injure us in our good work, why, we must fight. We all know the bitterness of ingratitude, but we have to put up with it. It is a trial sent to us from heaven, my lambs, always remember that. So I retire with such modest gains as I have won by a life of labor. Indeed, they have gone before me, lest some of you might be put in the way of temptation, to spend the evening of my day in peace and prayer. And now there is one more little thing. As it chanced during our last journey, the daughter of an accursed Englishman fell into our hands. I took her and brought her here, and as her guardian I have asked you to meet me tonight, that I may choose her a husband, as it is my duty to do. I cannot keep her myself, for among the settled people near Mozambique, where I am going to live, her presence might lead to awkward questions. So I will be generous and pass her on to another. But to whom shall I give this prize, this pearl, this sweet and lovely maid? Among so many worthy gentlemen, how can I set one above the others and declare him most deserving of the girl? I cannot, so I must leave it to chance, for I know that heaven will choose better than I. Therefore to him who is ready to make the largest present to me I will give this maid, to comfort him with her love, to make a present, mind you, not to pay a price. Still, perhaps, it will be best that the amount of the donation should be ascertained in the usual way, by bidding, in ounces of gold, if you please. One condition more, there shall be nothing irregular in this matter, my friends. The Church shall have its say in it, and he whom I select must wed the maid, here, before us all. Have we not a priest at hand, and shall we find no work for him? Now, my children, time draws on. Ho! You, bring out the English girl. This speech was not delivered quite so continuously as it is printed here. On the contrary, it was subject to many interruptions, mostly of an ironical nature, the allusions to a present to be given for the girl and to the proposed marriage ceremony being received with screams of ribald laughter. Now the noise died away, for every eye watched for the appearance of Juana. In a few moments a figure clad in white and guarded by several men was seen advancing from the direction of the almshouse. This figure came on through the moonlight with a swift agile step, looking neither to the right nor to the left, till it arrived in front of the veranda and halted. Then it was that Leonard first saw Juana Rod. She was very tall and slight, her dark hair was twisted into a single knot at the back of her shapely head, her features were small, her face fair in coloring and somewhat rounded in form. So much he saw at a glance, but it was not until she looked up and round her that Leonard discovered the girl's peculiar glory, the glory of her eyes. Then and in that light he was unable to distinguish their color, a difficult task at any time, for they varied from gray to blue according to the shadows which fell upon them, but he could see that they were wide and splendid, fearless and yet soft. For the rest she was clad in an Arab robe richly worked, and wore sandals upon her feet. Juana stopped in front of the veranda and searched it with her eyes. Presently they ceased their searching and she spoke in a clear, sweet voice. "What do you want with me now, Dom Antonio Pereira?" she said. "My dove," he answered in his coarse, mocking tones, "do not be angry with your slave. I promised you, my dove, that I would find a husband for you, and now all these gallant gentlemen are gathered for the choice. It is your marriage hour, my dove." "Dom Antonio Pereira," the girl answered, for the last time I plead to you. I am helpless here among you, and I have done you no injury. Let me go unharmed, I pray of you. Let you go unharmed. Why, who would hurt you, my dove? Answered the satyr. Yes, that is what I mean to do. I will let you go to a husband. I shall never go to any husband of your choosing, Dom Antonio Juana said again in a low and steady voice. Be assured of that, all of you. I have no fear of you, for God will help me in my need. And now, as I have pleaded to you for the last time, so for the last time I warn you, Dom Antonio, and your wicked companions also. Go on with this iniquity if you will, but a judgment awaits you. Death from heaven above is near to you, you murderer, and after death, vengeance. Thus she spoke, not loud indeed, but with conviction, a power, and a dignity of mien that carried terror to the hearts of the most hardened villains there. It was at the conclusion of her speech that her eyes first met those of Leonard Outram. He was bending forward to listen, and in his grief and anger he had forgotten to preserve the truculent expression which it was his part to wear. Once more Leonard's face was the face of an English gentleman, noble and open, if somewhat stern. Their eyes met, and there was that in his which caused Juana to pause. She looked at him swiftly as though she would read his very soul, and in answer he put all his will and heart's desire into his gaze, the will and the desire that she should know him to be her friend. They had never met before, she did not even dream of his existence, and there was little in Leonard's outward appearance to distinguish him from the ruffians by whom he was surrounded. Yet her quick sense, sharpened by despair, read what was written in his eyes, and read it aright. From that moment Juana felt that she was not alone among these wolves, that there was one person at least who would save her if he could. In an instant she had searched his face and dropped her eyes again, fearing lest she should awake suspicion. Then came a pause, for the minds of men were disturbed. She had aroused some remnant of conscience in them, she had called to life a lively terror of vengeance to come, of vengeance very near at hand. All were affected more or less, but chiefly was he affected to whom she had addressed her words. The yellow devil sank back into the chair from which he had risen to speak, a wonderful chair made of ebony inlaid with ivory, and string-seated, with a footstool attached to it. Superstitious dread took hold of him, and he shivered visibly. The scene was one which Leonard never forgot. Above the bright moon shone in the heavens, before him were rank upon rank of evil faces, each marked with some new emotion, and standing alone in their midst was the beautiful girl, proud in the depth of her shame, defiant even in the power of foes gathered to destroy her. For a while the wind had dropped and the silence was deep, so deep was it that Leonard could hear the mew of a kitten which had crept from the veranda, and was rubbing itself against Juana's feet. She heard it also, and, stooping, lifted the little creature and held it to her breast. "Let her go," said a voice from the crowd. "She is a witch and will bring ill luck upon us." At the sound Pereira seemed to awake. With a hideous oath he flung himself from the chair and waddled down the steps towards his victim. "Curse you, You slut, he said, do you think to frighten men with your threats? Let God help you if he can. The yellow devil is God here. You are as much in my power as this brute, and he snatched the kitten from her arms and dashed it to the ground. You see, God does not help the kitten, and he will not help you. Here, let men see what they are going to buy, and gripping the breast of her white robe he rent it open. With one hand Juana gathered up the torn dress, and with the other she began to do something to her hair. An agony of fear took hold of Leonard. He knew the story of the poison which she carried. Was she about to use it? Once again their eyes met, and there was warning in his glance. Juana loosed her hair indeed, and let it fall about her shoulders, covering her rent robe to the waist, but she did no more. Only after this Leonard saw that she kept her right hand closed, and knew that her death was hidden within it. Then she spoke once more to Pereira. In your last hour may you remember these two deeds, she said, pointing to the writhing kitten and to her torn dress. Now slaves drew near to do their master's bidding, but that audience would not suffer this. Leave her alone, they said, we can see that the girl is fair and perfect. Then the slaves hung back, nor did Pereira repeat his commands. Returning to the veranda, he stood by the chair, and, taking an empty glass in his hand by way of an auctioneer's hammer, he began, Gentlemen, I am going to offer you a very choice lot, so choice that it makes up all the sale. The lot is a white girl, half English and half Portuguese by blood. She is well educated and devout. As to her docility I can say nothing, that will be for her husband to attend to. Of her beauty I need not speak, you can all see it yourselves. Look at that figure, that hair, those eyes, have any of you known their equal? Well, this lot will be sold to him among you who is inclined to make me the largest present in compensation. Yes, he may take her this very hour, and my blessing with her. But there are conditions. He whom I approve must be lawfully married to the girl by the priest Francisco here, and turning he pointed to a small melancholy-looking man, with a womanish face and dark blue eyes, who stood in the background, clothed in a somewhat tattered priest's robe. Then I shall have done my duty by her. One more thing, gentlemen, we are not going to waste time in little bids. The upset price will be 30 ounces. Silver, said a voice. Silver? No, of course not. Do you think you are bidding for a nigger girl, fool? Gold, man, gold. 30 ounces of gold, and payment to be made on the nail. There was a groan of disappointment, and one ruffian cried out, What are we poor fellows to do? 30 ounces for a beginning. Where is our chance? What are you to do? Why, work hard at your profession, and grow rich, of course. Do you suppose that these prizes are for the poor? Now then, the fair is open. Who bids for the white girl Juana? 30 ounces is offered. What advance, what advance? 35, said a wizened little man with a hectic cough, who looked fitter for a burial than a bridal. 40, cried another, a purebred Arab of stately appearance and saturnine expression, who wished to add to his harem. 4 to 5, answered the wizened man. Then the Arab bid 50, and for a while it seemed that these two alone were competitors. When the bids had reached 70 ounces, the Arab muttered Allah, and gave up. He preferred to wait for the houress. Knock her down, said the wizened man, she is mine. Hold on a bit, my little friend, said the great Portuguese, Xavier, who had passed the water gate before Leonard and his companions. I am going to begin now. 75. 80, said the little man. 85, answered Xavier. 90, screamed the other. 95, said Xavier. 100, yelled the small man, snapping his fingers. 105, replied Xavier, triumphantly capping his bid. Then with a curse his antagonist gave up also, and the mob shouted, thinking that Xavier had won. Knock her down, Pereira, said Xavier in his turn, as he surveyed his prize with affected nonchalance. Wait a moment, put in Leonard, speaking for the first time. I am going to begin now. 110. The multitude shouted again. The contest was growing exciting. Xavier glared at Leonard and bit his fingers with rage. He was very near his limit of possible expenditure. Now then, cried Pereira, licking his lips for joy, since the price had already run 20 ounces higher than he expected. Now then, friend Xavier, am I to knock down this beauty to the stranger Captain Pierre? It sounds a lot, but she is cheap at the price, dirt cheap. Look at her and bid up. But mind, it is cash down, no credit, no, not for an ounce. 115, said Xavier, with the air of a man making his last throw for fortune. 120, replied Leonard quietly. He had bid to the last ounce in his possession, and if Xavier went further he must give in, unless, indeed, he chose to offer So's ruby in payment. This, needless to say, he was not anxious to do. Moreover, no one would believe a stone of that size to be genuine. Of all this, however, Leonard showed nothing in his face, but turning coolly he called to a slave girl to bring him spirits and busied himself with filling his glass. His hand never trembled, for he knew well that his antagonist was watching for a cue, and if he showed uncertainty all might be lost. But in his heart, Leonard wondered what he should do if another ounce was bid. Meanwhile the spectators were shouting encouragement, and Pereira was urging Xavier to increase his offer. For a while the Portuguese hesitated, surveying Juana, who stood pale and silent, her head bowed upon her breast. At this juncture Leonard turned, the glass still in his hand. Did you make any advance, Senor? He asked. No, curse you. Take her. I will not put down another ounce for her or any woman on the earth. Leonard only smiled and looked at Pereira. Going, said that worthy, the white girl, Juana, is going to the stranger Pierre for 120 ounces of gold. Going. Come, Xavier, don't lose her. If you do you will only be sorry once, and that will be always. Now, for the last time, and he lifted his glass in his hand and paused. Xavier made a step forward and opened his lips to speak. Leonard's heart stood still, but presently the Portuguese changed his mind and turned away. "Gone!" screamed Pereira, bringing the glass down so heavily on the arm of his chair that it flew into fragments. Chapter 13. A midnight marriage gone, said Pereira again. Now, friend Pierre, before we ratify this matter by the aid of Holy Church, perhaps you will table the gold. This is a cash transaction, remember. Certainly, answered Leonard. Where is that black dog of mine, the dwarf? Ah, there he is. Dog, weigh out the stuff. If you have not enough, here is more. And he unbuckled his belt, from which he had been careful to extract the ruby, and threw it to Otter. Now, gentlemen and companions, he went on, for I hope that we may do business together by and by, drink my health and my bride's. I have paid pretty dear for her, but what of it? A gentleman of our profession should always be ready to back his fancy, for if his is apt to be a short life, he may as well make it a merry one. She will think the better of you, and you of her for it, cried a voice. Here is to Captain Pierre and the girl. And they drank, shouting aloud in their half-drunken merriment. Meanwhile Otter, advancing with obsequious steps, was pouring handful after handful of gold coin and ingots into the large scales which Pereira caused to be held before him. At length all the gold was in, a shining heap. The balance does not turn, said Xavier, I claim the girl. Bars, said Otter in a low voice, and speaking in Dutch, have you more gold? The weight is short. Leonard glanced carelessly at the scales, they were trembling on the turn. As much as you like, he said, but here is what will do it. And drawing off his signet ring, he threw it on the pile. The ruby accepted, it was the last thing of value that he had about him. Then the scale vibrated and sank down. Good, said Pereira, rubbing his hands at the sight of so much treasure. Bring me the acid that I may test the stuff. No offense, stranger Pierre, but this is a wicked world, in which brass has passed for gold before today. The acid was brought and the ingots were tested at hazard, Pereira holding them up to the light of a lamp. They are good, he said. Now, Father, do your part. The priest Francisco stepped forward. He was very pale and seemed terrified. Leonard, watching him, wondered what had brought him into such company, for the man's face was good and even refined. Dom Antonio, said the priest in a soft girlish voice, I protest against this. Fate has brought me among you, though not of my own will, and I have been forced to bear the sight of much evil, but I have wrought none. I have shriven the dying, I have ministered to the sick, I have comforted the oppressed, but I have taken no share of the price of blood. I am a priest of our holy church, and if I wed these two before the sight of men, they will be husband and wife till death, and I shall have set the seal of the blessing of the church upon an act of shame. I will not do it. You will not do it, you shaveling traitor, screamed Pereira in a voice hoarse with rage. "Do you want to follow your brother then? Look here, my friend, either you obey me and marry these two or," and he hissed a horrible threat. "No, no," said Leonard, anxious to find an escape from this abominable mockery. "Let him be. What do the cheat's prayers matter? The lady and I can do without them. I tell you, stranger, that you shall marry the girl, and this sniveller must marry you. If you don't, I will keep both her and the gold. And as for him, he can choose. Here, slaves, bring the sjambok." Francisco's delicate face flushed pink. "I am no hero that I can suffer thus," he said. "I will do your bidding, Dom Antonio, and may God forgive me the sin. For you, Pierre and Juana, I am about to make you man and wife, to join you in a sacrament that is none the less holy and indissoluble because of the dreadful circumstances under which it is celebrated. I say to you, Pierre, abandon your wickedness, and love and cherish this woman, lest a curse from heaven fall upon you. I say to you, Juana, put your trust in God, the God of the fatherless and oppressed, who will avenge your wrongs, and forgive me. Let water be brought, that I may consecrate it, water and a ring." "Here, take this one," said Pereira, lifting Leonard's signet ring from the pile of gold. "I give it back for a luck penny." And he tossed the ring to the priest. Water was brought in a basin, and the father consecrated it. Then he bade Leonard stand by the girl and motioned to the crowd to fall back from them. All this while Leonard had been watching Juana. She said no word, and her face was calm, but her eyes told him the terror and perplexity which tore her heart. Once or twice she lifted her clenched right hand towards her lips, then dropped it without touching them. Leonard knew but too well what deed she meditated. He knew also the deadly nature of the drug she carried. If once it touched her tongue, the suspense was terrible. He could bear it no longer. Even at the risk of discovery he must speak with her. In obedience to the priest's direction he sauntered to her side laughing. Then, still laughing, with his hand he separated the tresses of dark hair, as though to look at the beauty of her side face, and bent down as if to kiss her. She stood pale and rigid, but once more her hand was lifted towards her mouth. "Stop," he whispered swiftly into her ear, speaking in English, "I have come to rescue you. Go through with this farce, it means nothing. Then, if I bid you, run for the drawbridge into the slave camp." She heard, a light of intelligence shone in her eyes, and her hand fell again. "Come, stop that, friend Pierre," said Pereira suspiciously. "What are you whispering about?" "I was telling the bride how beautiful I think her," he answered carelessly. Juana turned and flashed on him a well-simulated glance of hate and scorn. Then the service began. The young priest was gifted with a low and beautiful voice, and by the light of the moon he read the ritual of marriage so solemnly that even the villains who stood round ceased their jokes and sneers and were silent. All things were done in order, though Juana made no reply to the usual questions. With much sham courtesy the loathsome Pereira presided over the ceremony. Their hands were joined, the ring was set upon Juana's finger, the blessing was pronounced, and it was finished. All this while Leonard stood like a man in a dream. He felt as though he were really being married. It even came into his mind, as he looked upon the loveliness of the mock bride at his side, that a worse fate might befall him. Then of a sudden he woke from his reverie. The farce was played, now they must strive to escape. There, that is done with, Dom Antonio, he said, and I think I heard this lady whisper that with your permission we will bid you goodbye. My canoe, nonsense, you will stop here tonight, said Pereira. Thanks, I think not, answered Leonard. Tomorrow I may return to do a little business of another kind. I have a commission for about 50, at a good price for the right sort. As Leonard spoke thus, glancing to the east, he saw dense masses of vapor rising into the air far away. The damp reeds were fired at last. The settlement men had not failed in their task, and soon the flames would be discovered. He must be gone, and swiftly. Well, if you must, answered Pereira, and Leonard observed that he looked relieved as he said it. He did not know the reason at the time. It was this: Juana had told him that the man who bought her would find his death in it. He had a superstitious fear of the girl, and believed her, therefore he was glad that her purchaser should go, lest it might be said that he had murdered him in order to retain both the woman and her price. So he bade him farewell, and Leonard turned to depart, followed by Otter and Juana, whom he led by the hand. All might have gone well for that time had it not been for an unlucky chance. Leonard's scheme was to walk towards the Watergate, but, if no better plan of reaching it should offer, to turn suddenly and run for the drawbridge, where So and the others would be waiting, and thence, with or without the people of Marvum, to escape up the banks of the Zambesi. Already he had started when the great Portuguese, Xavier, who was watching plunged in sullen thought, stepped forward. At least I will have a kiss for my trouble, he said, and seizing Juana round the waist, he drew her towards him. Then it was that Leonard forgot his caution, as under such circumstances a man, with nerves already strained to breaking point, well might do. Doubling his fist, he struck the giant in the face with such force that Xavier fell headlong to the ground, dragging Juana after him. Leonard would have done better had he suffered her to be insulted, but just then he remembered only that he was protecting a helpless girl. Juana was up in a moment and at his side. Xavier also sprang to his feet, cursing with fury and drawing his saber as he rose. "Follow me," said Leonard to Juana and Otter. Then without more ado he took to his heels. A shout of laughter went up from the mob. "This is the brave man. This is the French fire-eater," they cried. "He strikes unawares and is afraid to fight." Nor did they stop at words. All of them were jealous of the stranger, and would have rejoiced to see him dead. "Stop him," they shouted, and many of the men started, running like dogs to turn a hare. Still Leonard might have won through, for he was swift of foot. But neither Wana nor Otter could run so fast as he, and his pace must be their pace. Before he had gone 100 yards he found himself confronted by a dozen or more of the slavers, some of whom had knives in their hands. "Stop, coward, stop and fight," they yelled in Portuguese and Arabic, waving their weapons in his face. "Certainly," answered Leonard, wheeling round and glancing about him. There, not 30 yards away, was the drawbridge of the slave camp, and he thought that he saw it tremble, as if it was about to fall. At his side were Otter and Wana, and towards him, his hideous face red with blood, rushed the great Portuguese, saber aloft, and screaming imprecations. "Otter," Leonard said quickly, as he drew his sword, "guard my back, for when I have killed this one the rest will spring. For you, young lady, reach the bridge if you can. So and your people are there." Now Xavier was upon him with a rush. He struck furiously, and Leonard avoided the blow, springing backwards out of his reach. Twice more he rushed on thus, and twice he smote, but each time Leonard ran backward towards the drawbridge, that now was not more than 20 yards away. A fourth time the Portuguese came on, and the Englishman could not repeat his tactics, for the mob hemmed him in behind. On sped Xavier and smote his hardest. Leonard saw the steel gleam in the moonlight and lifted his sword to guard. The blow fell, fire sprang from it in sparks, and down rattled fragments of shattered steel. His sword was broken. "Fight on, Bars," said the voice of Otter, "fight on. Both swords have gone." Leonard looked up. It was true, the Portuguese was casting aside his broken weapon and clutching at his knife. Now Leonard had no knife, and at the moment he never thought of his revolver. But he still held the hilt of his sword, and with it he sprang straight at Xavier, who rushed to meet him. They met with a dull shock as bull meets bull. Leonard struck one blow with the broken sword hilt, then dropped it. It was useless. But the stroke did him good service, for, falling on the right hand of the Portuguese, it paralyzed his arm for a second, causing him to let fall the dagger. Then they gripped each other, fighting desperately with their naked strength alone. Twice the huge Portuguese lifted the Englishman from the ground, striving to throw him, while the crowd yelled with excitement, but twice he failed. Not for nothing had Leonard learned wrestling as a lad and hardened his iron muscles by years of toil. Xavier may have weighed 16 stone and Leonard did not weigh 13, but his arms were like bars of steel and he was struggling for dear life. He waited a while, letting the Portuguese exhaust himself in efforts to hurl him to the ground. Then suddenly tightening his grip, Leonard put out all his strength. He could not hope to lift the man, that he knew, but he might throw him. With a sudden movement he hooked his right leg behind Xavier's left calf. Then he cast his weight forward and pushed with all his strength upon the great man's breast. Xavier tottered, recovered himself, tottered again, and strove to shift his leg. Leonard felt the movement and met it with a supreme effort. Losing his balance, his foe swayed slowly backwards like a falling tree, then fell with a thud that shook the ground. It was a gallant throw, and even the ranks of Tusculum as represented by the slave drivers could scarce forbear to cheer. Now Leonard lay upon the breast of the man, for he was dragged to earth with him. For a moment his enemy was still, breathing stertorously, for the shock of their fall had been great. Leonard looked round. There, some 8 feet away, was the knife, and he who could grasp it must win this deadly game. But how could he grasp it? Xavier, whose strength and powers were coming back, still hugged him in his fearful grip. He also saw the knife, and would win it. Rapidly, by instinct almost, Leonard measured the distance with his eye. There was but one plan, to roll to it. The first roll would leave him undermost, but the dagger would still be out of Xavier's reach. Then, could he succeed in turning him upon his back once more, Leonard would be uppermost again, and if he was able to free his hand it might grasp the weapon. It was a terrible risk, but he must take it. He lay motionless a while, husbanding his force, and the Portuguese surged and heaved beneath him. He could feel the muscles of his mighty frame start up in knots as he struggled. At last Leonard let him have his way, and over they went, the two of them. Now Xavier was uppermost, and the mob yelled in triumph, for they thought that the stranger's strength was spent. The knife, gasped Xavier, and one of his servants sprang forward to give it to him. But Otto was watching and started out of the press, naked saber in hand. His fierce and ugly face was twitching with excitement, his black eyes shone, and his vast shoulders worked to and fro. To Juana, fascinated by the fearful struggle, the dwarf looked like some black gnome, like a thing of supernatural power, half toad, half human. "He who touches the knife dies," he said in guttural Arabic, stretching his long arm and saber over it. "Let these cocks fight it out, my masters." The man shrank back. He also was afraid of Otter, deeming him uncanny, nor did any other interfere. Now came the moment of death or victory. As he could not reach the weapon, with a sudden movement Xavier freed his right hand and grasped the Englishman's throat, but to do this he must lessen the pressure on his breast. Leonard felt the grip, and the knowledge that his end was at hand renewed his powers. Twice he writhed like a snake, gripping the ground with the muscles of his back and legs. Once he swung his frame to the right, then a vast effort, and lo! Xavier turned slowly over like a log of wood, and again Leonard lay upon his breast. Leonard lay upon his breast, and his right arm was free and within reach of the dagger. But the giant's grasp of his throat was cruel. The blood drummed in his ears and his senses began to fail. No, he would not die thus and leave the girl helpless. Where was it? He was blind, he could see nothing but her white face. He must get free, he knew now. They thought that he was spent, see. His head fell, when suddenly he lifted himself and heaved up his arm. Crash! It came full on the forehead of Xavier, that in its turn was pillowed on the stony earth. The grip slackened. Crash again, a fearful and despairing blow. Leonard's throat was free, and the air rushed into his bursting lungs. Now he could see and grasp the knife, but there was no need to use it. The great man beneath him flung his arms wide, shivered, and grew still. Then it was, while men paused wondering at those awful blows, that Warner, mindful of her deliverer's bidding, turned and fled, sick at heart but unhindered, to the edge of the ditch opposite the drawbridge. Otter also rushed up and dragged Leonard from the ground. "Wow," he cried, "a good fight and a great blow. Dead, by my mother's spirit, and no touch of steel. Awake, my father, awake. For if the boar is down the pigs remain." Leonard heard his words dimly and knew their import. With an effort he ceased to stagger and rested his weight upon the dwarf, much as a man might lean upon some sturdy post. His breath came back to him and his mind cleared. He looked round and saw Warner standing near the bridge like one who hesitates whether to fly or stay. "Sirs," gasped Leonard, "I have fought and I have won. Now let me go in peace with the girl. Is the man alive?" A ring of men had crowded round the body of Xavier, and in their center knelt the priest Francisco. At this moment he rose and said, "It is useless to minister to him, he is no more." The slavers looked at Leonard with awe not unmixed with admiration. Who had ever seen such a thing, that one whose strength had been a byword should be slain with the naked fist? They forgot that it is easy to kill the man whose head rests upon a stone. Presently, however, their wonder gave way to rage. Xavier had been a favorite among them, and they were not minded that he should die unavenged. So they drew round Leonard scowling and cursing. "Stand back," he said, "and let me pass. I fought your friend fairly. Had I wished to take advantage of him, should I not have used this?" And for the first time he remembered and drew his Colt, the sight of which cooled their ardor somewhat, for they gave way. "Perhaps you will give me an arm," Father Leonard went on, speaking to the priest, who was standing by. "I am much shaken." Francisco complied, and they started towards Warner, Otter guarding their rear with his saber. Before they had gone 10 yards, however, Pereira waddled towards them after a hasty consultation with one of his captains. "Seize that man," he shouted, "he has killed the worthy Dom Xavier, having first insulted him, he has slain him by violence, and he must answer for it." A dozen ruffians sprang forward at his bidding, only to be met by the saber and pistol of Otter, with neither of which were they anxious to make a closer acquaintance. Leonard saw that the position was very grave, and a thought came into his mind. "You wish to escape from this place, Father," he said rapidly to the priest. "Yes," answered Francisco, "it is a hell." "Then lead me as swiftly as you may to that bridge. I am hurt and weak, but there is succor beyond." As he spoke the drawbridge, which was not 10 yards away, fell with a crash. "Run across, Warner Rod," cried Leonard in English. She hesitated, then obeyed. It seemed to Leonard that the look upon her face said, "How can I leave you?" "Now, Father," said Leonard, "make a rush for it," and leaning on the priest's shoulder he stumbled towards the bridge. But he would never have reached it had it not been for Otter. Treason, roared Pereira, stop him. Who let down the bridge? A man came on the attack. It was the same young captain that Leonard had offered to fight before the auction. In his hand was a knife already uplifted to fall on Leonard's back when Otter's saber flashed and the man went down. Seize the bridge and hold it, roared Pereira again. Wind up, yelled Otter in answer, as with saber and pistol he held back the mob. Those on the further side obeyed with such a will that Leonard and the priest rolled down the slanting planks. Otter, cried Leonard, good God, he will be killed. By way of answer Otter fired the last barrel of his pistol. Then with a yell, before his foes could close upon him, he sprang like a wildcat straight at the iron chains of the bridge, which were used to secure it in its place when needful. At the moment they hung 4 feet or more above his head, but he grasped them and shouted to hoist away. A man attempted to seize his legs, but Otter kicked him in the face and he fell into the water. Next second he was out of their reach and rapidly rising high into the air. Some threw knives and some fired pistol shots after him, but none of these touched him. Ah! Yellow Devil, the dwarf cried as he swung, look behind you, there is another devil, yellower and fiercer than you. Pereira turned and all his company with him, and at that moment, with a crackling roar, a vast sheet of flame burst up from the morass. The reeds had caught at last in good earnest, and the strengthening wind was bringing the fire down upon them. Chapter 14. Vengeance, treachery, treachery, screamed Pereira. The reeds are fired, and that witch has betrayed us. Ha, 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 cried Otter again from his airy perch. Treachery, treachery. And what if the slaves are loosed? And what if the gates be barred? Hitherto the mob had been silent in their fear and wonder. There they stood closely packed, 100 or more of them, staring first at Otter, then at the advancing flames. Now they found tongue. He is a fiend. Kill him. Storm the slave camp. To the gates, they yelled in this language and in that. For many it was their last earthly cry, since at that moment a sheet of flame burst from the rampart of the camp, followed by the boom of the cannon, and 6 pounds of canister swept through the crowd. Right through them it swept, leaving a wide lane of dead and dying, and such a shriek went up to heaven as even that place of torment had never heard. Then they broke and fled this way and that, screaming curses as they went. When Leonard and the priest had rolled down the rising bridge, they found Warner standing safely by the guard-house, surrounded by some of the settlement men. To the gun, he cried, to the gun. Fire into them. I will follow you. Then it was that he saw Otter left to his death and called out in fear. But Otter saved himself as has been told, and clambered down the bridge safe and sound. Leaning on the dwarf and Francisco, Leonard, followed by Warner, staggered along the earthwork to the place where the gun was mounted. Before he had gone a step he caught sight of the figure of So, outlined in bold relief against the background of the fire and surrounded by many of the freed settlement men. At the instant when he saw her, she was in the act of springing back from the breech of the gun, the lanyard in her hand. Then came the roar of the shot and the shriek of the smitten. "Wow," said Otter, "the old woman has not been idle. She is clever as a man, that one." Another minute and they were helping to reload the piece, that is, except So, who was on her knees kissing Warner's hands. "Come, stop that," said Leonard, sinking to the ground, for he was utterly exhausted. "Those devils have gone for their arms. They will try to storm us presently. Is the shot home, Peter? Then run her out, sharp, and you, So, screw her nose down." Next he bade the freed slaves arm themselves with stakes or anything that they could find, for of rifles they had but 4, 2 of which they had found in the guard-house. Presently the slavers came on with a yell, carrying long planks, by the help of which they hoped to cross the dike. "Look out," said Leonard, "they are going to open fire. Under the earthwork, every man of you." And seizing Warner, who was standing near, he pulled her down into cover. It was not too soon, for next instant a storm of bullets swept over them. Most of the men had understood and taken shelter, but some were too slow or too stupid. Of these 1 fell dead and 2 more were hit. So and Peter alone took no heed, and yet they remained unhurt. There stood the woman, while the bullets whistled round her, laying the gun as coolly as though she had served in the Royal Artillery, and with her was the head man, Peter. Peter was shot through the waistcloth and a ball cut its way through So's grizzled hair, but neither of them seemed to notice these trifles. "They are mad," Bars cried Otter, who was watching the enemy over the top of the embankment. "See, they are coming across the open." Leonard looked. The dwarf was right. In their rage and hurry the slavers, half hidden in a cloud of smoke caused by their rapid firing, were advancing across the clear space instead of creeping along the edge of the dike. What was more, the necessity of carrying the planks caused them to pack in groups. So gave a final twist with her lever and waited, her hand on the lanyard. A bullet cut it in 2, but without firing the gun, and she grasped the shortened cord. "Now for it," cried Leonard, as the first party came into the line of fire. So sprang backwards with a yell, again the piece thundered out, and the canister screamed through the air. It tore along the advancing files, then, striking the beaten earth, rebounded and caught those who were following with the ricochet, and with awful effect. Whole groups were mowed down by this one discharge, the destruction being twice as large as that caused by the first shot, for at this greater range the canister found room to spread. Also the rebounding missiles flying hither and thither among the crowd did no little execution. Down went the men in heaps, and with them the planks they carried. They had no more wish to storm the slave camp, they had but one thought left, the thought of safety, and the survivors of them fled in all directions, yelling with fear and fury. Load up," cried Otter, lifting the charge of powder which lay at hand. "They will try to break open the gates and get out, then they will cut us off." As he spoke they saw many men run from the auction shed to the water gate. But it could not be climbed, the key was gone, and the massive bolts and beams were not easy to break. So they brought hammers and a tree trunk which had supported an angle of the shed, and battered at the gate. For 2 minutes or more it held, then it began to give. "Swift, swift," cried Otter again as he dragged at the cannon to turn it, "or all will yet be lost." "Hurry no man's ox," Black One said so, as she laid the gun with the help of Peter. A cry went up from the slavers. The gate was tottering, but it still held by the upper hinges. A few more blows and it must surely fall. But those blows were never struck. Again so sprang backwards, and the roar of the gun was answered by the screams of the slavers as the shrapnel ploughed through them. Of those who were left the most part fled for shelter to the auction hut and to the nest itself. Some ran across to the magazine, but appeared to be unable to enter it, for soon they were seen flying back again, while about a dozen of the boldest remained at the gate trying to complete its destruction. On these Leonard and Otter opened fire with rifles, but it was not until 3 or 4 of them had fallen that the rest fled to join their companions beneath the shelter of the sheds. "Oh, look, look," said Warner, pointing to the east. It was indeed a spectacle never to be forgotten. The dense reeds, measuring 12 to 15 feet in height, had been fired far to the east of the nest, and as the wind gathered to a gale and the fire got firmer hold, it rolled down upon the doomed place in billows and sheets, a sea of flame that sometimes spouted high into the air and sometimes ran swiftly along the ground. The reeds crackled and roared like musketry as the fire ate into them, giving out thick volumes of smoke. At first this smoke had passed above the spectators, now it blew into their faces, half choking them and blotting out the sky, and mixed up with it were showers of sparks and fragments of burning reeds brought forward on the wind. "The house and sheds will soon catch now," said Leonard, "then they must take refuge in the open spaces, where we can deal with them," and he nodded towards the gun. As he spoke tongues of flame darted into the air, first from the thatch of the shed, then from the roof of the nest. They were afire. "We must be careful," Bars said Otter, "or the slave shelters behind us will burn also, and all those in them." "Heavens! I never thought of that," answered Leonard. "Here, father, if you wish to do a good work, take some of these people and the buckets they use to water the slaves. Let 3 or 4 men get onto each roof and extinguish the sparks as they fall, while others bring them water from the moat." The priest sprang up and set to the task, at which he labored gallantly for 2 long hours. Had it not been for his efforts, the sheds and the slaves in them must have been burnt, for the sparks fell thick upon the dry thatch, which caught again and again. Now the sights and sounds grew more and more fearful. Maddened with fear, the remainder of the slave drivers and their servants rushed from the flaming buildings, striving to escape from the fire. Some flung themselves desperately into the aloes and prickle pears on the inner rampart, and, climbing the palisade beyond, escaped into the marsh, while some collected on the open space, and at these the gun was fired from time to time when the smoke lifted. Others again ran to the dike of the slave camp begging for mercy, there to be shot by Otter, who never wearied in his task of revenge. From behind them also rose the hideous cries of the slaves, who believed that they were about to be burned alive, and screamed as they dragged at their manacles. "Oh, it is like hell," said Warner to Leonard, as she buried her face in the grass that she might see no more, and to escape the suffocating smoke. She was right. So the time went on. One by one the roofs of the various buildings fell in, and spouts of flame shot high into the air to descend about them in a rain of sparks. But at last the cries ceased, for even the slaves could yell no more. The fire grew less and less, and the wind dropped. Then the sun rose on the scene of death and desolation. The morass was swept bare to the depth of many hundred yards, and the camp was a smoking ruin strewn with the dead. The walls of the nest still stood, however, and here and there a charred post remained. Everything else was gone, except the magazine, which had escaped the flames, being built of brick and stone, and roofed with tin. The adventurers looked around them in silence, then they looked at each other. What a spectacle they presented in the clear light of the morning, as they stood by the gun which had done them such signal service. All were begrimed with smoke and powder, and their clothes were burnt by the falling sparks. Leonard's throat was a mass of bruises, his hands and face were bleeding, and he was so stiff and hurt that he could scarcely move. Zoe's hair was singed and cut by the bullet which had shaved her head. The priest's robe hung in charred threads, and his hands were blistered with fire. Warner's broidered Arab dress, torn by the brutal hand of Pereira, scarcely retained a trace of white, and her long dark locks were tangled and powdered with bits of blackened reed. All were utterly exhausted, that is, all except Otter, who advanced to speak to Leonard, begrimed and stripped to the waist, but fresh and fierce as ever. "What is it, Otter?" he asked. "Will the bars let me take these men?" And he nodded towards the freed slaves who had belonged to the settlement, "and hunt through the camp yonder? Many of the devils still live, and wounded snakes strike hardest." "As you like," answered Leonard. "Arm them with anything you can find, and search the camp thoroughly. But be careful." In 10 minutes Otter was gone with the men. Then Leonard and the others fetched water and washed as best they might, the guard-house being assigned to Warner and Zoe, who made their toilet with the help of a comb they found in it. There also they discovered food, the rations of the sentry, of which they ate with such appetite as they might, and a plentiful supply of meal for the slaves. As they were finishing their breakfast, Otter returned unharmed, though of the men who accompanied him 5 were missing. With him also were 2 of the 4 settlement men who had been sent to fire the reeds on the previous night. They were much exhausted, for their task had been no easy one, and fortunately for Leonard it was only after long delay that they succeeded in it. Their 2 companions were dead, one had been taken by an alligator in the water, and the other had fallen into a deep hole in the morass, and, striking his head against a log, was drowned there. "Is it finished?" said Leonard to the dwarf. Otter nodded. Some are dead and some are fled, he answered, but from these last we have little to fear, for they believe that an army has come against them. Still that is not all the tale, Buzz. We have taken one of them alive. Come and look at him, Buzz. Leonard clambered up the steps of the embankment, followed by the others. On its further side stood the group of settlement men who had returned from scouring the camp, thin and haggard fellows, scarred by the slave irons, but very fierce-looking. In their midst a white man crouched upon the ground, moaning with terror and misery. Just then he lifted his face, it was that of the Yellow Devil himself. There lay that aged iniquity, that hoary shame caught at last in his own snares. "Where did you find him, Otter?" asked Leonard as they crossed the drawbridge. "In the magazine, Buzz, and your gold with him, also many rifles and much powder. He had locked himself up there, but he had not the heart to fire the powder and make an end." Pereira did not see them as yet, but raising his head he begged for water. "Give him blood," said one of the men sullenly. "He has drunk it all his days, let it be his last drink." Leonard motioned to Francisco the priest to bring water, then Pereira saw them and began to pray for mercy. "Antonio Pereira," Leonard answered sternly, "last night I and 2 companions, a woman and a black dwarf, set ourselves a task, to take this armed place of yours and rescue a white girl whom you had condemned to slavery. It did not seem possible that we should do it, but between sunset and sunrise we have done it. Who helped us then, that we should have carried out this thing which was impossible? I will tell you, God helped us as he helped this lady when she called on him. Cry to God, then, to do that which is still more impossible, to help you. From me you will have justice and no more." For a moment Pereira ceased whining, and a flash of the old ferocity came into his eyes. "Ah, my friend," he muttered, "if I had but known." Then turning to Juana he said, "My dove, have I not treated you kindly? Will you say no word for me, now that my enemies prevail against me?" By way of answer Juana looked first at the human reptile before her, and next at the bosom of her torn dress, now roughly pinned up with the spikes of aloe leaves. Then she turned and went. "Buzz," said Otter, "may I speak?" "Speak on," Leonard answered. "Hearken, Yellow Devil," said the dwarf. 10 years ago you took me, and I lay in this camp a slave, yes, in yonder shed. Here are the marks of the irons, your own seal. Ah! You have forgotten the black dwarf, or perhaps you never noticed him, but he remembers. Who could forget you, Yellow Devil, that once had slept beneath your roof? I escaped, but as I fled I swore that, if I might, I would bring vengeance upon you. The years went by, and the hour came at last. I led Buzz to this place. I found you this morning, and we are not parted yet, Yellow Devil. What did you boast last night, that you had sent 20,000 of us black people to slavery? Yes, and for every one that you have sold you have killed 5, old men white with years, women with child, little children at the breast, you have murdered them all. Ah! Yes, I have seen you laugh and kill them before the eyes of their mothers, as last night you killed the kitten. And now your time has come at last, Yellow Devil, and I, Otter the Dwarf, will give you to drink of your own medicine. What? You cry for mercy, you who never gave it even in a dream. I tell you, did my chief yonder bid me loose you, I would disobey him even to force, I, who would rather die than put aside his word on any other matter. Look now at these men, and he pointed to the settlement people, who glared hungrily at the crouching wretch, much as hounds glare at a fox that is held aloft by the huntsman. Look at them. Do you see mercy in their eyes? They, whose fathers and mothers you have murdered, whose little children you have stamped to death. Well, Yellow Devil, the white men tell us of a hell, a place where dead people are tormented. We know nothing of that, it is for the white people, and they may keep it all to themselves. Now you are beginning to taste that hell of yours, only beginning, Yellow Devil. Bars Leonard, I demand this man to be tried by us and dealt with according to our customs, for it is against us black folk that he has sinned most of all, and we ask his blood in payment for our blood. What, howled Pereira, am I to be given over to these black dogs? Mercy! Mercy! Francisco, plead for me. Shrive me. I know I killed your brother, I had to do it. Plead for me, and he rolled in the dust, trying to clasp Leonard's feet. I cannot shrive you, answered the priest shuddering, but I will pray for you. Then the hungry-eyed natives pounced upon Pereira to drag him thence, but Leonard broke through them saying, I will have none of your savage cruelties here. Let the man be shot if you will, but no more. As it chanced, however, Pereira was not destined to die by the hand of man, for even as Otter gripped him he turned livid, threw up his arms, groaned, and fell to the earth. Leonard looked at him, he was dead, dead through the fear of death, for terror had stopped the beating of his wicked heart. The shepherdess prophesied truly, cried Otter presently, for the heavens above have robbed us of our vengeance. Well, it is hard, but at least this one shall work no more evil. Carry it away, said Leonard with a shudder, for the dead man's face was ghastly to behold. Then turning to him as if nothing had happened, he added, Otter, take these men and loose the rest of the slaves, then get the ammunition, rifles, and stores from the almshouse and bring them to the water gate. We must clear out of this place at once, or we shall have the escaped slavers and the crews of the dhows down upon us. Thus then did fate at last find out Antonio Pereira, the Yellow Devil. Chapter 15. Disillusion. Once more it was morning, and the travellers were encamped by that reedy point where they had left the big boats which they cut loose from the island. From the earliest dawn Leonard had been superintending the transport across the river of the hundreds of slaves whom they had released. They there were put on shore by the settlement men, provided with a store of meal, and left to shift for themselves, it being found utterly impossible to take them any further. There, they are gone, said Otter, as the last boatload set out under the charge of Peter. "Well, let them go, the silly sheep. So much the less trouble for us, who, although we have a shepherdess, can scarcely lead so large a flock. Well, we have pulled the missy yonder out of the slave nest, and the yellow devil, we have talked with him and all his crew. And now are we to go on to win the gold, the real yellow devil, Bars?" "I suppose so," Otter answered Leonard, "that is, if so keeps her word. But it isn't gold, it is rubies. At any rate we must make for the settlement below Snow, to take these men back and see if we can hear anything of Marvum." So said Otter after a pause. "Well, the shepherdess, as these settlement people call her, will want to find her father. Say, Bars, she is proud, is she not? She looks over our heads and speaks little." "Yes, Otter, she is proud. And she is beautiful, no woman was ever so beautiful." "Yes, Otter, she is beautiful. And she is cold, Bars, she does not say thank you nicely for all that you have done." "Perhaps she thinks it the more, Otter. Perhaps she thinks it the more. Still, she might say thank you to you, Bars, who are her husband." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, Bars, that you bought her first, according to our custom, and married her afterwards according to your own, and if that does not make her your wife, nothing can." "Stop that fool's talk," said Leonard angrily, "and never let me hear you repeat it. It was only a game that we played. As the Bars desires, so be it. I do but speak from my heart when I say that she is your wife, and some might think that not so ill, for she is fair and clever. Will the Bars rise and come to the river to bathe, that his soreness may leave him?" Leonard took the suggestion, and came back from his bath a new man, for rest and the cold water had acted on him like magic. He was still stiff, indeed, and remained lame in one leg for 10 days or more, but, with the exception of an aching of the throat where Xavier had gripped him, no other ill effects were left. Among the booty of the slave camp was a good supply of clothing, flannel shirts, corduroy suits, and hats. Casting aside the rags of the Portuguese uniform in which he had disguised himself, Leonard put on some of these articles and reappeared in the camp dressed like an ordinary English colonist, roughly indeed, but becomingly. Meanwhile Juana had also been making her toilet, with the help of So, who took this opportunity to tell her mistress the history of her meeting with Leonard Outram. But, either from design or because she forgot to do so, she did not at this time tell her about the agreement which had been entered into between them. As yet So had never spoken fully to her mistress of her early life or of the mysterious people of the mist from whom she sprang, though she had taught her the language they spoke. Perhaps, for reasons of her own, she did not think this a favorable occasion on which to begin the story. When So had finished, Juana fell into a reverie. She remembered that she had expressed no gratitude to Mr. Outram for his heroic rescue of her. Yet in her heart she was grateful enough. But for him she must now have been dead, and the world of light and love would have closed its gates upon her forever. Still, mixed up with her gratitude and earnest admiration of the deed of heroism which had been wrought for her Sake, was another feeling, a feeling of resentment and alarm. This stranger, this dark, keen-eyed, resolute man had bought her as a slave. More, he had gone through a form of marriage with her that was not all a form, for it had been solemnly celebrated by a priest, and there on her finger was the memorial of it. Of course it meant nothing, but the thought of it angered her and offended her pride. Like other women, Warner Rod had not come to 20 years of age without dreaming of love, and, strange to say, her fancy had always chosen some such man as Leonard for the hero of the story. But that the hero should present himself in this ultra-heroic fashion, that he should buy her with gold, that he should go through a form of marriage with her within an hour of their first meeting, for these things she had not bargained. It was a fact, that marriage was an accomplished fact, although it might be null and void, and the female mind has a great respect for accomplished facts. To a woman of Warner's somewhat haughty nature this was very galling. Already she felt it to be so, and as time went on the chain of its remembrance irked her more and more, a circumstance which accounts for much of her subsequent conduct. Thinking such thoughts as these, Warner strolled back towards the camp along a little pathway in the reeds, and suddenly came face to face with Leonard. She was clad in a white Arab robe, part of the lute, which she had adapted cleverly to the purposes of a dress, fastening it round her slender waist with an embroidered scarf. She wore no hat, and her rich dark hair was twisted into a great knot that shone in the sunlight. In her hand she held some crimson lilies which she had gathered, that made a spot of color on the whiteness of her dress. The look of haunting terror was gone from her face, whose beauty had come back during her sleep. Her changing eyes shone beneath their dark lashes, and she moved with the grace of a fawn. Seen thus in that pure and pearly light against the green background of the feathered reeds, nothing could have seemed more sweet and lovely than did this girl, this child of the forest and the river, who mingled in herself the different beauty of the Saxon and the Spaniard, ripened by the African sun and dignified by the long companionship of nature. There was a grace about her movements, a purity in her face, a mystery in the wide eyes and curved and smiling lips, such as Leonard had never seen before, and which overcame him utterly. Alas for the fickleness of the human heart! From that moment the adoration of his youth, the dream of his lonely years of wandering, Jane Beach, began to grow faint and fade away. But though this was so, as yet he did not admit it to himself, indeed, he scarcely knew it. Warner looked up and saw him standing before her, proud and handsome, an air of command upon his thoughtful face, deep-chested, bearded, vigorous, a man amongst men. She saw the admiration in his eyes and blushed, knowing that, do what she would to prevent it, it was reflected in her own. She remembered all that this stranger had done for her, how he had risked his life 100 times, how she would now have been dead and unlovely were it not for his intrepid deeds, and remembering, something stirred at her heart. Was it gratitude that moved her thus? She did not know, but whatever it was, she turned her head that he might not read it on her face. Another moment, and she was holding out her hand to him and smiling pleasantly. "Good morning," she said. "I hope that you have slept well, and that you have no bad news." "I spent 8 hours in a state of absolute stupor," he answered, laughing, "and there is no news at all to speak of, except that I have got rid of those slaves, poor creatures. I fancy that our friends, the slave dealers yonder, have had enough of our company, and are scarcely likely to follow us." Warner turned a shade paler, and answered, "I trust so. At least I have had enough of them. By the way, Mr. Outram, I have to thank you for a great deal." Here her eyes caught the gleam of the gold circlet on the third finger of her left hand. "This ring belongs to you. I will return it at once." "Miss Rodd," said Leonard gravely, "we have passed through a very strange adventure together. Will you not keep the ring in remembrance of it?" Her strong impulse was to refuse. While she wore this ring, the thought of that hateful scene and still more hateful mockery of marriage would be always with her. And yet, as the words of prompt refusal were on her lips, a feeling, an instinct, almost a superstition caused them to remain unspoken. "You are very kind," she said, "but this is your signet ring, is not that what you call it? You cannot wish to give it to a chance acquaintance." "Yes, it is my signet ring, and if you will look at the crest and motto you will see that they are not inappropriate. And I do wish to give it even to a chance acquaintance, Miss Rodd, if you will allow me no more intimate term." "I have looked at them," she answered, as she examined the ring curiously. It was of plain and somewhat massive gold, and deeply cut into the shield-faced bezel was the Outram crest, a hand holding a drawn sword, beneath which the motto was engraved. "What is the last word of the motto?" she went on. "It is so rubbed that I cannot read it." "For home, honor, and heart," said Leonard. Warner blushed, though why the word heart should make her blush she knew not. "Well, I will wear the ring, if you wish it, Mr. Outram, in memory of our adventure, that is, until you ask it back again," she said confusedly, then added with a change of tone, "There is one detail of the adventure that I hope you will not allude to more than you can avoid, for the recollection of it is most painful to me, probably more so even than to you." "I suppose you mean the ceremony of marriage, Miss Rodd." "I mean the wicked and abominable farce in which we were made to play a part," she answered passionately. "Most of the witnesses of that shameful scene are dead and cannot speak of it, and if you will keep your servant the dwarf silent I will do the same by Father Francisco. Let it be forgotten by both of us." "Certainly, Miss Rodd," said Leonard, "that is, if anything so strange can be forgotten. And now, will you come to breakfast?" She bowed her head in assent and swept past him, the red lilies in her hand. "I wonder what hold she has over that priest," thought Leonard to himself, that she talked of being able to keep him silent. "By the way, I must find out whether we are to have the pleasure of his company. I would rather be without him myself. A strange girl. One can account for her beauty, she inherited that, but it is difficult to understand the manner. By rights she should be a half-wild hoyden, but I never saw an English lady with more grace and dignity. Perhaps I have forgotten, it is so long since I associated with ladies, or perhaps, like beauty, these are natural to her. After all, her father seems to have been a gentleman of birth, and people who live with nature may have every fault in the calendar, but they cannot be vulgar. That is the gift of civilization. When he reached the camp, Leonard found the priest talking confidentially to Warner. "By the way, father," he said somewhat brusquely, "as you see, I have got rid of those slaves. It was impossible to take them with us, and now they must shift for themselves. At any rate, they are better off than they were yonder. What are your plans? You have behaved well to us, but I cannot forget that we found you in bad company. Perhaps you wish to return to it, and in that case your way lies eastward." And he nodded towards the nest. "I do not wonder that you distrust me, Señor," said Francisco, his pale and girlish face coloring as he spoke, "for appearances are much against me. But I assure you that although I came into the company of Antonio Pereira by my own will, it was for no evil purpose. To be brief, Señor, I had a brother who fled hither from Portugal because of a crime that he had committed, and joined Pereira's band. With much toil I tracked him out, and was welcomed at the nest because I am a priest who can comfort the sick and shrive the dying, for wickedness does not console men at the last, Señor. I persuaded my brother to return with me, and we made a plan to escape. But Pereira's ears were long, we were betrayed, and my brother was hanged. They did not hang me, because of my calling. Afterwards I was kept a prisoner and forced to accompany the band in their expeditions. That is all the story. Now, with your permission, I will follow you, for I have no money and nowhere else to go in this wilderness, though I fear that I am not strong enough to be of much service, and being of another faith you will scarcely need my ministrations." "Very well, father," answered Leonard coldly, "but please understand that we are still surrounded by many dangers, which any treachery might cause to overwhelm us. Therefore I warn you that should I detect anything of the sort, my answer to it will be a quick one." "I do not think that you need suspect the father, Mr. Outram," said Warner indignantly. "I owe him a great deal. Had it not been for his kindness and counsel, I should not be alive today. I am most deeply grateful to him. If you vouch for him, Miss Rod, that is enough." "You have had the advantage of a closer acquaintance than I can boast," Leonard answered gravely, mentally contrasting the difference of her manner in acknowledging the priest's services and his own. From that hour till a certain conversation opened his eyes, struggle as he would against it, Leonard disliked Francisco. He had a foolish British aversion to his class, and Warner's marked partiality towards this particular individual did not lessen it in this instance. Prejudice is a strong thing, and when it is heightened by suspicion and jealousy, especially jealousy of the unacknowledged kind, it becomes formidable, both to him who entertains it and to him against whom it is entertained. When their meal was done, they proceeded up the river in the boats which they had captured from the slavers, each boat being rowed by the best oarsmen among the settlement men. Including women and children, their party numbered some 60 souls. At evening they passed the island where they had left the company of slavers, but could see no sign of life upon it, and never learned whether the men perished or escaped. An hour later they encamped upon the bank of the river, and it was while they were sitting round the fire at night that Warner told Leonard of the horrors which she had undergone during her dreadful sojourn with the slave caravan. She told him also how she had torn leaves from the Bible which she chanced to have with her, and fixed them upon the reeds whenever she could find an opportunity of so doing, in the hope that they might guide her father, should he return and attempt her rescue. "It is all like a nightmare," she said, "and as for that hideous farce of marriage with which it ended, I can scarcely bear to think of it." Then Francisco, who had been sitting silent, spoke for the first time. "You speak, Señora," he said in his subdued voice, "of that hideous farce of marriage, and I suppose you mean the ceremony which I performed between you and the Señor Outram, being forced to the act by Pereira. It is my duty to tell you both that, however irregular this marriage may have been, I do not believe it to be a farce. I believe that you are lawfully man and wife until death shall part you, unless indeed the Pope should annul the union, as he alone can do." "Nonsense, nonsense," broke in Leonard, "you forget that there was no consent, that we are of another religion, and that the form was necessary to our plot." "The Church knows nothing of the reasons which lead to the undertaking of wedlock," Francisco answered mildly. "They are various, and many of them would not bear investigation. But you were married without any open protest on your part, on Portuguese territory, according to Portuguese custom, and by a duly qualified priest. The fact that you are of the Protestant religion, and were united by the Catholic ritual, does not matter at all. For the purposes of the ceremony you accepted that ritual, as is customary when a Protestant marries a Catholic. It is disagreeable for me to have to tell you this, but the truth remains. I believe that you are man and wife before heaven and the world." 1. The editor does not hold himself responsible for Father Francisco's views on ecclesiastical marriage law. Here Juana jumped to her feet, and even in that light Leonard could see that her breast was heaving and her eyes shone with anger. "It is intolerable that I should be forced to listen to such falsehoods," she said, "and if you ever repeat them in my hearing, Father Francisco, I will not speak to you again. I utterly repudiate this marriage." Before the ceremony began, Mr. Outram whispered to me to go through with the farce, and it was a farce. Had I thought otherwise I should have taken the poison. If there is any foundation for what the father says, I have been deceived and entrapped. "Pardon, Señora," replied the priest, "but you should not speak so angrily. The Señor Outram and I only did what we were forced to do." "Supposing that Father Francisco is right, which I do not believe," said Leonard, with sarcasm, "do you think, Miss Rod, that such a sudden undertaking would be more to my liking than to yours? Believe me, had I wished to deceive and entrap you, I could not have done so without involving myself, since, if the marriage is binding, it is binding on both parties, and even such a humble individual as I am does not take a wife on the faith of a 5 minutes acquaintance. To be frank, I undertook your rescue for purposes far other than those of matrimony. Might I ask what they were? Replied Warner, in a tone of equal acerbity. Certainly, Miss Rodd. But first I must explain that I am no knight-errant. I am an almost penniless adventurer, and for urgent reasons of my own I seek to win fortune. Therefore, when the woman yonder, and he pointed to So, who was sitting watching them just out of range of the firelight, came to me with a marvelous tale of a countless treasure of rubies, which she promised to reveal to me if I would undertake the little matter of your rescue, and when she even paid down a specimen stone of considerable value on account, having nothing better to do and nowhere to go, being in short desperate, I consented. Indeed, I did more. I took the precaution of reducing the matter to writing, I being one contracting party, and so, acting on her own behalf and as your attorney, being the other. I have not the least idea to what you allude, nor did I ever give So any authority to sign documents on my behalf. But may I see this writing? Certainly, Leonard answered, and rising he went to the baggage, whence he returned presently with a lantern and the prayer book. Warner placed the lantern beside her and opened the book. The first thing that she saw was a name on the flyleaf, Jane Beach, and beneath it this inscription, which evidently had been written by someone in a great hurry, to dearest Leonard from Jane, 23 January. Turn over, he said hastily, the document is on the other side. She was not slow to note both the writing and the confusion which her perusal of it caused him. Who was Jane Beach, she wondered, and why did she call Mr. Outram dearest Leonard? In a moment, so strange are the hearts of women, Warner felt herself much prepossessed against her, whoever she might be. But she turned the leaf and read the agreement. It was a pretty sight to see her bending over the cramped writing in the circle of the lantern light, but when at length she had finished and looked up, there was a smile upon her lovely face which had more of scorn in it than was pleasant. Come hither, so she said, and tell me what all this nonsense means about rubies and the people of the mist. Shepherdess answered So, squatting down on the ground before her, it is not nonsense. The language which I taught you when you were little is that of this people. It is a true tale, though hitherto I have hid it from you and your father, Marvum, lest Marvum should seek to win the precious stones and come to his death through them. Listen, shepherdess, and she repeated the outlines of the story with which she had already made Leonard acquainted, ending thus: I told this tale to the white man because I saw that he was greedy, after the fashion of his race, and my strait was desperate. For this reason I bribed him with the red stone, and with the promise that I would lead him to the land of the people of the mist, for had I not done so he would never have used his wit or put out his strength to rescue you from the yellow devil. Therefore it was also that I marked this paper on your behalf and my own, knowing well that I had no right to speak for you, and that by and by you could refuse to abide by it, though I am bound. Frank, at any rate, said Leonard to himself. What an attorney the old lady would have made. Say, so asked Warner, to succeed in the search for these stones, is it necessary that I should act a part among your people? I can see no other way, she answered. But what of that? You are free, and what I promised on your behalf is nothing. Let the white man go without his reward, it will save him a long journey. Attorney, murmured Leonard in admiration, she ought to be Attorney General. Well, the wicked old cheat, put in Otter. If I had my way I would break her neck, though she is so clever with the big gun. Warner took no notice of these asides. For the moment she remained in thought, then looked up smiling. Really, she said, this is a capital legal document. But oh, Mr. Outram, why did you dispel my illusions? You see, I had been making up such a romantic story out of this adventure. You were the knight-errant, and I was the Christian maiden in the hands of the ogre, and when you heard of it you buckled on your armor and started to the rescue. And now you bring me down to the 19th century with a run. It is not knight-errantry, but a commercial transaction. I am in difficulty, but by playing a certain undefined part you believe that I shall be able to help you to secure treasure, therefore you agree to undertake the risk. I am ignorant of what I am to do, for as yet nobody has explained it to me, but you need have no fear, I shall not repudiate, as so suggests with so much candor. Certainly I shall try my best to help you in this business, if I can, for you have worked hard and endangered your life, Mr. Outram, and I am sure that you have earned your money, or rather the prospect of it. Really it is all very amusing, and she laughed merrily. As for Leonard, he sat before her, mad with secret wrath and burning with shame. What a fool he had been thus to expose himself to the shafts of this girl's tongue, this girl, whose beauty was only equalled by her malice. He wished that his hand had withered before he wrote that accursed document. But now the only thing to do was to face it out. I am glad that you see me in my true light at last, Miss Rodd, he said. It simplifies matters. I entered into that agreement because it seemed to give me a remote chance of attaining my end, which is money. It does not quite follow, however, that I should not have attempted your rescue had there been no agreement, but, of course, I cannot expect you to believe that. I assure you, Mr. Outram, that I am deeply obliged to you for your caution. It has lifted a great weight from my mind, for if in any way I can help you to obtain possession of the valuables of this people of the mist, I shall have paid off an obligation which at present crushes me. We shall have to start early tomorrow morning, so with your permission I think that I will be turning in, said Leonard, springing up with singular alacrity. Warner watched him go with innocent eyes, and as he passed she saw by the firelight that his face was like a thunderstorm. I have made him angry this time, she thought to herself, and I am glad of it. What business had he to rescue me for money? But he is a strange man, and I don't think that I quite understand him. I wonder who Jane Beach is. I suppose that she wants the money. Women generally do, or at least they did in Durban. Then she spoke aloud, "So, come here while I undress, and tell me again all about your meeting with Mr. Outram, and what he said, forgetting nothing. You have put me to shame, so, with your talk, and I will never forgive you. Tell me also how I can help to win the treasure of the people of the mist." Chapter 16. Misunderstandings. For some days after the acrimonious conversation that has been reported, the relations between Leonard and Warner were not a little strained, although the necessities of travel brought them into continual contact. Both felt that they had cause of complaint against the other, and both were at heart somewhat ashamed of the part which they had played. Leonard regretted ever having made the agreement with So, and Warner, now that she had cooled down a little, regretted having spoken as she did upon the subject. Her pride was offended, but, after all, how could he know? Besides, he was an adventurer, and it was natural that he should make terms. Doubtless also his anxiety to win fortune had to do with the lady whose name was written in the prayer book. Perhaps this lady was only a maiden aunt, but a great desire seized Warner to know about her. And when such a wish enters the heart of woman, it is probable that she will find a means to satisfy it. Having no one else to ask, Warner sounded Otter, with whom she was on friendly terms, only to find that the subject of Jane Beach did not interest the dwarf. He hazarded a remark, however, that doubtless she was one of the Bars's wives when he lived in his big kraal over the water. This disgusted Warner somewhat, but the allusion to a big kraal excited the curiosity, of which she had a certain share, and very adroitly she questioned the dwarf concerning it. He rose to the fly without hesitation, and told her that his master had been one of the greatest men in the world, and one of the richest, but that he lost his possessions through the wicked arts of foemen, and was come to this country to seek new ones. Indeed, Otter enlarged upon the theme, and, anxious to extol his beloved chief's worth in the eyes of the shepherdess, it would not be too much to say that he drew upon his own imagination. Leonard, he declared, had owned country as wide as a horse could gallop across in a day. Moreover, he had 200 tribesmen, heads of families, who fed upon oxen killed for them, 20 oxen a week, and 10 principal wives had called him husband. Warner asked for the titles of the wives, whereon the undefeated Otter gave them all Kaffir names, not neglecting to describe their lineage, personal charms, and the number and sex of their children. The tale took about 2 hours to tell, and after hearing it Warner conceived a great respect for Otter. But she saw clearly that if she wished for reliable information she must obtain it from Leonard himself. It was not till the last day of their journey that Warner found the opportunity she sought. The voyage had been most prosperous, and they expected to reach the ruined settlement on the morrow. Though whether or not they would find Mr. Rod there was a matter of anxious conjecture, especially to his daughter. Day after day they rode and sailed up the great river, camping at night upon its banks, which would have been pleasant had it not been for the mosquitoes. But all this while Leonard and Warner saw little of each other, though they met often enough. On this particular occasion, however, it chanced that they were journeying in the same boat, alone, except for the rowers. Possibly Warner had contrived that it should be so, for as a general rule, in pursuit of his policy of avoiding a disagreeable young person, Leonard travelled with Otto in the first boat, while Warner was accompanied by Francisco and so in the second. To the priest, indeed, she made herself very agreeable, perhaps to show Leonard how charming she could be when she chose. She conversed with him by the hour together as though he were a woman friend, and his melancholy eyes would lighten with pleasure at her talk. Indeed, Francisco had something of the feminine in his nature, his very gentleness was womanly, and his slight stature, delicate hands and features heightened this impression. In face he was not unlike Warner herself, and as time went on the resemblance seemed to grow. Had he been arrayed in a woman's loose attire, it would have been easy to mistake one for the other in the dusk, although she was the taller of the two. The accident of his profession caused Warner to admit Francisco to an intimacy which she would have withheld from any other man. She forgot, or did not understand, that she was playing a dangerous game, that after all he was a man, and that the heart of a man beat beneath his cassock. Nobody could be more charming in her manner or more subtle in her mind than Warner, yet day by day she did not hesitate to display all her strength before the unfortunate young priest, which, in addition to her beauty, made her somewhat irresistible, at any rate on the Zambesi. Friendship and ignorance of the world were doubtless at the bottom of this reprehensible conduct, but it is also possible that unconscious pique had something to do with it. She was determined to show Leonard that she was not always a disagreeable person whom it was well to avoid, or at least that others did not think so. That all these airs and graces might have a tragic effect upon Francisco never occurred to her till too late. Well, for once the order of things was changed. Leonard and Warner sat side by side in the first boat. The evening was lovely. They glided slowly by the reed-fringed bank, watching the long lights play upon the surface of the lonely river, listening to the whistling wings of the countless wildfowl overhead, and counting the herds of various game that roamed upon the plains beyond. For a while neither of them spoke much. Occasionally Warner would call her companion's attention to some waterflower or to a great fish darting from the oars, and he would answer by a word or nod. His heart was wroth with the girl, as Otto would have said. He wondered why she had come with him, because she was tired of the priest perhaps. He wished her away, and yet he would have been sorry enough had she gone. For her part Warner desired to make him speak, and did not know how to break through his moody silence. Suddenly she leaned back in the boat and began to sing in a rich contralto voice that moved him. He had never heard her sing before, had never heard any good singing for many years indeed, and he was fond of singing. The song she sang was a Portuguese love song, very tender and passionate, addressed by a bereaved lover to his dead mistress, and she put much expression into it. Presently she ceased, and he noticed that her beautiful eyes were full of tears. So she could feel. "That is too sad," she said with a little laugh, and then burst into a Kaffir boat song, of which the settlement natives, joyous in the prospect of once more seeing their home, took up the chorus gleefully. Presently she wearied of the boat chant. "I am tiring you," she said. "I dare say that you do not care for singing." "On the contrary, Miss Rod, I am very fond of it. Your voice is good, if you will allow me to say so, and it has been trained. I do not quite understand how you can have had the opportunity to learn so many things, music, for instance. I suppose, Mr. Outram, you think that I should be a sort of savage by rights, but as a matter of fact, although we have lived on the Zambesi, I have had some chances. There is always a certain amount of trade on the river, by means of which we often obtain books and other things, and are brought into occasional contact with European merchants, travelers, and missionaries. Then my father is a gently born and well-educated man, though circumstances have caused him to spend his life in these wild places. He was a scholar in his day and he has taught me a good deal, and I have picked up more by reading. Also, for nearly 3 years I was at a good school in Durban and did my best to improve myself there. I did not wish to grow up wild because I lived among wild people. Indeed, that explains the miracle. And do you like living among savages? I have liked it well enough hitherto, but this last adventure has sickened me. Oh! It was dreadful. Had I not been very strong I could never have endured it. A nervous woman would have been driven mad. Yes, I have liked it well enough. I have always looked upon it as a preparation for life. I think that the society of nature is the best education for the society of man, since until you understand and are in sympathy with the one, you cannot really understand the other. Now I should like to go to Europe and see the world and its civilizations, for I know from what stuff they were evolved. But perhaps I never shall. At any rate, I have to find my dear father first. And she sighed. Leonard made no answer, he was thinking. And you, Mr. Outram, do you care for this life? He exclaimed bitterly. Like yourself, Miss Rod, I am the victim of circumstances and must make the best of them. As I told you, I am a penniless adventurer seeking my fortune in the rough places of the earth. Of course I might earn a livelihood in England, but that is of no use to me. I must win wealth, and a great deal of it. What is the good? She said. Is there any object in wearing out one's life by trying to grow rich? That depends. I have an object, one which I have sworn to fulfill. She looked at him inquiringly. Miss Rod, I will tell you. My brother, who died of fever some weeks ago, and I were the last male survivors of a very ancient house. We were born to great prospects, or at least he was, but owing to the conduct of our father, everything was lost to us, and the old house, which had been ours for centuries, went to the hammer. That was some 7 years ago, when I was a man of 23. We swore that we would try to retrieve those fortunes, not for ourselves so much, but for the sake of the family, and came to Africa to do it. My brother is dead, but I inherit the oath and continue the quest, however hopeless it may be. And now, perhaps, you will understand why I signed a certain document. Yes, she said, I understand now. It is a strange history. But tell me, have you no relations left? One, I believe, if she still lives, a maiden aunt, my mother's sister. Is she Jane Beach? She asked quickly. Forgive me, but I saw that name in the prayer book. No, he said, she is not Jane Beach. Warner hesitated, then curiosity and perhaps other feelings overcame her, and she asked straight out, who is Jane Beach? Leonard looked at Warner and remembered all that he had suffered at her hands. It was impertinent of her to ask such a question, but since she chose to do so she should have an answer. Doubtless she supposed that he was in love with herself, doubtless her conduct was premeditated and aimed at the repression of his hopes. He would show her that there were other women in the world, and that one of them at any rate had not thought so poorly of him. It was foolish conduct on his part, but then people suffering under unmerited snubs, neglect, and mockery at the hands of a lady they admire are apt to lose their judgment and do foolish things. So he answered, Jane Beach is the lady to whom I was engaged. I guessed it, she replied with a smile and a shiver. I guessed it when I saw that you always carried the prayer book about with you. You forget, Miss Rodd, that the prayer book contains an agreement which might become valuable. Warner took no heed of his sarcasm, she was too intent on other thoughts. And are you engaged to her now? No, I suppose not. Her father broke off the match when we lost our fortunes. She must have been very sorry. Yes, she was very sorry. How interesting. You must not think me curious, Mr. Outram, but I have never come across a love affair, that is a white love affair, out of a novel. Of course she often writes to you. I have never heard from her since I left England. Indeed. Surely she might have written or sent a message. I suppose that her father forbade it, Leonard answered, but in his heart he also thought that Jane might have written or sent a message, and could well guess why none had come. Ah, her father. Tell me, was she very beautiful? She was the loveliest woman that I ever saw, except one who is sitting at my side, he added to himself. And do you love her very much? Yes, I loved her very much. If Warner heard the change of tense she took no note of it, it was such a little thing, only one letter. And yet what a vast gulf there is between love and loved. It is measureless. Still, most people have crossed it in their lives, some of them more than once. He told her the exact truth, but after a woman's fashion she added to the truth. He said that he had loved Jane Beach, and she did not doubt that he still loved her more than ever. How was she to know that the image of this faraway and hateful Jane was fading from his mind, to be replaced by that of a certain present Warner? She took it all for granted, and filled in the details with a liberal hand and in high colors. Warner took it all for granted. Again she shivered, and her lips turned gray with pain. She understood now that she had loved him ever since the night when they first met in the slave camp. It was her love, as yet unrecognized, which, transforming her, had caused her to behave so badly. It had been dreadful to her to think that she should be thrust upon this man in a mock marriage. It was worse to know that he had entered on her rescue not for her own sake, but in the hope of winning wealth. In the moment of her loss, Juana learned for the first time what she had gained. She had played and lost, and she could never throw those dice again. It was begun and finished. So Juana thought and felt. A little more experience of the world might have taught her differently. But she had no experience, and in such novels as she had read the hero seldom varied in the pursuit of his first love, or turned to look upon another. Ah! If all heroes and heroines acted up to this golden rule, what an uncommonly dull world it would be. Juana gathered her energies, and spoke in a low steady voice. "Mr. Outram," she said, "I am so much obliged to you for telling me all this. It interests me a great deal, and I earnestly hope that so's tale of treasure will turn out to be true, and that you may win it by my help. It will be some slight return for all that you have done for me. Yes, I hope that you will win it, and buy back your home, and after your years of toil and danger live there in honor, and happiness, and love, as you deserve to do. And now I ask you to forgive me my behavior, my rudeness, and my bitter speeches. It has been shameful, I know. Perhaps you will make some excuse for me when you remember all that I have gone through. My nerves were shaken, I was not myself, I acted like a half-wild minx. There, that is all." As she spoke, Juana began to draw the signet ring from her left hand. But she never completed the act. It was his gift to her, the only outward link between her and the man whom she had lost. Why should she part with it? It reminded her of so much. She knew now that this mock marriage was in a sense a true one, that is, so far as she was concerned, for from that hour she had indeed given her spirit into his keeping, not herself, but her better half and her love, and those solemn words over her in that dreadful place and time had consecrated the gift. It was nothing, it meant nothing, yet on her it should be binding, though not on him. Yes, all her life she would remain as true to him in mind and act as though she had indeed become his wife on that night of fear. To do so would be her only happiness, she thought, though it is strange that in her sorrow she should turn for comfort to this very event, the mere mention of which had moved her to scorn and bitterness. But so it was, and so let it be. Leonard saw the look upon her face, he had never seen anything quite like it before. With astonishment he heard her gentle words, and something of the meaning of the look and words came home to him. At any rate he understood that she was suffering. She was changed in his sight, he no longer felt bitter towards her. He loved her. Might it not be that she also loved him, and that here was the key to her strange conduct? Once and for all he would settle the matter, he would tell her that Jane Beach had ceased to be more than a tender memory to him, and that she had become all. "Juana," he said, addressing her by her Christian name for the first time. But there, as it was fated, the sentence began and ended, for at that moment a canoe shot alongside of them, and Francisco's voice was heard hailing them through the fog. "Peter says that you have passed the camping place, Senora. He did not stop you because he thought that you knew it well." "It was the mist," Father Juana answered with a little laugh. "We have lost ourselves in a mist." A few minutes and they were on the bank, and Leonard's declaration remained unspoken. Nor did he make any attempt to renew it. It seemed to him that Juana had built a wall between them which he could not climb. From that evening forward her whole attitude towards him changed. She no longer angered him by bitter words, indeed, she was gentleness itself, and nothing could be kindlier or more friendly and open than her manner, but there it began and ended. Once or twice, indeed, he attempted some small advance, with the result that instantly she seemed to freeze, to become cold and hard as marble. He could not understand her, he feared her somewhat, and his pride took alarm. At the least he could keep his feelings to himself, he need not expose them to be trampled upon by this incomprehensible girl. So, although they were destined to live side by side for months, rarely out of each other's sight or thoughts, he went his way and she went hers. But the past and secret trouble left its mark on both. Leonard became sterner, more silent, watchful, and suspicious. Juana grew suddenly from a girl into a woman of presence and great natural dignity. She did not often laugh during those months as had been her wont, she only smiled, sadly enough at times. Her thoughts would not let her laugh, for they were of what her life might have been had no such person as Jane Beach existed, and of what it must be because of Jane Beach. Indeed, this unknown Jane took a great hold of her mind, she haunted her. Juana pictured her in a dozen different shapes of beauty, endowed with many varying charms, and hated each phantasm worse than the last. Still, for a while she would set it up as a rival, and try to outmatch its particular fancied grace or loveliness, a strange form of jealousy which at length led Otter to remark that the shepherdess was not one woman but 20 women, and, therefore, bewitched and to be avoided. But these fits only took her from time to time. For the most part she moved among them a grave and somewhat stately young lady, careful of many things, fresh and lovely to look upon, a mystery to her white companions, and to the natives little short of a goddess. But wherever Juana moved 2 shadows went with her, her secret passion and the variable image of that far-off English lady who had robbed her of its fruit. Chapter 17. The death of Marvum. 1 more day's journeying brought the party to the ruined settlement, which they found in much the same condition as the Arabs had left it a few weeks before. Fortunately the destruction was not nearly so great as it appeared. The inside of the house, indeed, was burnt out, but its walls still remained intact, also many of the huts of the natives were still standing. Messengers who left the canoes at dawn had spread the news of the rescue and return of the shepherdess among the people of the neighboring kraals, who flocked by scores to the landing place. With these were at least 100 of Mr. Rod's own people, who had escaped the clutches of the slave traders by hiding, absence, and various other accidents, and now returned to greet his daughter and their own relatives as they would have greeted one risen from the grave. Indeed, the welcome accorded to Warner was most touching. Men, women, and children ran to her, the men saluting her with guttural voices and uplifted arms, the women and children gesticulating, chattering, and kissing her dress and hand. Waving them aside impatiently, Warner asked the men if anything had been seen or heard of her father. They answered, no. Some of their number had started up the river to search for him on the same day when she was captured, but they had not returned, and no tidings had come from them or him. "Do not be alarmed," said Leonard, seeing the distress and anxiety written on her face. "Doubtless he has gone further than he anticipated, and the men have not been able to find him." "I fear that something has happened to him," she answered. "He should have been back by now. He promised to return within the fortnight." By this time the story of the capture and destruction of the slave camp was spread abroad among the people by the rescued men, and the excitement rose to its height. Otter, seeing a favorable opportunity to trumpet his master's fame, swaggered to and fro through the crowd shaking a spear and chanting Leonard's praises after the Zulu fashion. "Wow," he said, "wow. Look at him, ye people, and be astonished. Look at him, the white elephant, and hear his deeds. In the night he fell upon them. He fell upon them, the armed men in a fenced place. He did it alone, no one helped him but a black monkey and a woman with a shaking hand. He beguiled them with a tongue of honey, he smote them with a spear of iron. He won the shepherdess from the midst of them to be a wife to him. He satisfied the yellow devil, he satisfied him with gold. The praying man prayed over them, then strife arose. Their greatest warrior gave him battle, he broke him with his fist. Then the monkey played his tricks, and the shaking hand made a great noise, a noise of thunder. They fell dead in heaps. The fire roared behind them, in front of them the bullets hailed. They cried like women, but the fire stayed not, it licked up their strength. Ashes are all that is left of them, they are dead, the armed men. No more shall they bring desolation, the day of slavery is gone by. Who did it? He did it, the terrible lion, the black-maned lion with the white face. He gave the slavers to the sword, he doomed their captain to death. He loosened the irons of the captives. Now they shall eat the bread of freedom. Praise him, ye people, who broke the strength of the oppressor. Praise him, the shepherd of the shepherdess, who led her from the house of the wicked. Praise him, ye children of Marvum, in whose hands are death and life. No such deeds have been told of in the land. Praise him, the deliverer, who gives you back your children. Praise him, said Warner, who was standing by. Praise him, children of my father, since but for him none of us would see the light today. At this juncture Leonard himself arrived upon the scene, just in time to hear Warner's words. All the people of the settlement took up the cry, and hundreds of other natives collected there joined in it. They rushed towards him shouting, "Praise to thee, shepherd of the shepherdess! Praise to thee, deliverer!" Then Leonard, in a fury, caught hold of Otter, vowing that if he dared to say another word he would instantly break his neck, and the tumult ceased. But from that day forward he was known among the natives as the Deliverer and by no other name. That evening, as Leonard, Wana, and the priest sat at meat within the walls of the settlement house, with the plunder of the slave camp piled about them, talking anxiously of the fate of Mr. Rod and wondering if anything could be done to discover his whereabouts, they heard a stir among the natives without. At this moment Otter rushed in, crying, "Marvum has come." Instantly they sprang to their feet and ran outside the house, headed by Wana. There, borne on the shoulders of 6 travel-worn men, and followed by a crowd of natives, they saw a litter, upon which lay the figure of a man covered with blankets. "Oh, he is dead," said Wana, stopping suddenly, and pressing her hands to her heart. For a moment Leonard thought that she was right. Before he could speak, however, they heard a feeble voice calling to the men who carried the litter to be more careful in their movements, and once more Wana sprang forward, crying, "Father! Father!" Then the bearers brought their burden into the house and set it down upon the floor. Leonard, looking, saw before him a tall and handsome man of about 50 years of age, and saw also by many unmistakable signs that he was at the point of death. Wana gasped, "Her father, is that you? Then you have escaped. Thank God. Now I can die happy." It would serve little purpose to set out in detail the broken conversation which followed, but by degrees Leonard learned the story. It seemed that Mr. Rod was disappointed in his purpose of purchasing the hoard of ivory which he went out to seek, and, unwilling to return empty-handed, pushed on up the river with the hope of obtaining more. In this he failed also, and had just begun his homeward journey when he was met by the party which so dispatched, and heard the terrible tidings of the abduction of his daughter by Pereira. It was nightfall when the messengers arrived, and too dark to travel. For a while Mr. Rod sat brooding over the news of this crushing disaster, perhaps the most fearful that could come to a father's ears. Then he did what he was but too prone to do, flew for refuge to the bottle. When he had drunk enough to destroy his judgment, he rose, and insisted upon continuing their march through the inky darkness of the night. In vain did his men remonstrate, saying that the road was rocky and full of danger. He would take no denial, indeed, he vowed that if they refused to come he would shoot them. So they started, Mr. Rod leading the way, while his people stumbled after him through trees and over rocks as best they might. The march was not a long one, however, for presently the men heard an oath and a crash, and their master vanished, nor could they find him till the dawn came to give them light. Then they discovered that they had halted upon the edge of a small but precipitous cliff, and at the bottom of the donga beneath lay Marvum, not dead, indeed, but senseless, and with 3 ribs and his right ankle broken. For some days they nursed him there, till at length he decided upon being carried forward in a litter. So notwithstanding his sufferings, which were intense, they bore him homewards by short stages, till ultimately they reached the settlement. That night Leonard examined Mr. Rod's injuries, and found that they were fatal. Indeed, mortification had already set in about the region of the broken ribs. Still he lived a while. On the following morning the dying man sent for Leonard. Entering the room, he found him lying on the floor, his head supported in his daughter's lap, while the priest Francisco prayed beside him. He suffered no pain now, for when mortification begins pain passes, and his mind was quite clear. "Mr. Outram," he said, "I have learnt all the story of the taking of the slave camp and your rescue of my daughter. It was the pluckiest thing that I ever heard of, and I only wish that I had been there to help in it." "Don't speak of it," said Leonard. "Perhaps you have heard also that I did it for a consideration." "Yes, they told me that too, and small blame to you. If only that old fool so had let me into the secret of those rubies, I would have had a try for them years ago, as of course you will when I am gone. Well, I hope that you may get them. But I have no time to talk of rubies, for death has caught me at last, through my own fault as usual. If you ever take a drop, Outram, be warned by me and give it up, but you don't look as if you did, you look as I used to, before I learned to tackle a bottle of rum at a sitting. Now listen, comrade, I am in a hole, not about myself, for that must have come sooner or later, and it does not much matter when the world is rid of a useless fellow like me, but about my girl here. What is to become of her? I have not got a cent, those cursed slavers have cleared me out, and she has no friend. How should she have, when I have been 30 years away from England? Look here, I am going to do the only thing I can do. I am going to leave my daughter in your charge, though it is rough on you, and as you deal with her, so may heaven deal with you. I understand that there was some ceremony of marriage between you down yonder. I don't know how you take that, either of you, or how far the matter will go when I am dead. But if it goes any way at all, I trust to your honor, as an English gentleman, to repeat that ceremony the first time you come to a civilized country. If you do not care for each other, however, then one must shift, as other women have to do, poor things. She can look after herself, and I suppose that her face will help her to a husband some time. There is one thing, though she hasn't a pound, she is the best girl that ever stepped, and of as good blood as you can be. There is no older family than the Rods in Lincolnshire, and she is the last of them that I know of. Also, her mother was well born, although she was a Portuguese. And now, do you accept the trust? I would gladly, answered Leonard, but how can I? I propose to go after these rubies. Would it not be better that Father Francisco here should take your daughter to the coast? I have a little money which is at her disposal. No, answered the dying man with energy, I will only trust her to you. If you want to search for these rubies, and you would be a fool not to, she must accompany you, that is all. I know that you will look after her, and if the worst comes to the worst, she has a medicine to protect herself with, the same that she so nearly used in the slave camp. Now, what do you say?" Leonard thought for a moment, while the dying man watched his face anxiously. "It is a heavy responsibility," he said, "and the circumstances make it an awkward one. But I accept it. I will take care of her as though she were my wife, or my daughter." "Thank you for that," answered Rod. "I believe you, and as to the relationship, you will settle that for yourselves. And now goodbye. I like you. I wish that we had known one another before I got into trouble at home, became a Zambesi trader, and a drunkard." Leonard took the hand which Mr. Rod lifted with a visible effort, and when he released it, it fell heavily, like the hand of a dead man. Then, as he turned to go, he glanced at Warner's face, but could make nothing of it, for it was as the face of a sphinx. There the girl sat, her back resting against the wall, her dying father's head pillowed upon her knee, motionless as if carved in stone. She was staring straight before her with eyes wide open and curved lips set apart, as though she were about to speak and suddenly had been stricken to silence. So still was she that Leonard could scarcely note any movement of her breast. Even her eyelids had ceased to quiver, and the very pallor of her face seemed fixed like that of a waxen image. He wondered what she was thinking of, but even had she been willing to bare her thoughts to him, it is doubtful whether she could have made them intelligible. Her mind was confused, but two things struggled one against the other within it, the sense of loss and the sense of shame. The father whom, notwithstanding his faults, she loved dearly, who indeed had been her companion, her teacher, her playmate and her friend, the dearest she had known, lay dying before her eyes, and with his last breath he consigned her to the care of the man whom she loved, and from whom, as she believed, she was forever separated. Would there, then, be no end to the obligations under which she labored at the hands of this stranger, who had suddenly taken possession of her life? And what fate was on her that she should thus be forced into false positions, whence there was no escape? Did she wish to escape even? Warner knew not, but as she sat there with a sphinx-like face, trouble and doubt, and many another fear and feeling, took so firm a hold of her that at length her mind, bewildered with its own tumult, lost its grip of present realities, and sought refuge in dreams which he could not disentangle. No wonder, then, that Leonard failed to guess her thoughts, as she watched him go from the deathbed. Mr. Rod died peacefully that evening, and on the following afternoon they buried him, Francisco performing the service. 3 more days passed before Leonard had any conversation with Warner, who moved about the place, pale, self-contained, and silent. Nor would he have spoken to her then had she not taken the initiative. "Mr. Outram," she said, "when do you propose to start upon this journey?" "Really, I do not know. I am not sure that I shall start at all. It depends upon you. You see, I am responsible for you now, and I can scarcely reconcile it with my conscience to take on you such a wild goose chase." Please do not talk like that, she answered. If it will simplify matters, I may as well tell you at once that I have made up my mind to go. You cannot unless I go too, he answered, smiling. You are wrong there, Warner replied defiantly. I can, and what is more, I will, and so shall guide me. It is you who cannot go without me, that is, if so tells the truth. For good or evil we are yoked together in this matter, Mr. Outram, so it is useless for us to try to pull different ways. Before he died, my dear father told you his views plainly, and even if there were no other considerations involved, such as that of the agreement, for, whatever you may think to the contrary, women have some sense of honor, Mr. Outram, I would not disregard his wishes. Besides, what else are we to do? We are both adventurers now, and both penniless, or pretty nearly so. Perhaps if we succeed in finding this treasure, and it is sufficiently large, you will be generous and give me a share of it, say 5%, on which to support my declining years. And she turned and left him. Beginning to show temper again, said Leonard to himself. I will ask Francisco what he thinks of it. Of late, things had gone a little better between Leonard and the priest. Not that the former had as yet any complete confidence in the latter. Still, he understood now that Francisco was a man of honest mind and gentle instincts, and naturally in this dilemma he turned to seek for counsel to his only white companion. Francisco listened to the story quietly, indeed, for the most part it was already known to him. Well, he said, when Leonard had finished, I suppose that you must go. The Senora Juana is not a young lady to change her mind when once she has made it up, and if you were to refuse to start, mark my words, she would make the expedition by herself, or try to do so. As to this story of treasure, and the possibility of winning it, I can only say that it seems strange enough to be true, and that the undertaking is so impracticable that it will probably be successfully accomplished. Said Leonard, sounds a little paradoxical, but after that slave camp business, like you, I am inclined to believe in paradoxes. And now, father, what do you propose to do? To accompany you, of course, if you will allow me. I am a priest and will play the part of chaperone, if I can do nothing else, he added with a smile. Leonard whistled and asked, why on earth do you mix yourself up in such a doubtful business? You have all your life before you, you are able, and may make a career for yourself in religion. There is nothing for you to gain by this journey, on the contrary, it may bring you death, or, he added with meaning, sorrow which cannot be forgotten. My life and death are in the hand of God, the priest answered humbly. He appointed the beginning and he will appoint the end. As for that sorrow which cannot be forgotten, what if it is already with me? And he touched his breast and looked up. The eyes of the two men met, and they understood each other. Why don't you go away and try to forget her, said Leonard. The speech was blunt, but Francisco did not resent it. I do not go, he answered, because it would be useless. So far as I am concerned, the mischief is done, for her there is none to fear. While I stay, it is possible that I may be able to do her some service, feeble as I am. I have sinned a great sin, but she does not know, and will never know it while I live, for you are a man of honor and will tell her nothing, and she has no eyes to see. What am I to her? I am a priest, no man. I am like a woman friend, and as such she is fond of me. No, I have sinned against heaven, against myself, and her, and you. Alas! Who could help it? She was like an angel in that inferno, so kind, so sweet, so lovely, and the heart is evil. Why do you say that you sinned against me, Francisco? As to the rules of your church, I have my own opinion of them. Still, there they are, and perhaps they prick your conscience. But what harm have you done to me? I told you, he answered, on the second night after the slave camp was burnt, that I believed you to be man and wife. I believe it yet, and have I not sinned doubly therefore in worshipping a woman who is wedded? Still, I pray that as you are one before heaven and the church, so you may become one in heart and deed. And when this is so, as I think that it will be, cherish her, Outram, for there is no such woman in the world, and for you she will turn the earth to heaven. She might turn it to the other place, such things have happened, said Leonard moodily. Then he stretched out his arm and grasped the priest's delicate hand. You are a true gentleman, he added, and I am a fool. I saw something of all this and I suspected you. As for the marriage, there is none, and the lady cares nothing for me. If anything, she dislikes me, and I do not wonder at it. Most women would under the circumstances. But whatever befalls, I honor you and always shall honor you. I must go this journey, it is laid on me that I should, and she insists upon going also, more from perversity than for any other reason, I fancy. So you are coming too. Well, we will do our best to protect her, both of us, and the future must look to itself. Thank you for your words, Francisco answered gently, and turned away, understanding that Leonard thought himself his companion in misfortune. When the father had gone, Leonard stood for a while musing upon the curiously tangled web in which he found himself involved. Here he was, committed to a strange and desperate enterprise. Nor was this all, for about him were other complications, totally different from those which might be expected in connection with such a medieval adventure, complications which, though they are frequent enough in the civilized life of men, were scarcely to be looked for in the wilds of Africa, and amidst savages. Among his companions were his ward, who chanced also to be the lady whom he loved and desired to make his wife, but who, as he thought, cared nothing for him, and a priest who was enamored platonically of the same lady, and yet wished, with rare self-sacrifice, to bring about her union with another man. Here were materials enough for a romance, leaving the journey and the fabled treasure out of it, only then the scene should be laid elsewhere. Leonard laughed aloud as he thought of these things. It was so curious that all this should be heaped upon him at once, so inartistic and yet so like life, in which the great events are frequently crowded together without sense of distance or proportion. But even as he laughed, He remembered that this was no joking matter for anybody concerned, unless it were Wana. Alas! Already she was more to him than any treasure, and, as he thought, less attainable. Well, there it was, he accepted it as it stood. She had entered into his life, whether for good or for evil remained to be seen. He had no desire to repeat the experiment of his youth, to wear out his heart and exhaust himself in efforts to attain happiness, which might after all turn to wormwood on his lips. This time things should take their chance. The business of life remained to him, and he would follow it, for that is the mission of man. Its happiness must look to itself, for that is the gift of heaven, after which it is useless to seek and to strive. Meantime he could find time to pity Francisco, the priest with so noble a heart. Chapter 18. SOA shows her teeth. 3 months had passed since that day, when Wana declared her unalterable determination to accompany Leonard upon his search for the treasures of the people of the mist. It was evening, and a party of travelers were encamped on the side of a river that ran through a great and desolate plain. They were a small party, 3 white people, namely, Leonard, Francisco, and Wana, 15 of the settlement men under the leadership of Peter, that same headman who had been rescued from the slave camp, the dwarf, Otter, and Wana's old nurse. So, for 12 weeks they had traveled almost without intermission with So for their guide, steering continually northward and westward. First they followed the course of the river in canoes for 10 days or more, then, leaving the main stream, they paddled for 3 weeks up that of a tributary called Mavwa, which ran for many miles along the foot of a great range of mountains named Manganya. Here they made but slow progress because of the frequent rapids, which necessitated the porterage of the canoes over broken ground, and for considerable distances. At length they came to a rapid which was so long and so continuous that regretfully enough they were obliged to abandon the canoes altogether and proceed on foot. The dangers of their water journey had been many, but they were nothing compared with those that now environed them, and in addition to bodily perils, they must face the daily and terrible fatigue of long marches through an unknown country, cumbered as they were with arms and other absolutely necessary baggage. The country through which they were now passing was named Merengai, a land uninhabited by man, the home of herds of countless game. On they went northward and upward through a measureless waste. Plain succeeded plain in endless monotony, distance gave place to distance, and ever there were more beyond. Gradually the climate grew colder. They were traversing a portion of the unexplored plateau that separates southern from Central Africa. Its loneliness was awful, and the bearers began to murmur, saying that they had reached the end of the world, and were walking over its edge. Indeed, they had only 2 comforts in this part of their undertaking. The land lay so high that none of them were stricken by fever, and they could not well miss the road, which, if so was to be believed, ran along the banks of the river that had its source in the territories of the people of the mist. The adventures that befell them were endless, but it is not proposed to describe them in detail. Once they starved for 3 days, being unable to find game. On another occasion they fell in with a tribe of bushmen who harassed them with poisoned arrows, killing 2 of their best men, and were only prevented from annihilating them through the terror inspired by their firearms, which they took for magical instruments. Escaping from the bushmen, they entered a forest country which teemed with antelope and also with lions, that night by night they must keep at bay as best they could. Then came several days' march through a plain strewn with sharp stones which lamed most of the party, and after this 80 or 100 miles of dreary rolling veldt, clothed with rank grass just now brown with the winter frosts, that caught their feet at every step. Now at length they halted on the boundary of the land of the people of the mist. There before them, not more than a mile away, towered a huge cliff or wall of rock, stretching across the plain like a giant step, far as the eye could reach, and varying from 700 to 1,000 feet in height. Down the surface of this cliff the river flowed in a series of beautiful cascades. Before they had finished their evening meal of buck's flesh the moon was up, and by its light the 3 white people stared hopelessly at this frowning natural fortification, wondering if they could climb it, and wondering also what terrors awaited them upon its further side. They were silent that night, for a great weariness had overcome them, and if the truth must be known, all 3 of them regretted that they had ever undertaken this mad adventure. Leonard glanced to the right, where, some 50 paces away, the settlement men were crouched round the fire. They also were silent, and it was easy to see that the heart was out of them. "Won't somebody say something?" said Warner at last with a rather pathetic attempt at playfulness. How could she be cheerful, poor girl, when her feet were sore and her head was aching, and she wished that she were dead, almost. "Yes," answered Leonard, "I will say that I admire your pluck. I should not have thought it possible for any young lady to have gone through the last 2 months, and come out smiling at the end of them. Oh, I am quite happy." "Don't trouble about me," she said, laughing as merrily as though there were no such things as sore feet and headaches in the world. "Are you?" said Leonard, "then I envy you, that is all. Here comes old So, and Otter after her. I wonder what is the matter now. Something disagreeable, I suppose." So arrived and squatted down in front of them, her tall spare form and somewhat sullen face looking more formidable than usual in the moonlight. Otter was beside her, and though he stood and she sat, their heads were almost on a level. "What is it, So?" said Leonard carelessly. "Deliverer," she answered, for all the natives knew him now by this name. "Some months ago, when you were digging for gold yonder, in the place of graves, I made a bargain with you, and we set the bargain down on paper. In that paper I promised that if you rescued my mistress I would lead you to the land where precious stones were to be won, and I gave you one of those stones in earnest. You saved my mistress, Marvum. Her father died, and the time came when I must fulfill my promise. For my own part I would not have fulfilled it, for I only made it that promise hoping to deceive you. But my mistress yonder refused to listen to me. No, she said, that which you have sworn on my behalf and your own must be carried out. If you will not carry it out, go away, So, for I have done with you. Then, deliverer, rather than part with her whom I loved, and whom I had nursed from a babe, I yielded. And now you stand upon the borders of the country of my people. Say, are you minded to cross them, deliverer? What else did I come for, so, he asked. Nay, I know not. You came out of the folly of your heart, to satisfy the desire of your heart. Listen, that tale I told you is true, and yet I did not tell you all the truth. Beyond that cliff live a people of great stature, and very fierce, a people whose custom it is to offer up strangers to their gods. Enter there, and they will kill you thus. What do you mean, woman? Asked Leonard. I mean that if you hold your life dear, or her life, and she pointed to Wana, you will turn with the first light and go back whence you came. It is true that the stones are there, but death shall be the reward of him who strives to steal them. I must say this is cheerful, replied Leonard. What did you mean, then, by all that story you told me about a plan that you had to win the treasures of this people? Are you a liar, so? I have said that all I told you was true, she answered sullenly. Very well, then, I have come a good many 100 miles to put it to the proof, nor am I going to turn back now. You can leave me one and all if you like, but I shall go on. I will not be made a fool of in this way. None of us have any wish to be made fools of, Mr. Outram, said Wana gently, and, speaking for myself, I would far rather die at once than attempt a return journey just at present. So now, perhaps you will stop croaking and tell us definitely what we must do to conciliate these charming countrymen of yours, whom we have come so far to spoil. Remember, she added with a flash of her grey eyes, I am not to be played with by you, so. In this matter the deliverer's interests are my interests, and his ends my ends. Together we stand or fall, together we live or die, and that shall be an unhappy hour for you, so, when you attempt to desert or betray us. It is well, shepherdess, she answered, your will is my will, for I love you alone in the world, and all the rest I hate. And she glared at Leonard and Otter. You are my father, and my mother, and my child, and where you are, in death or in life, there is my home. Let us go then among this people of mine, there to perish miserably, so that the deliverer may seek to glut himself with wealth. Listen, this is the law of my people, or this was their law when I left them 40 years ago, that every stranger who passes through their gates should be offered as a sacrifice to Aca the mother if the time of his coming should be in summer, and to Jal the sun if the time of his coming be in winter, for the mist dwellers do not love strangers. But there is a prophecy among my people which tells, when many generations have gone by, that Aca the mother, and Jal the son, shall return to the land which once they ruled, clothed in the flesh of men. And the shape of Aca shall be such a shape as yours, shepherdess, and the shape of Jal shall be as is the shape of this black dog of a dwarf, whom when first I saw him in my folly I deemed immortal and divine. Then the mother and the son shall rule in the land, and its kings shall cease from kingship, and the priests of the snake shall be their servants, and with them shall come peace and prosperity that do not pass away. Shepherdess, you know the tongue of the people of the mist, for when you were little I taught it to you, because to me it is the most beautiful of tongues. You know the song also, the holy song of re-arising, that shall be on the lips of Aca when she comes again, and which I, being the daughter of the high priest, learned, with many another secret, before I was doomed to be a bride to the snake and fled, fearing my doom. Now come apart with me, shepherdess, and you, black one, come also, that I may teach you your lesson of what you shall do when we meet the squadrons of the people of the mist. Wana rose to obey her, followed by Otter, grumbling, for he hated the old woman as much as she hated him, and, moreover, he did not take kindly to this notion of masquerading as a god, or, indeed, to the prospect of a lengthened sojourn amongst his adoring, but from all accounts somewhat truculent, worshippers. Before they went, however, Leonard spoke. I have heard you, so he said, and I do not like your words, for they show me that your heart is fierce and evil. Yes, though you love the shepherdess, your heart is evil. Now hear me. Should you dare to play us false, whatever may befall us, be sure of this, that moment you die. Go. Spare your threats, Deliverer answered so haughtily. I shall not betray you, because to do so would be to betray the shepherdess. But are you then a fool that you think I should fear death at your hands, who tomorrow with a word could give you all to torment? Pray, Deliverer, that the hour may not be near when you shall rejoice to die by the bullet with which you threaten me, so that you may escape worse things. And she turned and went. I am not nervous, said Leonard to Francisco, but that she-devil frightens me. If it were not for Juana, she would cause us to be murdered on the first possible opportunity, and if only she can secure her safety, I believe that she will do it yet. And I believe that she is a witch, Outram answered the priest with fervor, a servant of the evil one, such as are written of in the scriptures. Last night I saw her praying to her gods. She did not know that I was near, for the place was lonely, but I saw her and I never wish to see anything so horrible again. I will tell you why she hates us all so much, Outram. She is jealous, because the Senora does not hate us. That woman's heart is wicked. Wickedness was born in her, yet, as none are altogether evil, she has one virtue, her love of the Senora. She is husbandless and childless, for even among the black people, as I have learnt from the settlement men, all have feared her and shrunk from her notwithstanding her good looks. Therefore, everything that is best in her has gone to nourish this love for the woman whom she nursed from a babe. It was because of her fierceness that the Señor Rod, who is dead, chose her for his daughter's nurse, when he found that her heart was hungry with love for the child, for he knew that she would die before she suffered harm to come to her. He showed good judgment there, said Leonard. Had it not been for so, Juana would have been a slave girl now, or dead. That is so, Outram, but whether we showed good judgment in trusting our lives to her tender mercies is quite another matter. Say, friend, do you think it well to go on with this business? Oh, confound it all, said Leonard with irritation, how can we turn back now? Just think of the journey and how foolish we should look. Besides, we have none of us got anything to live upon. It took most of the gold that I had to bribe Peter and his men to accompany us. I dare say that we shall all be killed. That seems very probable, but for my part I really shan't be sorry. I am tired of life, Francisco. It is nothing but a struggle and a wretchedness, and I begin to feel that peace is all I can hope to win. I have done my best here according to my lights, so I don't know why I should be afraid of the future, especially as it has been taken out of me pretty well in the present, though of course I am afraid for all that, every man is. The only thing that troubles me is a doubt whether we ought to take Juana into such a place. But really I do not know but what it would be as dangerous to go back as to proceed. Those gentlemen with the poisoned arrows may have recovered from their fear of firearms by now. I wish we had nothing worse than the hereafter to fear, said Francisco with a sigh. It is the journey thither that is so terrible. As for our expedition, having undertaken it, I think on the whole that we had better persevere, especially as the Senora wishes it, and she is very hard to turn. After all, our lives are in the hands of the Almighty, and therefore we shall be just as safe, or unsafe, among the people of the mist as in a European city. Those of us who are destined to live will live, and those whose hour is at hand must die. And now good night, for I am going to sleep. Next morning, shortly before dawn, Leonard was awakened by a hubbub among the natives, and creeping out of his blankets, he found that some of them, who had been to the river to draw water, had captured 2 bushmen belonging to a nomadic tribe that lived by spearing fish. These wretched creatures, who notwithstanding the cold only wore a piece of bark tied round their shoulders, were screaming with fright, and it was not until they had been pacified by gifts of beads and empty brass cartridges that anything could be got out of them. When confidence had at length been restored, Otter questioned them closely as to the country that lay beyond the wall of rock and the people who dwelt in it, through one of the settlement men, who spoke a language sufficiently like their own to make himself understood. They replied that they had never been in that country themselves, because they dared not go there, but they had heard of it from others. The land was very cold and foggy, they said, so foggy that sometimes people could not see each other for whole days, and in it dwelt a race of great men covered with hair, who sacrificed strangers to a snake which they worshipped, and married all their fairest maidens to a god. That was all they knew of the country and of the great men, for few who visited there ever returned to tell tidings. It was certainly a haunted land. Finding that there was no more to be learnt from the Bushmen, Leonard suffered them to depart, which they did at considerable speed, and ordered the settlement men to make ready to march. But now a fresh difficulty arose. The interpreter had repeated all the Bushman's story to his companions, among whom, it is needless to say, it produced no small effect. Therefore, when the bearers received their orders, instead of striking the little tent in which Juana slept, and preparing their loads as usual, after a brief consultation they advanced upon Leonard in a body. "What is it, Peter?" he asked of the headman. "This, deliverer," we have travelled with you and the shepherdess for 3 full moons, enduring much hardship and passing many dangers. Now we learn that there lies before us a land of cold and darkness, inhabited by devils who worship a devil. Deliverer, we have been good servants to you, and we are not cowards, as you know, but it is true that we fear to enter this land. What do you wish to do then, Peter? Asked Leonard. We wish to return whence we came, Deliverer. Already we have nearly earned the money that you gave to us before we started, and we will take no more pay if we must win it by crossing yonder wall. The way back is far, Peter answered Leonard, and you know its perils. How many, think you, will reach their homes alive if I am not there to guide them? For no, Peter, I will not turn back now. Desert me, if you wish, all of you, and still I will enter this country alone, or with Otter only. Alone we took the slave camp and alone we will visit the people of the mist. Your words are true, Deliverer, said Peter. The homeward way is far and its perils are many, mayhap but very few of us will live to see their huts again, for this is an ill-fated journey. But if we pass yonder, and he pointed to the wall of rock, then we shall all of us certainly die, and be offered to a devil by devils. Leonard pulled his beard thoughtfully and said, It seems there is nothing else to say, Peter, except goodbye. The headman saluted and was turning away with an abashed countenance when Warner stopped him. Together with Otter and the others she had been listening to the colloquy in silence, and now spoke for the first time. Peter, she said gently, when you and your companions were in the hands of the Yellow Devil and about to be sold as slaves, who was it that rescued you? The Deliverer, shepherdess. Yes. And now do my ears betray me, or do I hear you say that you and your brethren, who with many another were saved from shame and toil by the Deliverer, are about to leave him in his hour of danger? You have heard aright, shepherdess, the man answered sadly. It is well, Peter. Go, children of Marvum, my father, who can desert me in my need? For learn, Peter, that where you fear to tread, there I, a white woman, will pass alone with the Deliverer. Go, children of my father, and may peace go with you. Yet, as you know, I, who foretold the doom of the Yellow Devil, am a true prophetess, and I tell you this, that but a very few of you shall live to see your kraal again, and you will not be of their number, Peter. As for those who come home safely, their names shall be a mockery, the little children shall call them coward, and traitor and jackal, and one by one they shall eat out their hearts and die, because they deserted him who saved them from the slave ship and the scourge. Farewell, children of my father, may peace go with you, and may his ghost not come to haunt you on your path. And with one indignant glance she turned scornfully away. Brethren, said Peter after a moment's pause, is it to be borne that the shepherdess should mock us thus and tie such ropes of shame about our necks? No, they answered, we cannot bear it. Then for a while they consulted together again, and presently Peter stood forward and said, Deliverer, we will accompany you and the shepherdess into the country of devils, nor need you fear that we shall desert or betray you. We know well that we go to our death, every one of us, still it is better to die than to live bearing the burden of such bitter words as hide within the shepherdess's lips. Very well, answered Leonard. Get your loads and let us start. It is well indeed, put in Otter with a snort of indignation. I tell you this, Peter, that before you left this place the words of the shepherdess had come true for you and one or two others, for I should have fought you till I was killed, and though I have little wisdom yet I know how to fight. Leonard smiled at the dwarf's rage, but his heart was heavy within him. He knew that these men had reason on their side, and he feared greatly lest their evil forebodings should come true and the lives of all of them pay forfeit for his rashness. But it was too late to turn back now, things must befall as they were fated. Chapter 19. The end of the journey. An hour later the party began the ascent of the wall of rock, which proved to be an even more difficult business than they had anticipated. There was no path, for those who lived beyond this natural barrier never came down it, and few of the dwellers in the plains had ever ventured to go up. It was possible, for so herself had descended here in bygone years, and this was all that could be said for it. In default of a better road they followed the course of the river, which thundered down the face of the precipice in 4 great waterfalls, connected by as many sullen pools, whose cavities had been hollowed out in the course of centuries from the rock. The second of these ledges proved so insurmountable that at one time Leonard thought that they would be obliged to abandon their attempt, and follow the foot of the cliff till they found some easier route. But at last Otter, who could climb like a cat, succeeded in passing the most dangerous part at the risk of his life, bearing a rope with him by means of which the rest of the party and the loads of goods were hauled up one by one. It was evening before the height was scaled, and they proceeded to encamp upon its summit, making a scanty meal of some meat which they had brought with them. That night they passed in great discomfort, for it was midwinter and here the climate proved to be very cold. Bitter winds swept across the vast plain before them and searched them through, all the clothing and blankets they had scarcely sufficing to keep them warm. Indeed, the settlement men and Francisco, who had been bred in a southern clime, suffered severely. Nor were matters improved when, on the breaking of the light, they woke from a troubled sleep to find the plain hidden in a dense mist. However, they rose, made a fire with reeds and dead wood which they gathered on the banks of the river, and ate, waiting for the fog to vanish. But it did not vanish, so about 9 o'clock they continued their journey under So's guidance, following the east bank of the river northwards. The ground proved easy to travel over, for, with the exception of isolated water-worn boulders of granite, the plain was perfectly smooth and covered with turf as fine as any that grows in northern lands. All that day they marched on, wandering like ghosts through the mist, and guided in their path by the murmuring sound of the river. They met no man, but once or twice great herds of hairy creatures thundered past them. Leonard fired into one of these herds with an express rifle, for they wanted meat, and a prodigious snorting and bellowing told him that his shot had taken effect. Running to the spot whence the sounds came, he found a huge white bull kicking in its death struggle. The animal was covered with long white hair like that of the British breed of wild cattle, and measured at least 17 hands in height. Round it stood others snorting with fear and wonder, that, when they saw Leonard, put down their heads threateningly, tearing up the turf with their great horns. He shouted aloud and fired another shot, whereon they turned and disappeared into the mist. This happened towards nightfall, so they determined to camp upon the spot, but while they were engaged in skinning the bull an incident occurred that did not tend to raise their spirits. At sunset the sky cleared a little, at least the sinking sun showed red through the mist as it does in a London fog of the third density. Against this red ball of the sun, and some dozen yards away, suddenly there appeared the gigantic figure of a man, for, unless the fog deceived them, he must have been between 6 and 7 feet high and broad in proportion. Of his face they could see nothing, but he was clad in goat skins, and armed with a great spear and a bow slung upon his back. Warner was the first to see and point him out to Leonard with a start of fear, as he stood watching them in solemn silence. Obeying the impulse of the moment, Leonard stepped forward towards the vision holding his rifle ready, but before he reached the spot where it had stood the figure vanished. Then he walked back again to Warner. "I think we have heard so much of giants that we begin to believe we see them," he said, laughing. As he spoke, something clove the air between them and stuck in the earth beyond. They went to it. It was a large arrow having a barbed point and flighted with red feathers. "This is a very tangible fancy at any rate," Warner answered, drawing the shaft out of the ground. "We have had a narrow escape." Leonard did not speak, but raising his rifle he fired it at a venture in the direction whence the arrow had sped. Then he ran to put their little band in a position of defense, Warner following him. But, as it chanced, he might have spared himself the trouble, for nothing further happened. Indeed, the net outward and visible result of this mysterious apparition was that they spent a miserable night, waiting in the fog and wet, for it had come on to rain, or rather drizzle, for an enemy who, to their intense relief, never appeared. But the inward and spiritual consequences were much greater, for now they knew that so spoke truth and that the legend of the Bushmen as to great men covered with hair was no mere savage invention. At length the morning came. It was damp and wretched, and they were all half-starved with cold and oppressed by fears. Indeed, some of the settlement men were so terrified that they openly lamented having suffered their sense of shame and loyalty to overcome their determination to retreat. Now they could not do so, for the malcontents among them did not dare to retrace their steps alone. Moreover, Leonard spoke plainly on the matter, telling them that he would drive away the first man who attempted any insubordination. Soaked through, shivering, and miserable, they pursued their march across the unknown plain, who seemed to grow hourly grimmer now that she was in her own country, stalking ahead of them as guide. It was warmer walking than sitting still, and in one respect their lot was bettered, for a little wind stirring the mist from time to time revealed gleams of the watery sun. All that day they journeyed on, seeing no more of the man who had shot the arrow, or his fellows, till at length darkness drew near again. Then they halted, and Leonard and Otter walked to and fro searching for a suitable place to make the camp and pitch their solitary tent. Presently Otter shouted aloud. Leonard ran towards him, and found him staring into the mist at something that loomed largely about 100 yards away. "Look, Bars," he said, "there is a house of stone with grass growing on the roof." "Nonsense," said Leonard, "it must be some more boulders. However, we can soon find out." They crept cautiously towards the object, that, as soon became evident, was a house, or a very good apology for one, built of huge undressed boulders, bedded in turf by way of mortar, and roofed with the trunks of small trees and a thick thatch of sods whereon the grass grew green. This building may have measured 40 feet in length by 20 in depth, and 17 from the ground line to the wall plate. Also it had a doorway of remarkable height and 2 window places, but all these openings were unclosed, except by curtains of hide which hung before them. Leonard called so and asked her what the place was. "Doubtless the house of a herdsman," she answered, "who is set here to watch the cattle of the king, or of the priests. It may chance that this is the dwelling of that man who shot the arrow yesterday." Having assured themselves that here was a human habitation, it remained to be ascertained whether it was tenanted. After waiting a while to see if anyone passed in or out, Otter undertook this task. Going down on his hands and knees, he crept up to the wall, then along it to the doorway, and after listening there a while he lifted a corner of the hide curtain and peeped into the interior. Presently he rose, saying, "All right, Bars, the place is empty." Then they both entered and examined the dwelling with curiosity. It was rude enough. The walls were unplastered, and the damp streamed down them. The floor was of trodden mud, and a hole in the roof served as a chimney, but, by way of compensation, the internal space was divided into 2 apartments, one of them a living room, and the other a sleeping chamber. It was evident that the place had not been long deserted, for fire still smouldered on the hearth, round which stood various earthen cooking dishes, and in the sleeping room was a rough bedstead of wood whereon lay wrappings made from the hides of cattle and goats. When they had seen everything there was to be seen, they hurried back to the others to report their discovery, and just then the rain set in more heavily than before. "A house," said Warner, "then for goodness sake let us get into it. We are all half dead with the cold and wet." "Yes," answered Leonard, "I think we had better take possession, though it may be a little awkward if the rightful owners come back." The best that can be said for the night which they spent in this stone shanty, undisturbed by any visit from its lawful tenant, is that it passed a shade more comfortably than it would have done outside. They were dry, though the place was damp, and they had a fire. Still, until you are used to it, it is trying to sit in the company of a score of black people and of many thousand fleas, enveloped with a cloud of pungent smoke, according to the custom of our Norse ancestors. Soon Warner gave up the attempt and retired to the great bed in the inner chamber, wondering much who had occupied it last. A herdsman, she judged, as so had suggested, for in a corner of the room stood an ox goad hugely fashioned. but it was a bed, and she slept as soundly in it as its numerous insect occupants would allow. The others were not so fortunate. They had the insects indeed, but no bed. Again the morning came, wet, miserable, and misty, and through the mist and rain they pursued their course, whither they knew not. All day they wandered on by the banks of the river till night fell and they camped, this time without shelter. Now they had reached the extreme of wretchedness, for they had little or no food left, and could not find fuel to make a fire. Leonard took Zoe aside and questioned her, for he saw clearly that a couple more days of this suffering would put an end to all of them. "You say these people of yours have a city, so?" "They have a city, deliverer," she answered, "but whether they will allow you to enter it, except as a victim for sacrifice, is another matter." "None of us will enter it unless we find shelter soon," he answered. "How far is the place away?" "It should be a day's journey, deliverer." "Were the mist gone you could see it now." "The city is built at the foot of great mountains. There are none higher, but the fog hides everything. Tomorrow, if it lifts, you will see that I speak truth." "Are there any houses near where we can shelter?" he asked again. "How can I tell?" she answered. "It is 40 years since I passed this road, and here, where the land is barren, none dwell except the herdsmen. Perhaps there is a house at hand, or perhaps there is none for many miles. Who can say?" Finding that Zoe could give no further information, Leonard returned to the others, and they huddled themselves together for warmth on the wet ground as best they might, and sat out the hours in silence, not attempting to sleep. The settlement men were numb with cold, and Juana also was overcome for the first time, though she tried hard to be cheerful. Francisco and Leonard heaped their own blankets on her, pretending that they had found spare ones, but the wraps were wringing wet, and gave her little comfort. Zoe alone did not appear to suffer, perhaps because it was her native climate, and Otter kept his spirits, which neither heat, nor cold, nor hunger seemed to affect. "While my heart is warm I am warm," he said cheerfully, when Leonard asked him how he fared. As for Leonard himself, he sat silent listening to the moans of the settlement men, and reflecting that 24 hours more of this misery would bring the troubles of most of them to an end. Without food or shelter it was very certain that few of those alive tonight would live to see a second dawn. At last the light came, and to their wonder and exceeding joy they found that the rain had ceased and the mist was melting. Once more they beheld the face of the sun, and rejoiced in its warmth as only those can rejoice who for days and nights have lived in semi-darkness, wet to the skin and frozen to the marrow. The worst of the mist was gone indeed, but it was not until they had breakfasted off a buck which Otter shot in the reeds by the river, that the lingering veils of vapor withdrew themselves from the more distant landscape. At last they had vanished, and for the first time the wanderers saw the land through which they were traveling. They stood upon a vast plain that sloped upwards gradually till it ended at the foot of a mighty range of snow-capped mountains named, as they learned in after days, the Bina Mountains. This range was shaped like a half-moon, or a bent bow, and the nearest point of the curve, formed by a soaring snowy peak, was exactly opposite to them, and to all appearance not more than 25 miles away. On either side of this peak the unbroken line of mountains receded with a vast and majestic sweep till the eye could follow them no more. The plain about them was barren and everywhere strewn with granite boulders, between which wandered herds of wild cattle, mixed with groups of antelopes, but the lower slopes of the mountains were clothed with dense juniper forests, and among them were clearings, presumably of cultivated land. Otter searched the scene with his eyes, that were as those of a hawk, then said quietly, "Look yonder, Buzz, the old hag has not lied to us. There is the city of the people of the mist." Following the line of the dwarf's outstretched hand, Leonard saw what had at first escaped him, that standing back in a wide bend at the foot of the great mountain in front of them were a multitude of houses, built of grey stone and roofed with green turf. Indeed, had not his attention been called to it, the town might well have missed observation until he was quite close to its walls, for the materials of which it was constructed resembled those of the boulders that lay about them in thousands, and the vivid green of its roofs gave it the appearance of a distant space of grassy land. "Yes, there is the kraal of the great people," said Otter again, "and it is a strong kraal. See, Buzz, they know how to defend themselves. The mountain is behind them that none can climb, and all around their walls the river runs, joining itself together again on the plain beyond. It would go ill with the impi which tried to take that kraal." For a while they all stood still and stared amazed. It seemed strange that they should have reached this fabled city, and now that they were there, how would they be received within its walls? This was the question which each one of them was asking of himself. There was but one way to find out: they must go and see. No retreat was now possible. Even the settlement people felt this. "Better to die at the hands of the great men," said one of them aloud, "than to perish miserably in the mist and cold." "Be of good cheer," Leonard answered, "you are not yet dead. The sun shines once more. It is a happy omen." When they had rested and dried their clothes they marched on with a certain sense of relief. There before them was the goal they had travelled so far to win. Soon they would know the worst that could befall, and anything was better than this long suspense. By midday they had covered about 15 miles of ground, and could now see the city clearly. It was a great town, surrounded by a cyclopean wall of boulders, about which the river ran on every side, forming a natural moat. The buildings within the wall seemed to be arranged in streets, and to be built on a plan similar to that of the house in which they had slept 2 nights before, the vast conglomeration of grass-covered roofs giving the city the appearance of a broken field of turf hillocks supported upon walls of stone. For the rest the place was laid out upon a slope, and at its head, immediately beneath the sheer steps of the mountain side, stood 2 edifices very much larger in size than any of those below. One of these resembled the other houses in construction, and was surrounded by a separate enclosure, but the second, which was placed on higher ground, so far as they could judge at that distance, was roofless, and had all the characteristics of a Roman amphitheatre. At the far end of this amphitheatre stood a huge mass of polished rock, bearing a grotesque resemblance to the figure of a man. "What are those buildings, so?" asked Leonard. "The lower one is the house of the king, white man, and that above is the temple of deep waters, where the river rises from the bowels of the mountain." "And what is the black stone beyond the temple?" "That, white man, is the statue of the god who sits there forever, watching over the city of his people." "He must be a great god," said Leonard, alluding to the size of the statue. "He is great," she answered, "and my heart is afraid at the sight of him." After resting for 2 hours they marched on again, and soon it became apparent that their movements were watched. The roadway which they were following, if a track beaten flat by the feet of men and cattle could be called a road, wound to and fro between boulders of rock, and here and there standing upon the boulders were men clad in goat skins, each of them carrying a spear, a bow and a horn. So soon as their party came within 500 or 600 yards of one of these men, he would shoot an arrow in their direction, which, when picked up, proved to be barbed with iron, and flighted with red feathers like the first that they had seen. Then the sentry would blow his horn, either as a signal or in token of defiance, bound from the rock, and vanish. This did not look encouraging, but there was worse to come. Presently, as they drew near to the city, they descried large bodies of armed men crossing the river that surrounded it in boats and on rafts, and mustering on the hither side. At length all of them were across, and the regiment, which appeared to number more than 1,000 men, formed up in a hollow square and advanced upon them at the double. The crisis was at hand. Chapter XX. The coming of Aca. Leonard turned and looked at his companions with something like dismay written on his face. "What is to be done now?" he said. "We must wait for them until they come near," answered Warner. "Then Otter and I are to meet them alone, and I will sing the song which So has taught me. Do not be afraid, I have learned my lesson, and, if things go right, they will think that we are their lost gods, or, at least, so says." "Yes, if things go right. But if they don't?" "Then goodbye," answered Warner, with a shrug of her shoulders. "At any rate, I must get ready for the experiment. Come, So, bring the bundle to those rocks over there, quick. Stop a minute, I forgot, Mr. Outram, you must lend me that ruby. I have to make use of it." Leonard handed over the ruby, reflecting that he would probably never see it again, since it seemed almost certain that one of the great people would steal it. However, at the moment he was thinking of that which was far above rubies, namely, of what chance they had of escaping with their lives. So soon as she had possession of the stone, Warner ran to a little ring of boulders that were scattered on the plain about 50 paces from them, followed by So, who carried a bundle in her hand. 10 minutes passed, and So appeared from behind the shelter of the stones and beckoned to them. Advancing in obedience to her summons, they saw a curious sight. Standing in the ring of rocks was Warner, but Warner transformed. She wore a white robe cut low upon the neck and shoulders. Indeed, it was the Arab dress in which she had escaped from the slave camp, that so had brought with them in preparation for this moment of trial. Nor was this all, for Juana had loosened her dark hair, which was of great length and unusual beauty, so that it hung about her almost to her knees, and upon her forehead, gleaming like a red eye, was set the great ruby, ingeniously fastened thereto by so in a band of linen pierced in its centre to the size of the stone. "Behold the goddess and do homage," said Juana with mock solemnity, although Leonard could see that she was trembling with excitement. "I do not quite understand what you are going to do, but you look the part well," he answered shortly. And, indeed, until that moment he had never known how beautiful she was. Juana blushed a little at the evident admiration in his eyes. Then, turning to the dwarf, she said, "Now, Otter, you must make ready too. And remember what So told you. Whatever you see or hear, you are not to open your mouth. Walk side by side with me and do as I do, that is all." Otter grunted in assent, and proceeded to make ready. The process was simple, consisting only in the shedding of his coat and trousers, an old pair of Leonard's, very much cut down, which left him naked, except for a mooka that he wore beneath them in accordance with native custom. "What does all this mean?" asked the headman Peter, who, like his companions, was trembling with fear. "It means," said Juana, "that Otter and I are impersonating the gods of this people, Peter. If they receive us as gods, it is well; if not, we are doomed. Be careful, should we be so received, lest any of you betray the trick. Be wise and silent, I say, and do what we shall tell you from time to time, if you would live to look upon the sun." Peter fell back astonished, while Leonard and Francisco turned their attention to the approaching soldiers of the people of the mist. They advanced slowly and in silence, but their measured tread shook the earth. At last they halted about 150 yards away, presenting a truly terrifying spectacle to the little band among the rocks. So far as Leonard could see, there was not a man among them who stood less than 6 feet in height, and they were broad in proportion, hugely made. In appearance they were neither handsome nor repulsive, but solemn-looking, large-eyed, thick-haired, between black and yellow in hue, and wearing an expression of dreadful calm, like the calm of an archaic statue. For the rest they seemed to be well disciplined, each company being under the command of a captain, who, in addition to his arms, carried a trumpet fashioned from a wild bull's horn. The regiment stood silent, gazing at the group of strangers, or, rather, at the boulders behind which they were concealed. In the center of their hollow square was a knot of men, one of them young, and huge even in comparison with his companions. This man Leonard took to be a chief or king. Behind were orderlies and councillors, and before him 3 aged persons of stately appearance and a cruel cast of countenance. These men were naked to the waist and unarmed, except for a knife or hanger fixed at the girdle. On their broad breasts, covering more than half the skin surface, the head of a huge snake was tattooed in vivid blue. Evidently they were medicine men or priests. While the adventurers watched and wondered, the king or chief issued an order to his attendants, who ran to the corners of the square and called it aloud. Then he raised his great spear, and every captain blew upon his horn, making a deafening sound. Now the enemy stood still for a while, staring towards the stones, and the 3 medicine men drew near to the chief in the center of the square and talked with him, as though debating what should be done. "This is our chance," said Warner excitedly. "If once they attack us it will be all over. A single volley of arrows would kill every one of us." "Come, Otter." "No, no," said Leonard. "I am afraid of your venturing yourself among those savages. The danger is too great." "Danger? Can the danger be more than it is here? In a minute we may all be dead." "Nonsense. I will go. I know what to do and have made up my mind to it. Do not fear for me. Remember that, if the worst comes to the worst, I have the means to protect myself. You are not afraid to come, are you, Otter?" "No, shepherdess," said the dwarf. "Here all roads are alike." Leonard thought a while. Bitterly did he reproach himself in that he had been the cause of leading his ward into such a position. But now there was no help for it, she must go. And after all it could make no difference if she were killed or captured 5 minutes hence or half an hour later. But Francisco, who could not take such a philosophical view of the situation, implored her not to venture herself alone among those horrible savages. "Go if you like, Warner," said Leonard, not heeding the priest's importunities. "If anything happens I will try to avenge you before I follow." "Go, but forgive me." "What have I to forgive?" she said, looking at him with shining eyes. "Did you not once dare a greater danger for me?" "Yes, go," shepherdess said so, who till now had been staring with all her eyes at the 3 aged men in the center of the square. "There is little to fear, if this fool of a dwarf will but keep his tongue silent. I know my people, and I tell you that if you sing that song, and say the words which I have taught you, you and the Black One here shall be proclaimed gods of the land. But be swift, for the soldiers are about to shoot." As so spoke, Leonard saw that the conference in the square had come to an end. The messengers were calling commands to the captains, which the captains repeated to the soldiers, and then followed a mighty rattling of quivers. Another instant and the light shone upon many hundreds of arrowheads, every one of which was pointed towards them. Warner saw also, and springing forward onto a rock, stood there for a moment in the full glare of the sun. Instantly a murmur went up from the host, a great voice called a command, the barbs of steel flickered like innumerable stars, and sank downwards. Now Otter, naked except for his mooka, sprang onto the rock by Warner's side, and the murmur of the soldiers of the great people grew into a hoarse roar of astonishment and dismay. Wonder had turned to fear, though why this multitude of warriors should fear a lovely white girl and a black dwarf was not apparent. For a moment the ill-assorted pair stood together on the rock, then Warner leapt to the plain, Otter following her. For 20 yards or so she walked in silence, holding the dwarf by the hand. Then suddenly she burst into singing wild and sweet. This was the refrain of the sacred song which she sang in the ancient language of the people of the mist, the tongue that so had taught her as a child, I do but sleep. Have ye wept for me a while? Hush! I did but sleep. I shall awake, my people. I am not dead, nor can I ever die. See, I have but slept. See, I come again, made beautiful. Have ye not seen me in the faces of the children? Have ye not heard me in the voices of the children? Look on me now, the sleeper arisen, look on me, who wandered, whose name is the dawning. Why have ye mourned me, the sleeper awakened? Thus she sang, ever more sweetly and louder, till her voice rang through the still air like the song of a bird in winter. Hushed were the companies of the great men as she drew towards them with slow gliding steps, hushed with fear and wonder, as though her presence awoke a memory or fulfilled a promise. Now she was in front of their foremost rank, and, halting there, was silent for a moment. Then she changed her song. Will ye not greet me, children of my children? Have ye forgotten the promise of the dead? Shall I return to the dreamland whence I wander? Will ye refuse me, the mother of the snake? The soldiers looked upon one another and murmured each to each. Now she saw that they understood her words and were terror-stricken by them. For another moment there was silence, then suddenly the three priests or medicine men, who had drawn near together, passed through the ranks and stood before her, accompanied by the warrior chief. Then one of them, the most aged, a man who must have numbered 90 years, spoke in the midst of an intense silence. To Wana's joy, as they had understood her, so she understood him, for his language was the same that so taught her many years before, and in which, for the sake of practice, they had always conversed together for the last 2 months. Art thou woman, or spirit? Asked the ancient priest. I am both woman and spirit, she answered. And he with thee, he whom we know of, went on the priest, pointing tremblingly to Otter, is he God or man? He is both God and man, she answered. And those yonder, who are they? They are our ministers and servants, white for the white, and black for the black, the companions of our wanderings, men and not spirits. The three priests consulted together, while the chief looked on Wana's beauty with wondering eyes. Then the oldest of them spoke again. Thou tellest us in our own tongue of things that have long been hidden, though perchance they are remembered. Either, O beautiful, thou hast learned these things and liest to us, and then food are ye all for the snake against whom thou dost blaspheme, or ye are gods indeed, and as gods ye shall be worshipped. Tell us now thy name, and the name of yonder dwarf, of whom we know. I am named the shepherdess of heaven among men. He is named Otter, dweller in the waters, among men. Once we had other names. Tell us the other names, O shepherdess. Once in the far past I was named brightness, I was named dawn, I was named daylight. Once in the far past he was named silence, he was named terror, he was named darkness. Yet at the beginning we had other names. Perchance ye know them, ministers of the snake. Perchance we know them, O thou who art named shepherdess of heaven, O thou who wert named brightness, and dawn, and daylight, O thou who art named dweller in the waters, and wert named silence, and terror, and darkness. Perchance we know them, although they be known to few, and are never spoken, save in utter gloom and with hidden head. But do ye know them, those names of the beginning? For if ye know them not, O beautiful, ye lie and ye blaspheme, and ye are food for the snake. Seldom through all the years have those holy names been spoken save in utter darkness and with covered heads. Wana answered boldly, but now is the new hour, the hour of the coming, and now they shall be called aloud in the light of day from open lips and with uplifted eyes. Hearken, children of the snake, these are the names by which we were known in the beginning. Aca is my name, the mother of the snake. Jal is he named, who is the snake. Say, do ye know us now? As these words rang on her lips, a groan of terror burst from every man who heard them. Then the aged priest cried aloud, down upon your faces, ye children of the snake, worship, all ye people of the spear, dwellers in the mist. Aca, the Queen immortal, has come home again. Jal, the God, has put on the flesh of men. Olphan, lay down thy kingship, it is his. Ye priests, throw wide the temples, they are theirs. Worship the Mother, do honor to the God. The multitude heard and prostrate themselves like a single man, every one of them crying in a shout of thunder, Aca, the Queen of Life, has come. Jal, the Doom God, has put on flesh. Worship the Mother, do honor to the God. It was as though the army had suddenly been smitten with death, and of the hundreds there, Wana and Otter alone were left standing. There was one exception, however, and that was Olphan, the warrior chief, who remained upon his feet, not seeming to relish the command to abdicate his authority thus brusquely in favor of a dwarf, were he god or man. Otter, who was utterly bewildered, not comprehending a word of what had been said, and being unable to fathom the meaning of these strange antics, pointed at the chief with his spear by way of calling Wana's attention to the fact that he was still standing. But the great man interpreted the action otherwise. Evidently he thought that the newly arrived god was invoking destruction on him. His pride yielded to his superstition, and he sank to his knees also. When the sound of the worshipping had passed away, Wana spoke again, addressing the old priest. Rise, my child, she said. He might well have been her great-grandfather. And rise all ye, soldiers of the spear and servants of the snake, and hear my words. Ye know me now, ye know me by the holy name, ye know me by the fashion of my face, and by the red stone that gleams upon my brow. In the beginning my blood fell yonder and was frozen into such gems as these, which today ye offer yearly to him who is my child, and slew me. Now the fate is accomplished and his reign is finished. I come with him indeed, and he is still a god, but he loves me as a son again, and bows the knee to me in service. Enough, ye know the ancient tale that is fulfilled this day. Now we pass on towards our city, there to sojourn with you a while and to proclaim the law of the ending, and we pass alone. There, in our city, let a place be made ready for us, a place apart, but nigh to the temple, and let food be brought to the place, that my servants may eat. At the gates of the city also let men be waiting to bear us to that dwelling. Let none spy upon us, lest an evil fate attend you all, and let none be disobedient, lest we pass from you back to the land of death and dreams. Perchance we shall not tarry here for long, perchance we come to bring a blessing and to depart again. Therefore hasten to do our bidding, and do it all. For this time farewell, my servants. Having spoken thus with much dignity, accompanied by Otter, whose hand she held as before, Wana withdrew herself, stepping backwards very slowly towards the circle of rocks, and singing as she went. Chapter XXI. The folly of Otter. Wana and Otter gained the circle of rocks where the little band lay watching and wonder-struck, that is, all except So, who sat apart brooding, her arms clasped upon her breast. Things had befallen as she expected, as they must befall indeed, provided that Wana did not forget her lesson or show fear, and that the dwarf did nothing foolish. But So knew well enough that this was but the beginning of the struggle, and that, though it might be comparatively easy for Wana and Otter to enter the city, and impose themselves upon its superstition-haunted people as the incarnations of their fabled gods, the maintenance of the imposture was a very different matter. Moreover, she knew, should they be discovered, that escape would be impossible, or at the best, that it must be most difficult. Therefore she sat apart and brooded, for, notwithstanding their present triumph, her heart foreboded evil. But with the others it was different. They had heard the singing, they had seen the regiment of great men prostrate themselves, and the sound of worshipping had come to their ears like thunder, but of the why and wherefore of it all they could only guess. "What has happened?" said Leonard eagerly. "Your initiation seems to have come off well." "Bid the men fall back and I will tell you," Wana answered. Leonard did so, but instead of speaking she broke into hysterical laughter. Her nerves had been overstrained, and now they sought relief thus. "You must all be very respectful to Otter and myself," she said at length, "for we really are gods. Don't look shocked, Francisco, I begin to believe in it myself. We have only just found it out, but I assure you it is a fact. They accepted us fully, and that after not more than 5 minutes cross-examination. Listen." And she told them all that had passed. While she was speaking the regiment began to move, no longer in a square, but in a formation of companies. Company by company it rushed past them, shaking the earth with its footsteps, and as each section went by it tossed its spears into the air as a salute, crying, "Glory to the Mother! Glory to the Snake!" and fled on towards the city. At length the story was done and the regiment was gone. "Well," said Leonard, "so far so good. Wana, you are the bravest and cleverest girl in the whole world. Most young women would have forgotten everything and gone into hysterics at the critical point. I kept them till afterwards," she answered demurely. "And as for being brave and clever, I only repeated what So taught me like a parrot, You see, I knew that I should be killed if I made any mistake, and such knowledge sharpens the memory. All I have to say is, if the snake they talk so much about is anything like those which are tattooed upon the old priest's breasts, I have no wish to make a nearer acquaintance with it. I hate snakes. There, don't say any more, for both Leonard and Francisco were breaking out into fresh protestations of gratitude and admiration. If you want to thank anybody, thank so. And so I do, said Leonard heartily, for his spirits had risen in a most wonderful manner. So, you have told us the truth, and you have managed well, and I thank you. Did you then take me for a liar? The woman answered, fixing her gloomy eyes upon Leonard's face. I told you the truth, deliverer, when I said that my people would accept the shepherdess and this black dog of yours as their gods. But did I not tell you also that the death of the rest of us lies in the matter? If not, I say so now. You have not been named a god, deliverer, nor has yonder bald pate. The natives called Francisco thus because of his tonsure, and your black dog will betray you by his yapping. When you look down the jaws of the snake, remember then that so told you the truth, deliverer. Perchance you shall find the red stones you seek hidden in his belly, white man. Be silent, said Juana indignantly, and so slunk back like a whipped hound. Confound the old woman, put in Leonard with a shiver. She is a black Jonah, and if I have to go inside this snake I hope that it will be a case of ladies first, that is all. I am sure I don't know what has happened to so, said Juana. Her native air has a very bad effect upon her temper. Well, the future must look after itself, answered Leonard, snake or no snake. At present we must follow our luck. Otter, listen to me. Do you understand that you are a god, the god of this people? The god, Baz. What is a god? Have I not told you, thickhead? You are not a man any more, you are a spirit. Once, so it seems, you ruled this people in the past, and now you will rule them again. You and the shepherdess are both gods. She is your mother and you are her child. Yes, Baz, no doubt, but once I had another mother, a much uglier one. Otter, cease to talk folly, else when you are no more a god I will beat you. Now you are a god, and we are all your servants, except the shepherdess. When you speak to us you must speak roughly, like a great chief to the lowest of his people, calling us dogs and slaves. If you name me Baz in public, I will beat you privately when you are no more a god. You will do best to speak little or not at all, so that none can take hold of your words, which are always foolish. If you say that I am a god, Baz, it is enough, for doubtless you have met the gods and know their ways, though it is strange that none have told me this before. They must be an ugly people, the gods. But how will it be with the settlement men when they hear that I am a great spirit? They will say, does a spirit wait upon a man and call him chief? Does a spirit clean the guns and cook the food of a man? They will ask many such things, and the great people will hear them. And will they think then that I am a god? No, they will know me for a liar, and will kill me and all of us." "That is true," said Leonard. Then he summoned Peter and the settlement men and addressed them. He told them that the plot had succeeded, and that Otter and the shepherdess were accepted as the gods of the people of the mist. Because of this they were left alive and held in honor, who, but for it, would now be dead, riddled through with the arrows of the great people. He explained to them for the second time that it was necessary to the safety of all that this delusion as to the divinity of Otter and the shepherdess should be maintained, since, if the slightest suspicion of the fraud crossed the minds of the great people, without doubt they would all be sacrificed as impostors. This was the tale that they must tell. They should say that all of them were hunting game in a far country with himself, so, and Francisco, when one night they heard a singing, and by the light of the moon they saw the shepherdess and the dwarf Otter coming towards them. Then the shepherdess and Otter commanded them to be their servants and travel with them to a new land, and they obeyed them, black and white together, for they saw that they were not mortals. This was the tale that they must tell. Moreover, they must act up to their words if they would continue to look upon the sun. But their first surprise was past. The settlement men, who were quick-witted people, entered into the spirit of the plot readily enough. Indeed, Peter caused them to repeat the story to him, so that he might be sure that they had its details by heart. Then they continued their march towards the city on the hill. The two white men went first, next came Wana and Otter followed by So, and last of all walked the settlement men. An hour's journey brought them to the bank of the river, which, dividing above it, engirdled the town, to reunite near the roadway that they followed. Here canoes were ready to take them across to the island, or rather the peninsula, on which the city was built. On the other side of the river they found priests waiting in the great gateway with two litters that had been prepared for Wana and Otter respectively. This, the further bank, was lined with some thousands of spectators, who, when the divine pair set their feet upon its shores, prostrate themselves, men, women, and children, and burst into a shout of welcome. Wana and Otter took no heed. With such dignity as they could command, and in the dwarf's case it was not much, they entered the litters, drew the hide curtains, and were borne forward swiftly. After them came Leonard, Francisco, and the others, while the population followed in silence. Now the sun was sinking, but enough of daylight was left to show how strange were the place and the people among which they found themselves. The city, indeed, was rudely built of like materials and in similar fashion to the house in the plain that has been described already. But the streets were roughly paved, each habitation stood apart from the other in its own garden, and the gates were of wood, fastened together with primitive iron bolts. There were drinking shops, or rather booths, and a large market-place, which they crossed as they ascended the hill, and where, as they afterwards discovered, this people carried on their trade, if trade it could be called, for they had no money, and conducted all transactions like other savages, upon a principle of barter. As they went Leonard took note of these things, which, to his mind, showed clearly that the inhabitants of this city were the degenerate inheritors of some ancient and forgotten civilization. Their fortifications, stone-built houses, drinking shops, and markets indicated this, just as their rude system of theology, with its divinities of light and darkness, or of death and life, each springing from the other, engaged in an eternal struggle, and yet one, was probably the survival of some elaborate nature myth of the early world. But nothing struck him so much as the appearance of the people. In size they were almost giants, a peculiarity which was shared by the women, some of whom measured 6 feet in height. In common with other uncivilized races, most of these women were little except a girdle and a goatskin cloak that hung loosely upon their shoulders, displaying their magnificent proportions somewhat freely. They were much handsomer than the men, having splendid solemn eyes, very white teeth, and a remarkable dignity of gait. Their faces, however, wore the same somber look as those of their husbands and brothers, and they did not chatter after the manner of their sex, but contented themselves with pointing out the peculiarities of the strangers in a few brief words to their children or to one another. After crossing the marketplace, the party came to a long and gentle ascent, which terminated at a wall surrounding the lower of the 2 great buildings that they had seen from the plain. Passing its gates, they halted at the doors of the first of these edifices. Here priests stood with torches, at least, they judged them to be priests from the symbol of the snake's head tattooed upon their naked breasts, ready to conduct them to their lodging, for now the night was closing in rapidly. Soon they found themselves within the walls of a great house, built in the usual way with rough boulders, but on 3 sides of a square, and enclosing a courtyard in which a fountain bubbled. The furniture of the house was rude but grotesquely carved, and in the courtyard stood a throne, sheltered by a roof of turf, and fashioned of black wood and ivory, with feet shaped like those of a human being. Indeed, as they afterwards discovered, this was the palace of the king, Ulfin, who had been summarily ejected by the priests to make room for the newcomers. Here in this strange dwelling the attendant priests assigned them all quarters, the settlement men in one wing, Leonard, Francisco and so in the other, and Juana and Otter in 2 separate apartments in the body of the building. This arrangement involved the separation of the party, but it was difficult to offer objections, so they were forced to acquiesce in it. Presently women entered bearing food, boiled corn, milk in bowls, and roasted flesh in plenty, of which Leonard and Francisco ate with thankfulness. Before they went to sleep, Leonard looked into the courtyard, and was somewhat alarmed to find that guards were stationed at every door, while in front of those leading to the apartments of Juana and Otter stood a body of priests with torches in their hands. He made an effort to pass through these guards in order to visit Juana, but without a word they lifted their great spears and stopped him, and for that time he abandoned the attempt. "Why do the priests stand before the door of the shepherdess, so?" asked Leonard. "They guard the place of the gods," she answered. "Unless the gods will it, none may enter there." "Say, so?" Leonard asked again. "Are you not afraid of being here in your own land?" "I am much afraid, deliverer, for if I am found out then I die. Yet many years have gone by since I fled, few live who knew me, and, perchance, none remember me. Also now I do not wear my hair after the fashion of my people, and therefore I may escape, unless the priests discover me by their magic. And now I would sleep." On the following morning at dawn Leonard rose and, accompanied by Francisco, walked into the courtyard. This time the soldiers did not try to stop them, but the priests were still standing in front of Juana's door, looking like specters in the grey mist. They went to them and signified by signs that they would worship the queen, but were sternly refused admission in words which they could not understand, but that So, who was listening, afterwards translated to them. The mother had come to her home, said the spokesman, and might be profaned no more by the eyes of the vulgar. The snake also was in his home, and none should look upon him. When arguments failed, Leonard tried to force his way through, and was met by a huge spear pointed at his throat. How things would have ended it is difficult to say had not Juana herself appeared at this juncture, standing between the curtains of the doorway. At the sight of her the priests and soldiers fell upon their faces, and Leonard had sufficient presence of mind to follow their example, dragging Francisco down beside him. "What is this tumult?" she asked the guards in their own tongue. "I tell you what it is," Juana said Leonard, rubbing his head upon the ground and speaking in English. "If you do not come to an understanding with these scoundrels, you will soon be cut off from all communication with us, and what is more, we shall be cut off too in another way. Will you be so good as to issue an order that we are to be admitted when we like?" Juana turned towards the priest and spoke angrily, "Who has dared to forbid my servants to come before me and worship me? My will is my own, and I only make it known. It is my will that these white men and yonder black women pass in before me at their pleasure." "Your will is our will, mother," said the priests humbly. So they went in, and the curtains were closed behind them. "I am so thankful to see you," said Juana. "You don't know how dreadfully lonely it has been in this great room all night, and I am afraid of those solemn-eyed priests who stand round the doors. The women who brought me food last evening crawled about the place on all fours like dogs. It was horrible." "I am sorry that you have been left alone," said Leonard, "but you must try to make better arrangements. So might sleep with you, at any rate. Where is Otter? Let us pay him a visit. I want to see how the god is getting on." Juana went to the door and addressed the priests, saying that she desired to be led before the snake, and her servants with her. They demurred a little, then gave way, and all four of them were conducted, first into the courtyard, in which no human being was to be seen, and thence to an adjoining chamber, where a curious sight awaited them. In a huge chair set upon a dais sat Otter, looking furious and by no means at ease, while stretched upon the ground in front of him lay four priests, who muttered prayers unceasingly. "Welcome, Buzz," he cried in rapture at the sight of Leonard. "Welcome, shepherdess." "You idiot," answered Leonard in Dutch, but speaking in the most humble voice, and sinking to his knees. "If you will not remember that you are a god, I will pay you out so soon as we are alone. Bid these fellows begone, the shepherdess will translate for you." "Go, dogs," said Otter, taking the hint. Go, and bring me food. I would speak with my servant, who is named Buzz, and with my mother. These are the words of the snake that he speaks in the holy tongue, said Wana, and she translated them. The 4 priests rose, and bowing to the earth, crept backwards from the room. So soon as they were gone, Otter leaped from his throne with an exclamation of rage that caused the others to burst out laughing. Laugh, Buzz, laugh if you will, said the dwarf, for you have never been a god, and don't know what it is. What think you, Buzz? All night long I have sat upon that great stool, while those accursed dogs burnt stinking stuff beneath my nostrils and muttered nonsense. 1 hour more and I should have fallen on them and killed them, for I have had no meat, and hunger makes me mad. Hush, said Leonard, I hear footsteps. On to your throne, Otter. Quick, Wana. Stand by his side, we will kneel. They had barely time to obey when the curtains were drawn, and a priest entered, holding a vessel of wood covered with a cloth. Slowly he crept towards the throne, with his head bent almost to his knees. Then, straightening himself suddenly, he lifted up the wooden vessel and cried aloud, We bring you food, O snake. Eat and be satisfied. Otter took the dish, and, lifting the cloth, gazed upon its contents hungrily, but with an ever-growing dissatisfaction. Son of a dog, he cried in his own tongue, is this food to set before a man? And he held the platter downwards, exposing its contents. They were simple, consisting of various sorts of vegetables and watercress, poor in quality, for the season was winter, and all of them uncooked. In the center of this fodder, whether placed there in obedience to some religious tradition or by way of ornament, or perhaps to assist the digestive process of the god, as a tenpenny nail is said to assist that of an ostrich, was a fine ruby stone, not so big, indeed, as that which So had given to Leonard, but still of considerable size and value. Leonard saw it with delight, but not so the dwarf, the selfish promptings of whose stomach caused him to forget that his master had journeyed far to seek such gems as this. In the fury of his disappointed appetite he stood upon the footstool of the throne, and, seizing the ruby, he hurled it at the priest, hitting him fair between the eyes. Am I an eel, he roared, that I should live on water grass, and red gravel? Then the priest, terrified at the behavior of this strange divinity, picked up the offending gem, to the presence of which he attributed his anger, and fled, never looking behind him. Juana and Francisco were seized with uncontrollable laughter, while even So deigned to smile. But Leonard did not smile. Oh, you last descendant of generations of asses, he said bitterly. You ass with 4 ears and a 10-fold bray. What have you done? You have hurled the precious stone at the head of him who brought it, and now he will bring no more. Had it not been for you, doubtless with every meal such stones would have been offered to you, and though you grew thin we should all of us have become rich, and that without trouble, tricks, or violence. Forgive me, Buzz lamented Otter, but my rage took away my reason, and I forgot. See now what it is to be a god. It is to be fed upon stuff such as would gripe an ox. Oh, Bars, I would that these wild men had made you a god and left me your servant. And again he gazed with disgust upon the watercress and rows of leathery vegetables resembling turnips. You had better eat them, Otter said Wana, who was still choking with laughter. If you don't you may get nothing more for days. Evidently you are supposed to have a small appetite. Then, driven to it by his ravening hunger, the wretched otter fell upon the turnips and munched them sullenly, Leonard rating him all the while for his unequalled stupidity. Scarcely had he finished his meal when there was a stir without, and once again priests entered, headed on this occasion by that same aged man who had acted as a spokesman when Wana declared herself on the previous day, and who, as they had discovered, was named Nam. In fact he had many other and much longer names, but as this was the shortest and most convenient of them, they adopted it. It chanced that Leonard was standing by so, and when this priest entered, whom she now saw face to face for the first time, he noticed that she started, trembled, and then drew back into the shadow of the throne. Some friend of the old lady's youth, thought Leonard to himself. I hope he won't recognize her, that is all. Nam bent himself in adoration before the gods, then began an address, the substance of which Wana translated from time to time. Bitterly did he grieve, he said, that such an insult had been offered to the snake as the presenting to him among his food of the red stone, known as the blood of Aca. That man who had done this folly was doomed to die, if, indeed, he were not already dead. Well could they understand that, the mother and snake having become reconciled, the proffering to Jal of that which reminded him of the sin of long ago was a wickedness that might bring a curse upon the land. Let the snake be appeased. Command had been given that all such stones should be hidden in a secret place by him who had wrought the crime, and, as he had said, if the man returned alive from that place he should be slain. But he would not return alive, for to go thither was death, as it should be death henceforth even to mention that stone, of which but one should now be seen in the land, that which the mother wore in memory of the past. O Otter, my friend, murmured Leonard to himself, if I don't make you pay for this, my name is not Outram. But enough of the stones, went on Nam, he had come upon a more important matter. That night an assembly of all the tribe would be held in the great temple an hour before moonrise, that the mother and the snake might take up their royalty in the presence of the people. Thither they would come to lead them and their servants at the appointed time. Was this pleasing to the gods? Wana bent her head in assent, and the priest turned to go with many obeisances, but before he went he spoke again, asking if all things were as the gods desired. Not altogether, my servant, answered Wana. It is our will that these, our other servants, should have free access to us at all times and without question. Also, it is our will that their food should be brought to them with our food. Moreover, it is the desire of the snake that no more grass should be given to him to eat, for now, in these latter days, having put on the flesh of men, he needs that which will support the flesh. One thing more, my servant, the snake forgives the affront that was offered him, and I command that some of the greatest of the holy stones should be brought to me, that I may look on the blood which I shed so long ago." "Alas, it may not be, mother," answered the priest in tones of sorrow. "All the stones, both red and blue, have been placed in bags of hide and cast into that place whence they can be brought no more, together with him who offended. Nor can others be gathered at this season of the year, seeing that deep snow covers the place where they lie buried. In the summer, when the sun has melted the snow, more can be found, if your eyes still desire the sight of them." Warner made no reply, and the priest went. "Here is a pretty business," said Leonard. "That idiot otter has upset everything. We might have become millionaires for the asking, and now we must wait 4 months before we so much as get sight of a ruby or a sapphire." Nobody answered. Indeed, the whole party were plunged into consternation at the fatal effects of this accident. As for Otter himself, when he understood fully what he had done, he almost wept for grief. "Who could have known, Buzz?" he groaned. "It was the sight of the green food that bewitched me, who have always hated the taste of grass. And now my folly has undone all, and it seems that I must be a god for many months, if, indeed, they do not find me out." "Never mind, Otter," said Leonard, moved to pity by the dwarf's genuine grief. "You have lost the stones and you will have to find them again somehow. By the way, so, why did you start so when the old priest came in?" "Because he is my father, deliverer," she answered. Leonard whistled. Here was a new complication. What if Nam should recognize her? Chapter XXII. The Temple of Jal. In considerable agitation of mind, Leonard bid goodbye to Warner, promising to return soon, and went to visit the settlement men, whom he had not seen since the previous evening. He found them in good case enough, so far as their material comfort was concerned, for they were well supplied with food and warmly lodged. So much could not be said, however, of their mental state, for they were terrified by the multitude of solemn priests and warriors who watched them as cats watch mice. Crouching round him dejectedly, they implored Leonard not to leave them, saying that they expected to be murdered every minute. He pacified them as well as he could and left them with the assurance that he would return presently, having first reminded them that the lives of all depended upon the maintenance of the delusion as to the divinity of Otter and the shepherdess. The remainder of that day passed heavily enough. After the first excitement of their strange position had gone by, a reaction set in, and everybody was much depressed. As the hours drew on, the mist, which had lifted a little about 10 o'clock, closed in very densely, throwing the ill-lighted chamber where they sat into a deep gloom. In such an atmosphere conversation languished. Indeed, at times it died altogether, and the only sound to be heard was that of the monotonous voices of the priests without the curtains, as they muttered prayers unceasingly. At length Leonard could bear it no longer, but rose, declaring that he was going out to see whatever might be seen. Warner tried faintly to dissuade him, and Otter wished to come too, which was impossible. The end of it was that he went alone. First he revisited the settlement men and tried to cheer them, and sadly did they need cheering. Then he passed to the great gates of the palace yard and looked through them. The mist had lifted a little, and about 100 paces away he could perceive the doors of the temple, on either side of which rose cyclopean walls 50 feet or more in height. It was obvious that here preparations for some ceremony were in progress, and on a large scale, for immense crowds of people were gathered about the doors, through which bodies of priests and armed men passed continually. More he could not learn, for the gates of the palace yard were barred and guarded, and the soldiers would not let him through. He stood by them watching till sunset, then returning to the others, he told them what he had seen. Another hour passed, and suddenly the curtains were drawn aside and a body of priests entered, 12 in number, bearing large candles of fat in their hands, and headed by their chief, Nam. Prostrating themselves before Wana and Otter they remained plunged in silence. "Speak on," said Wana at length. "We come, O mother, and O snake," said the priest Nam, "to lead you to the temple that the people may look upon their gods." "It is well, lead on," Wana answered. "First you must be robed," mother said Nam, "for without the temple none may look upon your divinity, save your priests alone." Rising as he spoke, he produced a black dress from a grass bag, which was carried by an attendant. This dress was very curious. It fastened in front with buttons of horn, and either was, or seemed to be, woven in a single piece from the softest hair of black fleeced goats. Moreover, it had sleeves just long enough to leave the hands of the wearer visible, and beneath its peaked cap was a sort of mask with 3 slits, 2 for the eyes and 1 for the mouth. Wana retired to put on this hideous garment over her white robe, and reappeared presently, looking like the black ghost of a medieval monk. Then the priests gave her 2 flowers, a red lily and a white, to be held in either hand, and it appeared that her equipment was complete. Next they came to Otter and bound a scarlet fringe of hair about his forehead in such fashion that the fringe hid his eyes, at the same time placing in his hand a scepter of ivory, apparently of very ancient workmanship, and fashioned in the shape of a snake standing on its tail. "All is prepared," said Nam. "Lead on," answered Wana again. "But let our servants come with us, both those here and those without, save the woman only, who stays to make ready for our return." Wana spoke thus because So had announced her wish to be left behind when they went to the temple. Wana had consulted Leonard on the subject, who gave it as his opinion that So had good reasons of her own for making this request. Also he pointed out that in case of disturbance she could scarcely help them, and might possibly prove an encumbrance. "They wait," answered Nam, "all is prepared for them also," and as he spoke a sardonic smile flickered on his withered countenance that made Leonard feel very uncomfortable. What was prepared, he wondered. They passed through the curtains into the courtyard, where soldiers, clad in goatskin cloaks, waited with 2 litters. Here also were the settlement men, armed, but in an extremity of fear, for they were guarded by about 50 of the great people, also armed. Wana and Otter entered the litters, behind which Leonard formed up his little band, going in front of it himself with Francisco, both of them having rifles in their hands and revolvers at their girdles, of which no attempt was made to deprive them, for none knew their use. Then they started, surrounded by the bare-breasted priests, who chanted and waved torches as they walked, and preceded and followed by the grim files of tall soldiers, on whose spears the torchlight flashed ominously. As they came, the gates of the palace yard were opened. They passed them and across the space beyond until they reached the doors of the temple, which were thrown wide before them. Here Otter and Juana descended from the litters, and all the torches were extinguished, leaving them in darkness. Leonard felt his hand seized and was led along, he knew not where, for the misty gloom was intense. He could scarcely see the face even of the priest who conducted them, but from the sounds he gathered that all their party were being guided in a similar fashion. Once or twice also he heard the voice of a settlement man speaking in accents of fear or complaint, but such demonstrations were followed quickly by the sound of a heavy blow, dealt, no doubt, by the priest or soldier in charge of that individual. Evidently it was expected that all should be silent. Presently Leonard became aware that they had left the open space across which they were walking, for the air grew close and their footsteps rang hollow on the rocky floor. "I believe that we are in a tunnel," whispered Francisco. "Silence," Dog hissed a priest in his ear. "Silence, this place is holy." They did not understand the meaning of the words at the moment, but the tone in which they were spoken made their purport sufficiently clear. Leonard took the hint, and at the same time clutched his rifle more tightly. He began to be afraid for their safety. Whither were they being led? To a dungeon? Well, they would soon know, and at the worst it was not probable that these barbarians would harm Juana. They followed the tunnel or passage for about 150 paces. At first it sloped downwards, then the floor became level till at length they began to ascend a stair. There were 61 stone steps in this stairway, for Leonard counted them, each about 10 inches high, and when all were climbed they advanced 11 paces along a tunnel that echoed strangely to their steps, and was so low that they must bend their heads to pass it. Emerging from this tunnel through a narrow opening, they stood upon a platform also of stone, and once more the chill night air fanned their brows. So dense was the gloom that Leonard could tell nothing of the place where they might be, but from far beneath them rose a hissing sound as of seething water, and combined with it another sound of faint murmuring, as though thousands of people whispered each to each. Also from time to time he heard a rustling like that of a forest when a gentle wind stirs its leaves, or the rustling of the robes of innumerable women. This sense of the presence of hidden waters and of an unseen multitude was strange and terrifying in the extreme. It was as though, without perceiving them, their human faculties suddenly became aware of the spirits of the unnumbered dead, thronging, watching, following, there, but intangible, speaking without words, touching without hands. Leonard was tempted to cry aloud, so great was the strain upon his nerves, which usually were strong enough, nor was he alone in this desire. Presently a sound arose from below him, as of some person in hysterics, and he heard a priest command silence in a fierce voice. The sobbing and laughter went on till it culminated in a shrill scream. After the scream came the thud of a blow, a heavy fall, a groan, and once again the invisible multitudes whispered and rustled. "Someone has been killed," muttered Francisco in Leonard's ear. "Who is it, I wonder?" Leonard shuddered, but made no answer, for a great hand was placed upon his mouth in warning. At length the portentous silence was broken and a voice spoke, the voice of Nam the priest. In the silence all that he uttered could be heard plainly, but his words came from far away, and the sound of them was still and small. This was what he said, as Wana told it to them after the ceremony. "Hear me, ye children of the snake, ye ancient people of the mist. Hearken to me, Nam, the priest of the snake. Many a generation gone in the beginning of time, so runs the legend, the mother goddess whom we worship from of old, descended from heaven and came hither to us, and with her came the snake, her child. While she tarried in the land the crime of crimes was wrought, the darkness slew the daylight, and she passed hence, we know not how, or where, and from that hour the land has been a land of mist, and its people have wandered in the mist, for he whose name is Darkness has ruled over them, answering their prayers with death. But this doom was on the snake, that because of his wickedness he must put off the flesh of men and descend into the holy place of waters, where, as we and our fathers have known, his symbol dwells eternally, taking tribute of the lives of men. Yet ere that crime was wrought the mother gave a word of promise to her people. Now I am about to die at the hands of him I bore, for so it is fated, she said. But not forever do I leave you, and not forever shall the snake be punished by putting off the flesh of men. Many generations shall go by and we will return again and rule over you, and the veil of mist shall be lifted from your land, and ye shall be great in the earth. Till then, choose you kings and let them govern you. Moreover, forget not my worship, and see to it that throughout the ages the altar of the snake is wet with blood, and that he lacks not the food he loves. And I will give you a sign by which we shall be known when at length the fate is accomplished, and the hour of forgiveness is at hand. As a fair maid will I come again, a maid lovely and white. But because of his sin the snake shall appear in the shape of that which sits within your temple, and his hue shall be black and his face hideous. Out of the earth will we arise, and we will call to you and ye shall know us, and we will tell you our holy names that shall not be spoken aloud from this hour to that hour of our coming. But beware lest ye be deceived and false gods set themselves up among you, for then shall the last evil fall upon you and the sun shall hide his face. Thus, children of the mist, did the mother speak to him who was her chief priest in the long ago, and he graved her words with iron on the stone of that whereon I stand, but none can read that writing, for its secret is lost to us, although the prophecy remains. And now the time is full, and it has been given to me, his successor, in my old age, to see the fulfillment of the saying. The time is full, and this night the promise of the past is accomplished, for, people of the mist, the immortal gods, whose names are holy, have appeared to rule their children. Yesterday they came, ye saw them, and in your ears they called aloud the sacred names. As a maiden fair and white, and as a dwarf black and hideous, have they come, and Aca is the name of the maiden, and Jal is the name of the dwarf. He ceased, and his voice died away in the echoes of the great place. Once again there was silence, broken only by the seething sound of waters and the indefinable murmur of an unseen throng beneath. Leonard stood a while, then edged himself gently forward with the design of discovering where and upon what they were standing. His curiosity soon met with a violent check, for before he had gone a yard he felt that his right foot was dangling in space, and it was only by a strong effort that he prevented himself from falling, whither he knew not. Recovering his balance, he shuffled himself back again to the side of Francisco, and whispered a warning to him not to move if he valued his life. As Leonard spoke, he noticed that the blackness of the night was turning grey with the light of the unrisen moon. Already her rays, striking upwards, brightened the sky above and the mountains behind, and from them fell a pale reflection, which grew gradually stronger and clearer. Now he could discover that close upon him to the left a black mass towered high into the air, and that far beneath him gleamed something like the foam on broken water. For a time he watched this water, or whatever it might be, until a smothered exclamation from Francisco caused him to look up again. As he looked, the edge of the moon rose above the temple wall, and by slow degrees a wonderful sight was revealed to him. Not till the moon was fully visible did he see everything, and to describe all as he discovered it, piecemeal, would be difficult. This was what Leonard saw at length. Before him and underneath him lay a vast and roofless building, open to the east, covering some 2 acres of ground, and surrounded by titanic walls, 50 feet or more in height. This building was shaped like a Roman amphitheater, but, with the exception of the space immediately below him, its area was filled with stone seats, and round its wide circumference stone seats rose tier on tier. These were all occupied by men and women in hundreds, and, except at the further end, scarcely a place was empty. At the western extremity of the temple a huge statue towered 70 or 80 feet into the air, hewn, to all appearance, from a mass of living rock. Behind this colossus, and not more than 100 paces from it, the sheer mountain rose, precipice upon precipice, to the foot of a white peak clad in eternal snow. It was the peak that they had seen from the plain when the mist lifted, and the statue was the dark mass beneath it which had excited their curiosity. This fearful colossus was fashioned to the shape of a huge dwarf of hideous countenance, seated with bent arms outstretched in a forward direction, and palms turned upwards as though to bear the weight of the sky. The statue stood, or rather sat, upon a platform of rock, and not more than 4 paces from its base, so that the outstretched hands and slightly bowed head overhung it. Indeed, was a circular gulf measuring, perhaps, 30 yards across, in which seething waters raged and boiled. Whence they came and whither they went it was impossible to see, but Leonard discovered afterwards that here was the source of the river which they had followed for so many days. escaping from the gulf by underground passages that it had hollowed for itself through the solid rock. The two branches of the torrent passed round the walls of the town, to unite again in the plain below. How the pool itself was supplied Leonard was destined to learn in after days. Between the steep polished sides of the rock basin and the feet of the statue was placed an altar, or sacrificial stone. Here on this ledge, which covered an area no greater than that of a small room, and in front of the altar, stood a man bound, in whom Leonard recognized Olfen, the king, while on either side of him were priests, naked to the waist, and armed with knives. Behind them again stood the little band of settlement men, trembling with terror. Nor were their fears groundless, for there among them lay one of their number, dead. This was the man whose nerve had broken down, who shrieked aloud in the darkness, and in reward had been smitten into everlasting silence. All this Leonard saw by degrees, but the first thing that he saw has not yet been told. Long before the brilliant rays of the moon lit the amphitheatre they struck upon the huge head of the dwarf idol, and there, on this giddy perch, some 70 feet from the ground, and nearly 100 above the level of the pool of seething water, sat Wana herself, enthroned in an ivory chair. She had been divested of her black cloak, and was clad in the robe of snowy linen cut low upon her breast, and fastened round her waist with a girdle. Her dark hair flowed about her shoulders, in either hand she held the lilies, red and white, and upon her forehead glowed the ruby like a blood-red star. She sat quite still, her eyes set wide in horror, and first the moonlight gleamed upon the gem bound to her forehead, next it showed the pale and lovely face beneath, then her snowy arms and breast, the whiteness of her robes, and the hideous demon head whereon her throne was fixed. No spirit could have seemed more beautiful than this woman set thus on high in that dark place of blood and fear. Indeed, in the unearthly light she looked like a spirit, the spirit of beauty triumphing over the hideousness of hell, the angel of light trampling the devil and his works. It was not wonderful that this fierce and barbarous people sighed like reeds before the wind when her loveliness dawned upon them, made ethereal by the moon, or that thenceforth Leonard could never think of her quite as he thought of any other woman. Under such conditions most well-favored women would have appeared beautiful. Wana did more, she seemed divine. As the light grew downward and the shadows thinned before it, Leonard followed with his eyes, and presently he discovered Otter. The dwarf, naked except for his girdle and the fringe upon his head, was also enthroned, holding the ivory scepter in his hand, but in a seat of ebony placed upon the knees of the colossus, nearly 40 feet below Wana. Then Leonard turned to consider Francisco's position and his own, and found it terrible enough. Indeed, the moment that he discovered it was nigh to being his last. In company with 2 priests of the snake, they were standing on the palm of the right hand of the idol, that formed a little platform some 6 feet square, which they had won in the darkness through a tunnel hewn in the arm of stone. There they stood unprotected by any railing or support, and before them and on either side of them was a sheer drop of some 90 feet to the water beneath or of 50 to the rock of the platform. Leonard saw, and for a moment turned faint and dizzy, then, setting the butt of his rifle onto the stone, he leaned upon the barrel till his brain cleared. It was well for him that he had not known what lay beneath when, but now, he thrust his foot into vacancy, for then his senses might have failed him. Suddenly he remembered Francisco, and opened his eyes, which he had closed to shut out the sight of the yawning gulf beneath. It was not too soon. The priest had seen also, and consciousness was deserting him, even as Leonard turned. His knees gave way, and he sank forward and downward. Quick as thought, Leonard stretched out his right hand and caught Francisco by the robe he wore. Then, resting his weight upon the rifle, he strained at the priest's falling body with all his force in such a manner that its direction was turned, and it fell sideways upon the platform, not downwards into space. Leonard dragged at him again, and thrust him into the mouth of the little tunnel through which they had reached this dreadful eminence, where he lay quiet and safe, lost in blessed insensibility. All this took place in a few seconds. The two priests of the snake, who stood by them as calmly as though their feet were still on the solid earth, saw, but made no movement. Only Leonard thought that they smiled grimly, and a horrible fear struck his heart like a breath of ice. What if they waited a signal to cast him down? It might well be so. Already he had seen enough of their rites to enable him to guess that theirs was a religion of blood and human sacrifice. He shivered, and again turned faint, so faint indeed that he did not dare to keep his feet, but sank into a sitting posture, resting his back against the stone of the idol's thumb. Chapter 23. How Wana conquered Nam. Still the silence endured, and still the moonlight grew, creeping lower and lower till it shone upon the face of the seething waters, and, except in the immediate shadow of the walls, all the amphitheatre was full of it. Then the voice of Nam spoke again from far away, and Leonard looked to see whence he spoke. Now he saw. Nam, attended by 3 priests, was perched like an eagle on the left palm of the Colossus, and from this dizzy platform he addressed the multitude. Looking across the breast of the statue, Leonard could just see the outstretched arm and the fierce face of the high priest as he glared down upon the people. Hearken, ye dwellers in the mist, children of the snake. Ye have seen your ancient gods, your father and your mother, come back to rule you and to lead you on through war to peace, to wealth, to power, and to glory. Ye see them now by that light and in that place wherein only it is lawful that ye should look upon them. Say, do ye believe and do ye accept them? Answer, every one of you, answer with your voice. Then a mighty roar of sound went up from the gathered thousands, a roar that shaped itself into the words, "We believe and we accept." It is well said Nam when the tumult had died away. Hearken, ye high gods. O Aca and O Jal. Bend down your ears and deign to hearken to your priest and servant, speaking in the name of your children, the people of the mist. Be ye kings to reign over us. Accept the power and the sacrifice, and sit in the place of kings. We give you rule through all the land, the life of every dweller in the land is yours, yours are their cattle and their goats, their city and their armies. before you the altars shall run red, the cry of the victim shall be music in your ears. Ye shall look upon him whom long ago ye set to guard the secret awful place, and he shall crawl beneath your feet. As ye ruled our fathers so ye shall rule us, according to the customs which ye laid down forever. Glory be to you, O Aca, and to you, O Jal, immortal kings forevermore. And in a shout that rent the skies the great audience echoed, Glory be to you, O Aca, and to you, O Jal, immortal kings forevermore. Then Nam spoke again, saying, Bring forth the virgin, that fair maid who is destined to the snake, that he may look upon her and accept her as his wife. Bring her forth also who, 12 months gone, was vowed in marriage to the shape of stone, that she may bid her lord farewell. As he spoke there was a stir behind the idol, and presently from each side of it a woman was led forward by 2 priests onto the little space of rock between its feet and the edge of the gulf, and placed one to the right of the altar, and one to the left. Both these women were tall and lovely with the dark and somewhat terrifying beauty of the people of the mist, but there the resemblance between them ended. She to the right was naked except for a girdle of snakeskin and the covering of her abundant hair, which was crowned with a wreath of red lilies similar to the flower that the priests had given to Wana. She to the left, on the contrary, was clothed in a black robe round which was broidered the shape of a blood-red snake, whose head rested upon her breast. Leonard noticed that the appearance of this woman was that of extreme terror, for she shrank and trembled, whereas that of the flower-crowned bride was jubilant and even haughty. For a moment the 2 women stood still while the people gazed upon them. Then, at a signal from Nam, she who was crowned with flowers was led before the altar, and thrice she bowed the knee to the idol, or rather to Otter who sat upon it. Now all eyes were fixed on the dwarf, who stared at the girl but made no sign, which was not wonderful, seeing that he had no inkling of the meaning of the ceremony. As it chanced, he could not have acted more wisely, at least in the interests of the bride, for here, as elsewhere, silence was held to give consent. Behold, the god accepts, cried Nam, the beauty of the maid is pleasing in his eyes. Stand aside, Saga, the blessed, that the people may look upon you and know you. Hail to you, wife of the snake. Smiling triumphantly the girl moved back to her place by the altar, and turned her proud face to the people. Then the multitude shouted, Hail to you, bride of the snake. Hail to you, the blessed, chosen of the god. While the tumult still lasted, the woman who was clad in the black robe was led forward, and when it had died away she also made her obeisance before the idol. Away with her that she may seek her lord in his own place, cried Nam. Away with her, her day is done, echoed the multitude. Then, before Wana could interfere, before she could even speak, for, be it remembered, she alone understood all that was said, the 2 priests who guarded the doomed woman rent the robe from her and with one swing of their strong arms hurled her backwards far into the pool of seething waters. She fell with a shriek and lay floating on their surface, flung this way and that by the eddy of the whirlpool just where the moonlight beat most brightly. All who could of the multitude bent forward to see her end, and overcome by a fearful fascination, Leonard threw himself on his face, and, craning his head over the stone of the idol's hand, watched also, for the girl's struggling shape was almost immediately beneath him. Another minute and he would have foregone the hope of winning the treasure which he had come so far to seek, not to have yielded to the impulse. For as he stared, the waters beneath the feet of the idol were agitated as a pond is agitated by the rush of a pike when he dashes at his prey. Then for an instant the light gleamed upon a dull enormous shape, and suddenly the head of a crocodile reared itself out of the pool. The head of a crocodile, but of such a crocodile as he had never heard or dreamed of, for this head alone was broader than the breast of the biggest man, its dull eyes were the size of a man's fist, its yellow fangs were like the teeth of a lion, and from its lower jaw hung tentacles or lumps of white flesh which at that distance gave it the appearance of being bearded like a goat. Also, the skin of this huge reptile, which could not have measured less than 50 feet in length by 4 feet in depth, was here and there corroded into rusty excrescences, as though some fungus or lichen had grown upon it like grey moss on an ancient wall. Indeed, its appearance seemed to point to extreme antiquity. 2. Crocodiles are proverbially long-lived, but Leonard could never discover the age of this particular reptile. On enquiry he was able to trace it back for 300 years. And tradition said that it had always dwelt among the people of the mist from the beginning of time. At least it was very old, and under the name of the snake had been an object of worship for many generations. How it came among the people of the mist is difficult to say, for no other specimen appeared to exist in the country. Perhaps it was captured in some distant age and placed in the cave by the priests, to figure as an incarnation of the snake that was the object of their worship. Hearing the disturbance in the water, the reptile had emerged from the cave where it dwelt beneath the feet of the idol, to seek its accustomed food, which consisted of the human victims that were cast to it at certain intervals. It reared its hideous head and glared round, then of a sudden the monster and the victim vanished together into the depths. Sick with horror, Leonard drew himself back into a sitting posture, and glanced up at Juana. She was crouched in her ivory chair overcome, and her eyes were closed, either through faintness or to shut out the sight of dread. Then he looked down at Otter. The dwarf, staring fixedly at the water, sat still as the stone effigy that supported him. Evidently in all his varied experience he had seen no such thing as this. "The snake has accepted the sacrifice," cried Nam again. "The snake has taken her who was his bride to dwell with him in his holy house. Let the offerings be completed, for this is but the first fruit. Take Olfan who was king, and offer him up. Cast down the white servants of the mother, and offer them up. Seize the slaves who stood before her in the plain, and offer them up. Lead forth the captives, and offer them up. Let the sacrifice of the crowning of kings be accomplished according to custom, that the god whose name is Jal may be appeased, that he may listen to the pleadings of the mother, that the sun may shine upon us, that fruitfulness may fill the land and peace be within its gates." Thus he cried while Leonard felt his blood turn cold and his hair rise upon his head, for though he could not understand the words, he guessed their purport and his instinct told him that a great danger threatened them. He looked at the two priests who stood by, and they glared hungrily on him in answer. Then his courage came back to him. At least he had his rifle and would fight for his life. It must go hard if he could not put a bullet through one or both of them before they got a hold of him. Meanwhile the priests below had seized the King Olfen, whose giant form they were dragging towards the stone of sacrifice. But of a sudden, for the first time Wana spoke, and a deep silence fell upon the temple and all within it. "Hearken, people of the mist," she said, and her voice falling from that great height seemed small and far away, although so clear that every word was audible in the stillness of the night. "Hear me, people of the mist, and ye, priests of the snake. Aca is come again and Jal is come again, and ye have given them back their rule after many generations, and in their hands lies the life of every one of you. As the old tradition told of them, so they are, the mother and the child, and the one is clothed with beauty, the symbol of life and of the fruitful earth, and the other is black and hideous, the symbol of death and the evil that walks upon the earth. And ye would do sacrifice to Jal that he may be appeased according to the ancient law, and listen to the pleading of the mother that fruitfulness may fill the land. Not so shall Jal be appeased, and not because of the sacrifice of men shall Aca plead with him that prosperity may reign in the land. Behold, the old law is done away, and we give you a new law. Now is the hour of reconciliation, now life and death walk hand in hand, and the hearts of Aca and Jal have grown gentle through the ages, and they no longer crave the blood of men as an offering to their majesty. Henceforth ye shall bring them fruits and flowers, and not the lives of men. See, in my hand I hold winter lilies, red and white, blood red they are and white as snow. Now the red flower, token of sacrifice and slaughter, I crush and cast away, but the white bloom of love and peace I set upon my breast. It is done, gone is the old law, see, it falls into the place of the snake, its home, but the new law blossoms above my heart and in it. Shall it not be so, my children, people of the mist? Will ye not accept my mercy and my love?" The multitude watched the red blooms as, bruised and broken, through the light and through the shadow, they fell slowly to the seething surface of the pool. Then it looked up like one man and saw the white lily set upon Wana's whiter breast. They saw, and, moved by a common impulse, they rose with a sound like the rush of the wind and shouted, "Gone is the day of blood and sacrifice, come is the day of peace. We thank you, Mother, and we take your mercy and your love." Then they were silent, and again there was a sound like that of the wind, as all their thousands sank back to the seats of stone. Now Nam spoke again in a voice of fury that rang through the still air like a clarion. "What is this that my ears hear?" he cried. "Are ye mad, O ye dwellers in the mist? Or does the mother speak with a charmed voice? Shall the ancient worship be changed in an hour? Nay, not the gods themselves can alter their own worship. Slay on, ye priests, slay on, or ye yourselves shall die the dreadful death." The priests below heard, and seizing the struggling king they cast him with difficulty down upon the stone. "Leonard, Leonard," cried Warner in English, addressing him for the first time by his Christian name, as even then he noticed, but looking straight before her that none might guess to whom she spoke. "These priests are going to kill you and all of us, except Otter and myself. If you can, when you see me point with my hand, shoot that man who is about to sacrifice the king." Make no answer. Leonard heard and understood all. Resting his back firmly against the thumb of the statue, he shifted his position a little so that the group below him came within his line of sight, and waited, watching Warner, who now was speaking again in the language of the people of the mist. "This I promise you, ministers of blood," she said, "if ye obey me not ye shall indeed die the dreadful death, the death unknown. Hearken, my servant, who are named Deliverer," and she looked down upon Leonard, "and do my bidding. If one of these shall dare to lift his hand against yonder man, slay him swiftly as you know how." "Smite on," screamed Nam, "smite on and fear not." Most of the priests drew back affrighted, but one ruffian lifted his knife, and at that moment Warner pointed with her hand. Then Leonard, stepping forward, covered the priest's great breast with his rifle as surely as the uncertain light would allow. Unconscious of his danger, the executioner muttered an invocation. Now the knife was about to fall upon the throat of Olfen, when fire and smoke sprang out far above him. The rifle rang, and, shot through the heart, the priest leaped high into the air and fell dead. Terror seized the witnesses of this unaccustomed and, to them, most awful sight. "The gods speak with flame and thunder," one cried, "and death is in the flame." "Silence, dogs," screamed Nam, "ye are bewitched. Ho! You that stand on high, cast down the wizard who is named Deliverer, and let us see who will deliver him from death upon the stone." Then one of the guards who stood by him made a movement to grasp Leonard and throw him down, but the other was terrified and could not stir. The first man stretched out his arm, but before it so much as touched its aim he himself was dead, for, seeing his purpose, Leonard had lifted the rifle, and once more its report rang through the temple. Suddenly the priest threw his arms wide, then fell backwards, and with a mighty rush dived into sheer space to crash lifeless on the stone floor below, where he lay, his head and hands hanging over the edge of the pool. Now for the first time Otter's emotions overcame him. He stood up on the knees of the dwarf, and shaking the scepter in his hand, he pointed with it to the dead men on the paving below, at the same time crying in stentorian tones, "Well done, Bars, well done! Now tumble the old one yonder off his perch, for I weary of his howlings." This speech of Otter's produced even a greater effect on the spectators, if that were possible, than the mysterious death of the priests. That he whose name was Silence should cry aloud in a strange tongue, of which they understood no single word, was a dread and ominous thing that showed his anger to be deep. But Leonard took no heed, he was too engaged in covering the second guard with the barrel of his repeater. This man, however, had no liking for such a dreadful death. Swiftly he flung himself onto his knees, imploring Leonard to spare him in humble accents, and with gestures that spoke more plainly than his words. Taking advantage of the pause, again Warner cried aloud, "Ye see, people of the mist, I make no idle threats. Where are they now, the disobedient ones? The tongue of flame has licked them and they are dead, and as they have perished, so shall all perish who dare to gainsay my word, or the word of Jal. Ye know us for gods and ye have crowned us kings, and gods and kings we are indeed. Yet fear not, for on the rebellious only shall our anger fall. Answer you, Nam. Will you do our bidding? Or will you die also as your servants died?" Nam glanced round desperately. He looked down on the multitude and found no help there. Long had they cowered beneath him, now hope was born in their breasts, and in the presence of a power greater than his, if only for a little while, they broke his yoke and the yoke of their red superstitions. He looked at the company of priests. Their heart was out of them. They were huddled together like knots of frightened sheep, staring at the corpses of their two companions. Then he bethought him of Otter. Surely there was refuge in the god of blood and evil, and he cried to him, "The mother has spoken, but the mother is not the child. Say, O Jal, what is your command?" Otter made no answer, because he did not understand, but Wana replied swiftly, "I am the mouth of Jal, as Jal is my hand. When I speak the words of Jal. Do his bidding and mine, or die, you disobedient servant." This was the end of it. Nam was beaten. For the first time in his life he must own a master, and that master the gods whom he had himself discovered and proclaimed. "So be it," he said suddenly. "The old order passes, and the new order comes. So be it. Let your will be done, O Aca and O Jal. I have striven for your glory, I have fed your altars, and ye threaten me with death and put away my gift. Priests, set free that man who was king. People, have your way, forget your ancient paths, pluck the white flower of peace, and perish. I have said." So he spoke from on high, shaking his clenched fists above his hoary head, and was gone. Then the executioners unbound the limbs of the ex-king, and he rose from the stone of death. Olfen cried Wana from on high, "You that were the king, we, who have taken your kingship, give you life, and liberty, and honor, see that in reward you serve us well, lest again you should lie upon that bed of stone. Do you swear fealty to us?" "Forever and forever." "I swear it by your holy heads," answered Olfen. "It is well. Now under us once more we give you command of the armies of this people, our children. Summon your captains and your soldiers. Bid those that brought us hither lead us back whence we came, and there set guards about us, so that none trouble us. For you, our people, for this time fare you well. Go in peace to dwell in peace beneath the shadow of our strength." Chapter Xiv. Olfen tells of the rubies. It was at this juncture that Francisco recovered his senses. "Oh," he gasped, opening his eyes and sitting up. "Is it done, and am I dead?" "No, no, you are alive and safe," answered Leonard. "Stay where you are and don't look over the edge, or you will faint again. Here, take my hand. Now, you brute," and he made energetic motions to the surviving priest, indicating that he must lead them back along the path by which they had come, at the same time tapping his rifle significantly. The man understood and started down the darksome tunnel as though he were glad to go, Leonard holding his robe with one hand, while with the other he pressed the muzzle of the loaded rifle against the back of his neck. Francisco followed, leaning on Leonard's shoulder, for he could not walk alone. As they had come, so they returned. They passed down the steps of stone which were hollowed in the body of the colossus. They traversed the long underground tunnel, and at length, to their intense relief, once more they stood upon the solid ground and in the open air. Now that the moon was up, and the mist which had darkened the night had melted, they could see their whereabouts. They had emerged upon a platform of rock within a bow-shot of the great gates of the palace, from whence the secret subterranean passage used by the priests was gained, its opening being hidden cunningly among the stonework of the temple. "I wonder where the others are," asked Leonard anxiously of Francisco. As he spoke, Juana, wrapped in her dark cloak, appeared, apparently out of the stones of the wall, and with her otter, the settlement men bearing their dead companion, and a considerable company of priests, among whom, however, Nam was not to be seen. "Oh, is that you, Leonard?" said Juana in English, and in a voice broken with fear. "Thank heaven that you are safe." "Thank heaven that we are all safe," he answered. "Come, let us get on." "No, we can walk, thank you," and he waved away the priests, who produced the litters from where they had hidden them under the wall. The men fell back and they walked on. At the gate of the palace a welcome sight met their eyes, for here stood Olfan, and with him at least 100 captains and soldiers, who lifted their spears in salute as they advanced. "Olfan, hear our bidding," said Juana. "Suffer no priest of the snake to enter the palace gates. We give you command over them, even to death. Set guards at every doorway and come with us." The ex-king bowed and issued some orders, in obedience to which the sullen priests fell back murmuring. Then they all passed the gates, crossed the courtyard, and presently stood in the torchlit throne room, where Juana had slept on the previous night. Here food had been prepared for them by So, who looked at them curiously, especially at Leonard and Francisco, as though, indeed, she had never expected to see them again. "Hearken, Olfan," said Juana, "we have saved your life tonight and you have sworn fealty to us, is it not so?" "It is so, Queen," the warrior answered. "And I will be faithful to my oath. This heart, that but for you had now been cold, beats for you alone. The life you gave back to me is yours, and for you I live and die." As he spoke he glanced at her with an expression in which, as it seemed to Juana, human feeling was mixed with supernatural awe. Was it possible, she wondered with a thrill of fear, that this savage king was mingling his worship of the goddess with admiration of the woman? And did he begin to suspect that she was no goddess after all? Time would show, but at least the look in his eyes alarmed her. Fear not, he went on, 1,000 men shall guard you night and day. The power of Nam is broken for a while, and now all this company may sleep in peace. It is well, Olfen. Tomorrow morning, after we have eaten, we will talk with you again, for we have much to say. Till then, watch. The great man bowed and went, and at last they were alone. Let us eat, said Leonard. What is this? Spirit, or a very good imitation of it? Well, I never wanted a glass of brandy more in my life. When they had finished their meal, at the request of Leonard, Warner translated all that had been said in the temple, and among her listeners there was none more interested than So. Say, so said Leonard, when she had finished, you did not expect to see us come back alive, did you? Is that why you stayed away? No, deliverer, she answered. I thought that you would be killed, every one of you. And so it must have come about, had it not been for the shepherdess. Also, I stayed away because those who have looked upon the snake once do not desire to see him again. Many years ago I was bride to the snake, deliverer, and, had I not fled, my fate would have been the fate of her who died this night. Well, I do not wonder that you chose to go, said Leonard. Oh, Bars, broke in Otter, why did you not shoot that old medicine man as I told you? It would have been easy when you were about it, Bars, and now he would have been broken like an eggshell thrown from a house top, and not alive and full of the meat of malice. He is mad with rage and wickedness, and I say that he will kill us all if he can. I rather wish I had, said Leonard, pulling his beard. I thought of it, but could not do everything, and on future occasions, Otter, will you remember that your name is Silence? Luckily, these people do not understand you. If they did, you would ruin us all. What is the matter, So? Nothing, deliverer, she answered, only I was thinking that Nam is my father, and I am glad that you did not shoot him, as this black dog, who is named a god, suggests. Of gods I know nothing, you old cow, answered Otter angrily. They are a far-off people, though it seems that I am one of them, at any rate among these fools, your kinsmen. But of dogs I can tell you something, and it is that they bite. Yes, and cows toss dogs, said So, showing her teeth. Here is another complication, thought Leonard to himself. One day this woman will make friends with her venerable parent and betray us, and then where shall we be? Well, among so many dangers an extra one does not matter. I must go to bed, said Warner faintly, my head is swimming. I cannot forget those horrors and that giddy place. When first I saw where I was, I nearly fainted and fell, but after a while I grew more used to it. Indeed, while I was speaking to the people I quite forgot my fear, and the height seemed to exhilarate me. What a sight it was! When all is said and done, it is a grand thing to have lived through such an experience. I wonder if anyone has ever seen its like. You are a marvelous woman, Warner, said Leonard, with admiration. we owe our lives to your wit and courage. You see, I was right in insisting on coming with you, she answered somewhat aggressively. For our sakes, yes, for your own I am not so sure. To tell you the truth, I think that we should have done better never to have started on this mad expedition. However, things look a little more promising now, though Nam and his company have still to be reckoned with, and we don't seem much nearer the rubies, which are our main object. No, said Wana, they are gone, and we shall be lucky if we do not follow them into the home of that hideous snake. Good night, Francisco, said Leonard, as he rolled himself up in his blanket. You had a narrow escape tonight. If I had missed my hold. Yes, Outram, it was lucky for me that your arm is strong and your mind quick. Ah, I am a dreadful coward, and I can see the place now, and he shuddered. Always from a child I have believed that I shall die by a fall from some height, and tonight I thought that my hour had come. At first I did not understand, for I was watching the Señora's face in the moonlight, and to me she looked like an angel. Then I saw, and my senses left me. It was as though hands were stretched up from the blackness to drag me down. Yes, I saw the hands. But you saved me, Outram, though that will not help me, for I shall perish in some such way at last. So be it. It is best that I should die, who cannot conquer the evil of my heart. Nonsense, my friend, said Leonard. Don't talk like that about dying. We can none of us afford to die just at present, that is, unless we are obliged to do so. Your nerves are upset, and no wonder. As for the evil of your heart, I wish that most men had as little, the world would be better. Come, go to sleep. You will feel very differently tomorrow. Francisco smiled sadly and shook his head, then he knelt and began to say his prayers. The last thing that Leonard saw before his eyes closed in sleep was the rapt girlish face of the priest, round which the light of the taper fell like an aureole, as he knelt muttering prayer after prayer with his pale lips. It was 9 o'clock before Leonard awoke next morning, for they had not slept till nearly 4, to find Francisco already up, dressed, and, as usual, praying. When Leonard was ready they adjourned to Wana's room, where breakfast was prepared for them. Here they found Otter, looking somewhat disturbed. Bars, he said, they have come and will not go away. Who? Asked Leonard. The woman, Bars, she who was given to me to wife, and many other women, her servants, with her. There are more than 20 of them outside, Bars, and all of them very big. Now, what shall I do with her, Bars? I came here to serve you and to seek the red stones that you desire, and not a woman tall enough to be my grandmother. I really don't know and don't care, answered Leonard. If you will be a god you must take the consequences. Only beware, Otter, lock up your tongue, for this woman will teach you to speak her language, and she may be a spy. Yes, Bars, I will see to that. Is not my name Silence, and shall women make me talk, me, who have always hated them? But, the Bars would not like to marry her himself. I am a god, as you say, though it was you who made me one, Buzz, not I, and my heart is large, I will give her to you, Buzz. Certainly not, answered Leonard decidedly. See if the breakfast is ready. No, I forgot, you are a god, so climb up into the throne and look the part, if you can. As he spoke, Juana came from her room, looking a little pale, and they sat down to breakfast. Before they had finished their meal, So announced that Olfen was waiting without. Juana ordered him to be admitted, and presently he entered. Is all well, Olfen? Asked Juana. All is well, Queen, he answered. Nam and 300 of his following held council at dawn in the house of the priests yonder. There is much stir and talk in the city, but the hearts of the people are light because their ancient gods have come back to us, bringing peace with them. Good, said Juana. Then she began to question him artfully on many things, and by degrees they learned more of the people of the mist. It seemed, as Leonard had already guessed, that they were a very ancient race, having existed for countless generations on the same misty upland plains. They were not, however, altogether isolated, for occasionally they made war with other savage tribes. But they never intermarried with these tribes, all the captives taken in their wars being offered in sacrifice at the religious festivals. The real governing power in the community was the society of the priests of the snake, who held their office by hereditary tenure, outsiders being admitted to their body only under very exceptional circumstances. The council of this society chose the kings, and when they were weary of one of them, they sacrificed him and chose another, either from among his issue or elsewhere. This being the custom, as may be imagined, the relations between church and state were much strained, but hitherto, as Olfen explained with suppressed rage, the church had been supreme. Indeed, the king for the time being was only its mouthpiece, or executive officer. He led the armies, but the superstitions of the people, and even of the soldiers themselves, prevented him from wielding any real power, and, unless he chanced to die naturally, his end was nearly always the same, to be sacrificed when the seasons were bad or Jal was angry. The country was large but sparsely populated. The fighting men numbered not more than 4,000, of whom about half lived in the great city, the rest occupying villages here and there on the mountain slopes. As a rule the people were monogamous, except the priests. It was the custom of sacrifice which kept down the population to its low level, made the power of the priests absolute, and their wealth greater than that of all the other inhabitants of the country put together, for they chose the victims that had offended against Jal or against the mother goddess, and confiscated their possessions to the service of the temple. Thus the great herds of half-wild cattle which the travelers had seen on the plains belonged to the priests, and the priests took a fourth of the produce of every man's field and garden, that is, when they did not take it all, and his life with it. Twice in every year great festivals were held in the temple of Jal, at the beginning of the spring season and in the autumn after the ingathering of the crops. At each of these festivals many victims were offered in sacrifice, some upon the stone and some by being hurled into the boiling pool beneath the statue, there to be consumed by the snake or swept down the secret course of the underground river. The feast celebrated in the spring was sacred to Jal, and that in the autumn to the mother goddess. But there was this difference between them, that at the spring ceremony female victims only were sacrificed to Jal to propitiate him and to avert his evil influence, while at the autumn celebration males alone were offered up to the mother goddess in gratitude for her gifts of plenty. Also criminals were occasionally thrown to the snake that his hunger might be satisfied. The priests had other rites, Olfen added, and these they would have an opportunity of witnessing if the spring festival, which should be celebrated on the second day from that date, were held according to custom. "It shall not be celebrated," said Warner, almost fiercely. Then Leonard, who had hitherto listened in silence, asked a question through Warner. "How is it," he said, "that Nam and his fellows, being already in absolute power, were so willing to accept the gods Jal and Aca when they appeared in person, seeing that henceforth they must obey, not rule?" "For two reasons," Lord Olfen answered. "First, because the gods are gods, and their servants know them, and secondly, because Nam has of late stood in danger of losing his authority. Of all the chief priests that have been told of, Nam is the most cruel and the most greedy. For 3 years he has doubled the tale of sacrifices, and though the people love these sights of death, they murmur, for none know upon whom the knife shall fall. Therefore he was glad to greet the gods come back, since he thought that they would confirm his power, and set him higher than he sat before. Now he is astonished because they proclaim peace and will have none of the sacrifice of men, for Nam does not love such gentle gods. Yet he shall obey them," said Otter, speaking for the first time by the mouth of Warner, who all this while was acting as interpreter, "or drink his own medicine, for I myself will sacrifice him to myself." When Warner had translated the dwarf's bloodthirsty threat, Olfen bowed his head meekly and smiled. Clearly the prospect of Nam's removal did not cause him unmixed grief. It was curious to see this stately warrior chief humbling his pride before the misshapen, knob-nosed Kaffir. "Say," Olfen asked Leonard, who cut from the rock the great statue on which we sat last night, "and what is that reptile we saw when the woman was thrown into the pool of troubled waters?" "Ask the water dweller of the water dweller, the snake of the snake, and the dwarf of his image," answered Olfen, nodding towards Otter. "How can I, who am but a man, tell of such things, Lord? I only know that the statue was fashioned in the far past, when we, who are now but a remnant, were a great people, and as for the snake, he has always lived there in his holy place. Our grandfathers' grandfathers knew him, and since that day he has not changed." "Interesting fact in natural history," said Leonard. "I wish I could get him home alive to the zoological gardens." Then he asked another question. "Tell me, Olfen, what became of the red stones yesterday, and of him who offended in offering them to the god yonder?" "The most of them were cast into the pit of waters, Lord, there to be hidden forever. There were 3 hide sacks full." "Oh, heavens!" groaned Leonard when Warner had translated this. Otter, you have something to answer for. But the choicest went on Ulfin, were put in a smaller bag, and tied about the neck of the man who had sinned. There were not many, but among them were the largest stones, that until yesterday shone in the eyes of the idol, stones blue and red together. Also, there was that stone, shaped like a human heart, which hitherto has been worn by the high priest on the days of sacrifice, and with it the image of the dwarf fashioned from a single gem, and that of the water-dweller cut from the great blue stone, and other smaller ones chosen because of their beauty and also because they have been known for long in the land. For although many of these pebbles are found where the priests dig for them, but few are large and perfect, and the art of shaping them is lost. And what became of the man? Leonard asked, speaking as quietly as he could, for his excitement was great. Nay, I do not know, answered Ulfin. I only know that he was let down with ropes into the home of the snake, and that he gained that holy place, for it was told to me that he dragged rope after him, perhaps as he fled before the snake. Now it was promised to the man that when he had laid the bag of stones in the place of the snake, for the snake to guard forever, his sins would be purged, and, if it pleased the water-dweller to spare him, that he should be drawn up again. Thus Nam swore to him, but he did not keep his oath, for when the man had entered the cave he bade those who held the ropes to cast them loose, and I know not what happened to him, but doubtless he is food for the snake. None who look upon that holy place may live to see the sun again. I only hope that the brute did not swallow the rubies as well as their bearer, said Leonard to Warner, not that there is much chance of our getting them, anyway. Then Ulfin went, nor did he return till the afternoon, when he announced that Nam and his two principal priests waited without to speak with them. Warner ordered that they should be admitted, and presently they came in. Their air was humble, and their heads were bowed, but Leonard saw fury gleaming in their somber eyes, and was not deceived by this mask of humility. We come, O ye gods, said Nam, addressing Warner and Otter, who sat side by side on the throne like chairs, we come to ask your will, for ye have laid down a new law which we do not understand. On the 3rd day from now is the feast of Jal, and 50 women are made ready to be offered to Jal that his wrath may be appeased with their blood, and that he may number their spirits among his servants, and withhold his anger from the people of the mist, giving them a good season. This has been the custom of the land for many a generation, and whenever that custom was broken then the sun has not shone, nor the corn grown, nor have the cattle and the goats multiplied after their kind. But now, O ye gods, ye have proclaimed a new law, and I, who am yet your servant, come hither to ask your will. How shall the feast go, and what sacrifice shall be offered unto you? The feast shall go thus, answered Warner. Ye shall offer us a sacrifice indeed, to each of us shall ye offer an ox and a goat, and the ox and the goat shall be given to the snake to feed him, but not the flesh of men. Moreover, the feast shall be held at noon and not in the night time. An ox and a goat, to each an ox and a goat, said Nam humbly, but in a voice of bitterest sarcasm. As ye will so let it be, O ye gentle-hearted gods. And the festival shall be held at noon, and not in the night season as of old. As ye will, O ye kind gods. Your word is my law, O Aca, and O Jal. And bowing to the ground the aged man withdrew himself, followed by his satellites. That devilish priest makes my flesh creep, said Wana, when she had translated his words. Oh! Bars, Bars, echoed Otter, why did you not shoot him while you might? Now he will surely live to throw us to the snake. As he spoke, so advanced from behind the thrones where she had taken refuge when Nam entered. It is not well for a dog who gives himself out as a god to threaten the life of one whom he has tricked, said she meaningly. Perchance the hour shall come when the true God will avenge himself on the false, and by the hand of his faithful servant, whom you would do to death, you base-born dwarf. And before anyone could answer, she left the chamber, casting a malevolent look at Otter as she went. That servant of yours makes my flesh creep, Wana, said Leonard. One thing is clear enough, we must not allow her to overhear any more of our plans, she knows a great deal too much already. I cannot understand what has happened to So, said Wana, she seems so changed. You made that remark before, Wana, but for my part I don't think she is changed. The sight of her amiable parent has developed her hidden virtues, that is all. Chapter XXV. The sacrifice after the new order. The third day came, the day of sacrifice after the new order. Nothing particular had happened in the interval. Leonard and Francisco took some walks through the city, guarded by Peter and the settlement men, that was all. They did not see much there, except the exteriors of the houses built of stone and roofed with turfs, and the cold stare of curiosity with which they were followed by hundreds of eyes gave them a sense of unrest that effectually checked their efforts at closer examination. Once indeed they halted in the marketplace, which was thronged, whereon all business ceased, and seller, buyer, herdsman, and presiding priests flocked around staring at them, half in fear and half in curiosity, for they had never seen white men before. This they could not bear, so they returned to the palace. Of course Otter and Wana, being divine, were not allowed to indulge in such recreations. They were gods and must live up to their reputation. For one day Otter endured it, on the second, in spite of Leonard's warnings, he sought refuge in the society of the bride Saga. This was the beginning of evil, for if no man is a hero to his valet chamber, much less can he remain a god for long in the eyes of a curious woman. Here, as in other matters, familiarity breeds contempt. Leonard saw these dangers and spoke seriously to the dwarf on the subject. Still he could not conceal from himself that, putting aside the question of his ennui, which made his conduct natural, at any rate in a savage, Otter's position was a difficult one. So Leonard shrugged his shoulders and consoled himself as best he could with the reflection that, at least, his wife would teach the dwarf something of her language, which, by the way, he himself was practicing assiduously under the tuition of Wana and So. At noon the party adjourned to the temple, escorted by a bevy of priests and soldiers, for in obedience to Wana's commands the feast was to be celebrated in the daytime and not at night. As before, the vast amphitheater was crowded with thousands of human beings, but there was a difference in the arrangements. Wana and Otter had declined to occupy their lofty thrones, and sat in chairs at the feet of the huge and hideous stone idol, almost on the edge of the pool, Nam alone standing before them, while Leonard, Francisco, and the settlement men ranged themselves on either side. The day was cold and miserable, and snow fell from time to time in large flakes from an ashen sky. Presently Nam addressed the multitude. "People of the mist," he cried, "ye are gathered here to celebrate the feast of Jal, according to ancient custom, but the gods have come back to you, as ye know, and the gods in their wisdom have changed the custom. 50 women were prepared for the sacrifice. This morning they rose rejoicing, deeming that they were destined to the snake, but now their joy is turned to sorrow, since the gods will not accept them, having chosen a new offering for themselves. Let it be brought forward." At his word lads appeared from behind the idol, driving 2 lean bulls, and with them a pair of he-goats. Whether by accident or design, they drove them so unskillfully that the animals blundered hither and thither over the rocky platform till they were finally dispatched with blows from clubs and axes, that is, except one goat, which, escaping its pursuers, rushed down the amphitheater and scrambled from seat to seat among the audience, uttering a succession of terrified baa's. Indeed, the scene was so comic that even that somber and silent people began to laugh, accustomed as they were on these occasions to the hideous and impressive ceremonial of the midnight sacrifice of so many human beings. The ancient feast was a fiasco. This was a fact which could not be concealed. "Begone, ye people of the mist," said Nam presently, pointing to the dead animals. "The sacrifice is sacrificed, the festival of Jal is done. May the mother plead with the snake that the sun may shine and fruitfulness bless the land." Now scarcely 10 minutes had elapsed since the beginning of the ceremony, which in the ordinary course of events lasted through the greater part of the night, for it was the custom to slaughter each victim singly and with appropriate solemnities. A murmur of disapprobation arose from the far end of the amphitheater, that swelled gradually to a roar. The people had been thankful to accept Wana's message of peace, but, brutalized as they were by the continual sight of bloodshed, they were not willing to dispense with their carnivals of human sacrifice. A Roman audience gathered to witness a gladiatorial show, to find themselves treated instead to a donkey race and a cock-fight, could scarcely have shown more fury. "Bring out the women. Let the victims be offered up to Jal," as of old the multitude yelled in their rage, and 10 minutes or more elapsed before they could be quieted. Then Nam addressed them cunningly. "People of the mist," he said, "the gods have given us a new law, a law of the sacrifice of oxen and goats in the place of men and maids, and ye yourselves have welcomed that law. No longer shall the blood of victims flow to Jal beneath the white rays of the moon while the chant of his servants goes up to heaven. Nay, henceforth this holy place must be a shambles for the kine. So be it, my children, In my old age I hear the gods speaking in an altered voice and I obey them. It is nothing to me who am about to die, yet I tell you that rather would I myself be stretched upon the ancient stone than see the worship of our forefathers thus turned into a mockery. The sacrifice is sacrificed, now may the maid intercede with the snake that plenty may bless the land. And he smiled satirically and turned away. Those of the audience who were near enough to hear his words cried them out to the ranks behind them, and when all understood there followed a scene of most indescribable tumult. "Blood, give us blood," roared the populace, their fierce faces alight with rage. "Shall we be mocked with the sacrifice of goats? Offer up the servants of the false gods. Give us blood. Lead forth the victims." In the midst of this uproar Juana, clad in her white robes and with the red stone bound upon her brow, rose from her seat to speak. "Silence," cried Nam, "hear the voice of Aca," and by degrees the shouting died away, and she spoke. "Do ye dare thus to offer outrages to the gods?" she cried. "Be warned lest we bring death and famine upon you all. Men shall be offered up to us no more. I have spoken." For a while there was silence, then the clamor broke out with redoubled violence, and a portion of the multitude made a rush round the edge of the pool towards the rock platform, which was repelled by the soldiers in a very half-hearted way. "Now," said Olfen, "I think that these will do well to be going," and he pointed to Leonard, Francisco, and the settlement men. "Doubtless the gods can defend themselves, but if the others do not fly, this is sure, that presently they will be torn to pieces." "Let us all go," said Juana, whose nerve began to fail her, and suiting the action to the word she led the way towards the rock tunnel, followed by the others. They were not allowed to reach it unmolested, however, for a number of the crowd, headed, as Leonard noticed, by two priests, forced their way through the cordon of guards and became mixed with the rear of their little party, the members of which they threatened and struck at savagely. This happened just as they were entering the mouth of the tunnel, behind the statue where the gloom was great. This tunnel was protected by a door, which, so soon as they thought that all had passed, Olfen and Leonard made haste to close, leaving the mob howling without. Then they pressed on to the palace, which they reached in safety, Olfen remaining behind, however, to watch the movements of the mob. "Oh, why would not you suffer them to sacrifice according to their wicked custom, shepherdess?" said Otter. "What does it matter if they kill each other? So shall there be fewer of them. Now the end of it must be that the devils will find us out and murder us." "No, no," said Francisco, "the Senora was right. Let us trust in Providence and keep ourselves clean from such iniquity." As he spoke, the roars of wrath in the distance changed to a shout of triumph followed by silence. "What is that?" said Juana faintly. At this moment Olfen pushed the curtains aside and entered, and his face was heavy. "Speak, Olfen," she said. "The people sacrifice as of old, Queen," he answered. "All of us did not pass the gate, 2 of your black servants were mixed up with the crowd and left, and now they offer them to Jal, and others with them." Leonard ran to the yard and counted the settlement men, who were huddled together in their fear, staring towards the temple through the bars of the gate. 2 were missing. As he returned, he met Olfen coming out. "Where is he going?" he asked of Warner. "To guard the gates. He says that he cannot be sure of the soldiers." "Is it true about the settlement men?" "Alas, yes. 2 are gone." She hid her face in her hands and shuddered. "Poor creatures," she said presently in a hoarse voice. "Why did we ever bring them here? Oh, Leonard, is there no escape from this land of demons?" "I hope so," he answered, then added, "Come, Warner, do not give way. Things look so bad that they are sure to mend." "There is need of it," she sobbed. All that evening and night they watched, hourly expecting to be attacked and dragged forth to sacrifice, but no attack was made. Indeed, on the morrow they learnt from Olfen that the people had dispersed after sacrificing about a score of human beings, and that quiet reigned in the city. Now began the most dreadful of their trials, and the longest, for it endured 5 whole weeks. As has been said, the climate of these vast upland plains, backed by snow-clad mountains, that are the dwelling place of the people of the mist, is cold during the winter months to the verge of severity. But at a certain period of a year, almost invariably within a day or 2 of the celebration of the Feast of Jal, the mists and frost vanish and warm weather sets in with bright sunshine. This is the season of the sowing of crops, and upon the climatic conditions of the few following weeks depends the yield of the harvest. Should the spring be delayed even a week or 2, a short crop would certainly result, but if its arrival is postponed for a month, it means something like a famine during the following winter. For although this people dwell on high lands, they cultivate the same sorts of grain which are common in these latitudes, namely maize and sundry varieties of Kaffir corn, having no knowledge of wheat and the other hardy cereals. Therefore, it is all important to them that the corn should have a fair start, for if the autumn frosts catch it before it is fit to harvest, the great proportion of the crop turns black and is rendered useless. These agricultural details had no small bearing upon the fate of our adventurers. The Feast of Jal was celebrated in order to secure a good seed bed and springing time for the grain. Warner and Otter had abolished the hideous ceremonies of that feast, and the people of the mist watched for the results with a gloomy and superstitious eye. If the season proved more than ordinarily good, all might go well, but if it chanced to be bad, and, as was to be expected, seeing how much depended upon it, this spring proved the very worst which any living man could remember in that country. Day after day the face of the sun was hidden with mists that only yielded to the bitter winds which blew from the mountains at night, so that when the spring should have been a month old, the temperature was still that of midwinter and the corn would not start at all. Leonard and Warner soon discovered what this meant for them, and never was the aspect of weather more anxiously scanned than by these 2 from day to day. In vain, every morning the blanket of cold mist fell like a cloud, blotting out the background of the mountains, and every night the biting wind swept down upon them from the fields of snow, chilling them to the marrow. This state of things, wretched enough in itself, was only one of many miseries which afflicted them. Otter and Warner were still treated as gods indeed, and considerable respect was shown to Leonard and Francisco, that is, within the walls of the palace. But if, wearied with the monotony of their life, they went out, which they did twice only during these 5 dreadful weeks, matters were different. Then they found themselves followed by a mob of men, women, and children, who glared at them ferociously and cursed them aloud, asking what they and their gods had done with the sunshine. On the second occasion indeed they were forced to fly for their lives, and after this they gave up making the attempt to walk abroad, and sat in the palace with Warner and Otter, who of course never dared to leave it. It was a terrible life. There was nothing to do, nothing to read, and only anxieties to think on. The greater part of the day Leonard and Warner occupied in talking, for practice, in the language of the people of the mist. When their conversation was exhausted they told each other tales of their adventures in past years, or even invented stories like children and prisoners. Indeed they were prisoners, as they feared, under sentence of death. They grew to know each other very well during those 5 weeks, so well indeed that each could almost guess the other's thoughts. But no tender word ever passed their lips. On this subject, whatever their hearts might feel, their tongues were sealed, and in their curious perversity the chief object of each was to disguise the truth from the other. Moreover, Leonard never for one moment forgot that Warner was his ward, a fact that in itself would have sufficed to cause him to conceal any tender emotions he might have felt towards her. So they lived side by side, lovers at heart, yet talking and acting as brother and sister might, and through it all were still happy after a fashion because they were together. But so was not happy. She felt that her mistress no longer trusted her, and was at no loss to guess the cause. Day by day she stood behind them like a mummy at an Egyptian feast, and watched Leonard with ever-growing jealousy. Francisco for his part did not attempt to conceal his fears. He was certain that they were about to perish and sought consolation in the constant practice of religion, which was edifying but scarcely improved him as a companion. As for Otter, he also believed that the hour of death was nigh, but being a fatalist this did not trouble him much. On the contrary, in spite of Leonard's remonstrances he began to live hard, betaking himself freely to the beer pot. When Leonard remonstrated with him he turned somewhat sulky. "Today I am a god, Bars," he answered, "tomorrow I may be carrion. While I am a god, let me drink and be merry. All my days also women have cursed me because I am ugly, but now my wife holds me great and beautiful. What is the good of thinking and looking sad? The end will come soon enough. Already Nam sharpens the knife for our hearts. Come and be merry with me, Bars, if the shepherdess will let you." "Do you take me for a pig like yourself?" said Leonard angrily. "Well, go your own way, foolish that you are, but beware of the beer and the spirits. Now you are beginning to know this language, and when you are drunk you talk, and do you think that there are no spies here?" "That girl," Saga, is great niece to Nam, and you are besotted with her. Be careful lest you bring us all to death. Thither we shall come anyway, so let us laugh before we weep, Bas Otter replied sullenly. Must I then sit here and do nothing till I die? Leonard shrugged his shoulders and went. He could not blame the dwarf, who after all was a savage and looked at things as a savage would, notwithstanding Francisco's earnest efforts to convert him. He sometimes wished, so deep was his depression, that he also was a savage and could do likewise. But the worst of their trials is still to be told. For the first week the settlement men stayed in the palace, their fears and the rumors that had reached them of the terrible fate of their two lost companions keeping them quiet. By degrees, however, this dread wore off, and one afternoon, wearied with the sameness of their life, they yielded to the solicitations of some men who spoke to them through the bars of the great gate, and went out in a body without obtaining Leonard's permission. That night they returned drunk, at least 10 of them dead, the other 2 were missing. When they were sober again, Leonard questioned them as to the whereabouts of their companions, but they could give him no satisfactory information. They had been into various houses in the city, they said, where the people had plied them with beer, and they remembered nothing more. These 2 men never reappeared, but the rest of them, now thoroughly frightened, obeyed Leonard's orders and stayed in the palace, although the decoy men still came frequently to the gates and called them. They passed the days in wandering about and drinking to drown their fears, and the nights huddled together for protection from an unseen foe, more terrible and craftier than the leopard of their native rocks. But these precautions were all in vain. One morning, hearing a tumult among them, Leonard went to see what was the matter. 3 more of the settlement men were missing. They had vanished in the night, none could say how, vanished though the doors were barred and guarded. There where they had slept lay their guns and little possessions, but the men were gone, leaving no trace. When he was consulted, Olfen looked very grave, but could throw no light upon the mystery beyond suggesting that there were many secret passages in the palace, of which the openings were known only to the priests, and that possibly the men had been let down them, terrible information enough for people in their position. Chapter XXVI. The last of the settlement men. On that day of the vanishing of the 3 settlement men, Nam paid his weekly visit to do honor to the gods, and Leonard, who by this time could make himself understood in the tongue of the people of the mist, attacked him as to the whereabouts of their lost servants. When he had finished, the priest answered with a cruel smile that he knew nothing of the matter. Doubtless, he said, the gods had information as to the fate of their own servants. It was not for him to seek those whom the gods had chosen to put away. Then turning the subject, he went on to ask when it would please the mother to intercede with the snake that he might cause the sun to shine and the corn to spring, for the people murmured, fearing a famine in the land. Of course Wana was able to give no satisfactory answer to the priest's questions, and after this the quarters of the settlement men were changed, and for a few days the survivors slept in safety. On the 3rd night, however, 2 more of them were taken in the same mysterious manner, and one of those who remained swore that, hearing something stir, he woke and saw the floor open and a vision of great arms dragging his sleeping companions through the hole in it, which closed again instantly. Leonard hurried to the spot and made a thorough examination of the stone blocks of the pavement, but could find no crack in them. And yet, if the man had dreamed, how was the mystery to be explained? After this, with the exception of Otter, who, sure of the fate that awaited them, took little heed of how or when it might fall, none of the party could even sleep because of their terror of the unseen foe who struck in silence and in darkness, dragging the victim to some unknown awful end. Leonard and Francisco took it in turns to watch each other's slumbers, laying themselves to rest outside the curtain of Juana's room. As for the survivors of the settlement men, their state can scarcely be described. They followed Leonard about, upbraiding him bitterly for leading them into this evil land and cursing the hour when first they had seen his face. It would have been better, they said, that he should have left them to their fate in the slave camp than have brought them here to die thus. The Yellow Devil was at least a man, but these people were sorcerers and lost spirits in human shape. Nor did the horror stop here, for at last the headman Peter, a man whom they all liked and respected, went mad with fear and ran to and fro in the palace yard while the guards and women watched him with curious eyes as he shrieked out curses upon Juana and Leonard. This shocking scene continued for some hours, for his companions would not interfere with him, vowing that he was possessed by a spirit, till at length he put a period to it by suddenly committing suicide. In vain did Leonard caution the survivors to keep their heads and watch at night. They flew to the beer which was supplied to them in plenty, and drank till they were insensible. And still one by one they vanished mysteriously, till at length all were gone. Never might Leonard forget his feelings when one day at dawn, in the 5th week of their incarceration, he hurried as usual to the chamber where the last two of the unfortunate men were accustomed to sleep, and found them not. There were their blankets, there was the place where they had been, and on it, laid carefully in the form of a St. Andrew's cross by some unknown hand, shone 2 huge sacrificial knives such as the priests wore at their girdles. Sick and faint with fear he staggered back to the throne room. "Oh, what is it now?" said Juana, who, early as it was, had risen already, looking at him with terrified eyes and trembling lips. "Only this," he answered hoarsely, "the last 2 have been taken, and here is what was left in the place of them," and he cast down the knives onto the pavement. Then at last Juana gave way. "Oh, Leonard, Leonard," she said, weeping bitterly, "they were my father's servants whom I have known since I was a child, and I have brought them to this cruel end. Cannot you think of any way of getting out of this place? If not, I shall die of fear. I can sleep no more. I feel that I am watched at night, though I cannot tell by whom. Last night I thought that I heard someone moving near the curtain where you and Francisco lie, though so declares that it is fancy." "It is impossible," said Leonard. "Francisco was on guard. Ah! Here he comes." As he spoke, Francisco entered the room with consternation written on his face. Outram, he gasped. Someone must have been in the throne chamber where we slept last night. All the rifles have gone, ours and those of the settlement men also. Great heavens, said Leonard, but you were watching. I suppose that I must have dozed for a few moments, answered the priest. It is awful, awful. They are gone and we are weaponless. Oh, can we not escape? Moaned Warner. There is no hope of it, answered Leonard gloomily. We are friendless here except for Ulfin, and he has little real power, for the priests have tampered with the captains and the soldiers who fear them. How can we get out of this city? And if we got out, what would become of us, unarmed and alone? All that we can do is to keep heart and hope for the best. Certainly they are right who declare that no good comes of seeking after treasure, though I believe that we shall live to win it yet, he added. What? Deliverer, said a satirical voice behind him. Do you still desire the red stones, you whose heart's blood shall soon redden a certain stone yonder? Truly the greed of the white man is great. Leonard looked round. It was So who spoke, So who had been listening to their talk, and she was glaring at him with an expression of intense hate in her sullen eyes. A thought came into his mind. Was it not possible that this woman had something to do with their misfortunes? How came it about that the others were taken while she was left? Who gave you leave, so he said, looking her fixedly in the face, to hearken to our words and thrust yourself into our talk? You have been glad enough of my counsels hitherto, white man, she answered furiously. Who told you the tale of this people? And who led you to their land? Was it I or another? You, I regret to say, said Leonard coolly. Yes, white man, I led you here that you might steal the treasure of my people like a thief. I did it because the shepherdess my mistress forced me to the deed, and in those days her will was my law. For her and you I came here to my death, and what has been my reward? I am put away from her, she has no kind word for me now, you are about her always, you hold her counsel, but to me her mind is as a shut door that I can no longer open. You have poisoned her against me, you and that black swine whom they call a god. Moreover, because she has learned to love you, white thief, wanderer without a kraal as you are, at your bidding she has also learned to hate me. Beware, white man, I am of this people, and you know their temper, it is not gentle. When they hate they find a means to be revenged, and she ceased, gasping with rage. Indeed, at that moment So would have made no bad model for a statue of one of the Furies of Greek mythology. Then Warner attempted to interfere, but Leonard waved her back. So he said, as I thought, you are at the bottom of all this business. Perhaps you will not mind telling us what has become of your friends, the settlement men, or, if you feel a delicacy on that point, how it is that you have escaped while they have vanished. I know nothing of the settlement men, answered the Fury, except that they have been taken and sacrificed as was their meed, and as yet I have lifted no hand and said no word against you, though a breath from me would have swept you all to doom. Hitherto I have been spared for the same reason that you and Bald Pate yonder have been spared, because we are the body servants of the false gods, and are reserved to perish with them when the lie is discovered, or perhaps to live a while, set in cages in the marketplace, to be mocked by the passers-by and to serve as a warning to any whose monkey hearts should dare to plot sacrilege against the divinity of Aca and Jal. Now, shepherdess, take your choice. As you know well, I have loved you from a babe and I love you yet, though you have scorned me for this man's sake. Take your choice, I say. Cling to me and trust me, giving the deliverer to the priests, and I will save you. Cling to him, and I will bring shame and death upon you all, for my love shall turn to hate. At this juncture Leonard quietly drew his revolver, though at the time nobody noticed it except Francisco. Indeed, by now Juana was almost as angry as so herself. "How dare you speak to me thus?" she said, stamping her foot, "you whom from a child I have thought good and have trusted. What do you say?" "That I must give him who saved me from death over to death, in order that I may buy back your love and protect myself. You evil woman, I tell you that first I will die as I would have died yonder in the slave camp." And she ceased, for her indignation was too great to allow her to say more. "So be it," shepherdess said so solemnly, "I hear you. It was to be expected that you would prefer him whom you love to her who loves you. Yet, shepherdess, was it not I after all who saved you yonder in the slave camp? Doubtless I dream, but it seems to me that when those men who are dead deserted you, running this way and that in their fear, and, shepherdess, it is for this that I am glad they are dead, and lifted no hand to save them, I followed you alone. It seems to me that, having followed you far till I could walk no more for hunger and weariness, I used my wit and bribed a certain white man, of the sort who would sell their sisters and blaspheme their mothers for a reward, to attempt your rescue. I bribed him with a gem of great price. Had there been 10 of them, that gem would have bought them all, and with the gem I told him the secret of the treasure which is here. He took the bribe, and being brave and desperate, he drew you out of the clutches of the yellow devil, though in that matter also I had some part, and then you loved him. Ah! Could I have foreseen it, shepherdess, I had left you to die in the slave camp, for then you had died loving me who now hate me and cast me off for the sake of this white thief." Leonard could bear it no longer, and in the interests of their common safety he came to a desperate resolve. With an exclamation, he lifted the pistol and covered so. Both Francisco and Juana saw the act and sprang to him, the latter exclaiming, "Oh, what are you going to do?" "I propose to kill this woman before she kills us, that is all," he answered coldly. "No, no," cried Juana, "she has been faithful to me for many years. I cannot see her shot. Let the butcher do his work," mocked so, "it shall avail him little. Doubtless he is angry because I have spoken the truth about him." And she folded her arms upon her breast, awaiting the bullet. "What is to be done?" said Leonard desperately. "If I do not shoot her, she will certainly betray us." "Then let her betray," said Francisco, "it is written that you shall do no murder. If you fear to shoot a woman, send for your black dog," white man mocked so. He would have killed my father, and doubtless this task also will be to his liking. I can't do it. Get a rope and tie her up, Francisco said Leonard. We must watch her day and night. It will be a pleasant addition to our occupations. After all, it is only one more risk, which is no great matter among so many. I fancy the game is about played out, anyhow. Francisco went for the rope and presently returned accompanied by Otter. A month of furious dissipation had left its mark even on the dwarf's iron frame. His bright black eyes were bloodshot and unsteady, his hand shook, and he did not walk altogether straight. You have been drinking again, you sot, said Leonard. Go back to your drink, we are in sorrow here and want no drunkards in our company. Now then, Francisco, give me that rope. Yes, Buzz, I have been drinking, answered the dwarf humbly. It is well to drink before one dies, since we may not drink afterwards, and I think that the hour of death is at hand. Oh! Shepherdess of the heavens, they said down yonder at the settlement that you were a great rainmaker. Now if you can make the rain to fall, can you not make the sun to shine? Wind and water are all very well, but we have too much of them here. Hearken, said Leonard, while you revelled, the last of Marvum's men vanished, and these are left in their place, and he pointed to the knives. Is it so, Buzz? Answered Otter with a hiccough. Well, they were a poor lot, and we shall not miss them. And yet I wish I were a man again and had my hands on the throat of that wizard Nam. Well, but I would squeeze it. It is your throat that will be squeezed soon, Otter, said Leonard. Look here, God or no God, get you sober or I will beat you. I am sober, Buzz, I am indeed. Last night I was drunk, today nothing is left but a pain here, and he tapped his great head. Why are you tying up that old cow so, Buzz? Because she threatens to use her horns, Otter. She says that she will betray us all. Indeed, Buzz. Well, it is in my mind that she has betrayed us already. Why do you not kill her and have done? Because the shepherdess here will have none of it, answered Leonard. Also I do not like the task. I will kill her if you wish, Buzz, said Otter with another hiccough. She is wicked, let her die. I have told you that the shepherdess will have none of it. Listen, we must watch this woman, we will guard her today and you must take your turn tonight, it will keep you from your drink. Yes, Buzz, I will watch, though it would be better to kill her at once, for thus we should be spared trouble. Then they bound so securely and set her in a corner of the throne chamber, and all that day Leonard and Francisco mounted guard over her alternately. She made no resistance and said nothing. Indeed, it seemed as if a certain lassitude had followed her outbreak of rage, for she leaned her head back and slept, or made pretense to sleep. The day passed uneventfully. Olfen visited them as usual, and told them that the excitement grew in the city. Indeed, the unprecedented prolongation of the cold weather was driving the people into a state of superstitious fury that must soon express itself in violence of one form or another, and the priests were doing everything in their power to foment the trouble. No immediate danger was to be apprehended, however. After sundown, Leonard and Francisco went out into the courtyard to inspect the weather according to their custom. There was no sign of a change. The wind blew as bitterly as ever from the mountains. The sky was ashen, and the stars seemed far off and cold. "Will it never break?" said Leonard with a sigh, and re-entered the palace, followed by Francisco. Then, having solemnly cautioned Otter to keep a strict guard over so, they wrapped themselves up in their blankets in order to get some rest, which both of them needed sadly. Juana had retired already, laying herself to sleep immediately on the other side of the curtain, for she feared to be alone. Indeed, they could see the tips of her fingers appearing beneath the bottom of the curtain. Very soon they were asleep, for even terror must yield at last to the necessities of rest, and a dense silence reigned over the palace, broken only by the tramp of the sentries without. Once Leonard opened his eyes, hearing something move, and instantly stretched out his hand to assure himself of Juana's safety. She was there, for in her sleep her fingers closed instinctively upon his own. Then he turned round and saw what had disturbed him. In the doorway of the chamber stood the bride of the snake, Saga, a lighted torch in one hand and a gourd in the other, and very picturesque that handsome young woman looked with her noble figure illumined by the glare of the torchlight. "What is the matter?" said Leonard. "It is all right," Bars answered Otter. "The old woman here is as safe as a stone statue yonder and quite as quiet. Saga brings me some water, that is all. I bade her do so because of the fire that rages inside me and the pain in my head. Fear not, Bars, I do not drink beer when I am on guard." "Beer or water, I wish you would keep your wife at a distance," answered Leonard. "Come, tell her to be off." Then he looked at his watch, the hands of which he could just distinguish by the distant glare of the torch, and went to sleep again. This took place at 10 minutes past 11. When he awoke again, dawn was breaking and Otter was calling to him in a loud, hoarse voice. "Bars," he said, "come here, Bars." Leonard jumped up and ran to him, to find the dwarf on his feet and staring vacantly at the wall against which So had been sitting. She was gone, but there on the floor lay the ropes with which she had been tied. Leonard sprang at Otter and seized him by the shoulders. "Wretched man," he cried, "you have been sleeping, and now she has escaped and we are lost." "Yes, Bars, I have been sleeping. Kill me if you wish, for I deserve it. And yet, Bars, never was I more wide awake in my life until I drank that water. I am not wont to sleep on guard, Bars." "Otter," said Leonard, "that wife of yours has drugged you." "It may be so, Bars. At least the woman has gone, and, say, whither has she gone?" "To Nam, her father," answered Leonard. Chapter XXI. Father and daughter. While Leonard and Otter spoke thus in their amazement, had they but known it, a still more interesting conversation was being carried on some 300 yards away. Its scene was a secret chamber hollowed in the thickness of the temple wall, and the dramatis personae consisted of Nam, the high priest, So, Wana's servant, and Saga, wife of the snake. Nam was an early riser, perhaps because his conscience would not allow him to sleep, or because on this occasion he had business of importance to attend to. At any rate, on the morning in question, long before the break of dawn, he was seated in his little room alone, musing, and indeed his thoughts gave him much food for reflection. As has been said, he was a very aged man, and whatever may have been his faults, at least he was earnestly desirous of carrying on the worship of the gods according to the strict letter of the customs which had descended to him from his forefathers, and which he himself had followed all his life. In truth, from long consideration of them, their attributes, and the traditions concerning them, Nam had come to believe in the actual existence of these gods, although the belief was a qualified one and somewhat half-hearted. Or, to put it less strongly, he had never allowed his mind to entertain active doubt of the spiritual beings whose earthly worship was so powerful a factor in his own material rule and prosperity, and in that of his class. In its issues this half-faith of his had been sufficiently real to induce him to accept Otter and Wana when they arrived mysteriously in the land. It had been prophesied that they should arrive thus, that was a fact, and their outward appearance exactly fitted every detail of the prophecy, that was another fact. And these two facts together seemed to point to a conclusion so irresistible that, shrewd and experienced as he was, Nam was unable to set it down to mere coincidence. Therefore in the first rush of his religious enthusiasm he had accorded a hearty welcome to the incarnations of the divinities whom for some 80 years he had worshipped.